Standing on the banks of a slow-moving creek in the heart of Clay County, Kentucky. Peaceful. The only sounds are the rustle of leaves in the poplar trees and the gentle murmur of water flowing over smooth gray stones. But this place holds a violent secret. If you stand here long enough and you listen past the wind, you can almost hear a different sound. The echo of a quiet morning being torn apart by a dozen rifles firing all at once. It was right here, on this ground, that one of the most feared men in Appalachian history drew his last breath. His name was Thomas Baker, but no one called him that. They called him Bad Tom. For years, he was a ghost in these hills, a peerless marksman who seemed untouchable. Today, we're going to piece together the lost story of how a man like that ended up here, ambushed and alone, with nothing in his hand but a bar of soap. We're here to listen to the whispers from the past. To understand the man, you have to understand the world that forged him. Let's wind the clock back, long before that morning at the creek, to the years after the Civil War. Clay County wasn't a peaceful place then. It was a hornet's nest. The war between the states hadn't washed this land clean. It had just given old grudges a new flag to hide behind. Neighbor had fought neighbor in brutal guerrilla bands, and when the official armies went home, the bitterness remained, thick and suffocating as the summer fog in these hollows. In this world, the law from the state capital was a distant rumor. The real law was kinship. Your family name was your shield, your jury, and your executioner. A man's honor wasn't just a word. It was the most valuable thing he owned, and an insult was a debt that could only be paid in blood. This was a land of hard men, where disputes were settled not with lawsuits, but with long rifles and steady hands. At the center of this world stood the Howard clan. They were a powerful family, deeply rooted in the soil of Clay County, their influence tied to the wealth of the Goose Creek salt works. They were proud, numerous, and saw themselves as the rightful leaders of the region. They were men who expected respect and were quick to answer any perceived challenge to their authority. To them, the county had a natural order, and they were at the top of it. And then there was Thomas Baker. He was a different kind of force. A Union veteran who had walked through the fire of the war and come out the other side harder than mountain stone. He wasn't loud or boastful. He was a man of few words, with what people called a cold, glittering eye that seemed to look right through you. He was a hunter, and his time in the army had perfected his aim to a terrifying degree. He moved with a quiet confidence that some saw as arrogance, a challenge to the old ways. You could feel the tension crackle in the air on court days in Manchester. The Howards and their kin would stand on one side of the dusty street, and Tom Baker and his family would stand on the other. They were like two storm fronts gathering on opposite sides of a valley, dark and heavy with unspoken threats. Everyone knew it wasn't a matter of if the storm would break, but when. All it would take was a single spark to ignite an inferno that would consume them all. Feuds like this don't just appear out of thin air. They start with a single moment, a single choice. But the real reason, the human reason, often gets buried under decades of hearsay and legend. To find the truth, you have to dig. So I went to the local archives, to the place where old stories go to be forgotten, and I started scrolling through the ghosts of old newspapers on a dusty microfilm reader. After hours of searching, I found it. It's not much to look at. A faded column in an 1888 edition of a local paper, the text blurry at the edges. The headline is simple, almost sterile. Man shot and killed at logging camp. There's no picture, just a few short paragraphs. But this small, forgotten piece of newsprint is the Rosetta Stone of the Baker-Howard feud. The article reports that a man named Abner Eversole was killed by Thomas Baker following a dispute. It mentions cards and it mentions liquor. But the key detail, the one that tells you this wasn't just some drunken brawl, is Eversole's family name. He was a Howard kinsman. This wasn't a murder, it was an assassination. This small article is the official declaration of war, printed in black and white for all the world to see. But this yellowed paper, for all its facts, leaves the most important question unanswered. It tells us what happened, but it doesn't tell us why. What was the argument really about? The paper just says a dispute, but a dispute doesn't start a war that will last for over a decade and claim dozens of lives. To find that answer, we have to go back to the logging camp itself and listen to what the official record left out. Let's travel back to that logging camp in 1888. Picture a rough-hewn bunkhouse, smelling of pine sap, sweat, and cheap whiskey. A game of cards is underway by lantern light, a circle of hard men who worked with their hands all day and gambled with their pay at night. On one side of the table sat Tom Baker, on the other, Abner Eversole and a few of his Howard cousins. The air was already thick with a tension that had little to do with the cards being dealt. The game got heated, as it always did when liquor and pride were on the table. An argument started over a disputed pot. Eversole, maybe feeling brave with his kinsman beside him, pointed a finger at Baker and accused him of cheating. The other men fell silent. It was a dangerous accusation to level against any man in that camp, but to say it to Tom Baker was like throwing a lit match into a barrel of gunpowder. But it wasn't just about the cards. A darker rumor had been festering in the county for weeks, a whisper that Tom Baker had stolen a pig from a Howard family homestead. In a place where livestock was a family's wealth and a man's reputation was everything, this was the gravest of insults. It branded him a common thief. And now, in the middle of the tense bunkhouse, Eversole made the fatal mistake of saying the quiet part out loud. He threw the accusation of the stolen pig right in Baker's face. The room went dead still. This was the moment, the point of no return. Tom Baker didn't shout. He didn't curse. He simply pushed his chair back and stood up. In a voice that was low and steady, a voice colder than a winter creek, he looked Eversole in the eye, denied the charge, and demanded he take it back. For a long second, Abner Eversole had a choice: swallow his pride and live, or stand his ground and die. Emboldened by his friends and the whiskey burning in his gut, he made his choice. He refused to apologize, and his hand went for the pistol at his belt. He never cleared the holster. Baker's draw was a single fluid motion, a flash of steel and a deafening roar that shook the tiny bunkhouse. Abner Eversole crumpled to the floor. The card game was over, and the story behind that brief newspaper article was written in blood. Paper records and newspaper clippings can only tell you so much. They give you the bones of a story, but not the heart. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the story in their blood. I found James Baker sitting on the front porch of his small house, tucked away on a ridge overlooking the same hills his infamous ancestor once roamed. He's a man in his 80s now, with his great-grandfather's clear, steady eyes and hands weathered by a lifetime of working this land. He offered me a seat and listened patiently as I explained what I was doing. He'd heard it all before, from reporters, from authors, from curious outsiders. He nodded slowly, a tired smile playing on his lips. "You've been reading the books," he said, his voice a low Appalachian drawl. "They all talk about a stolen pig. They make my great-grandfather out to be a common thief who killed a man over a card game. That's the story the Howards wanted everyone to believe. It's cleaner that way." Then he leaned forward in his rocking chair, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that spanned a century. "But the story my father told me, the one his father told him, is different. There was no stolen pig. That was a lie, a slander cooked up by the Howards because Tom was becoming too well respected, and they couldn't stand it. They wanted to tear down his name. My great-grandfather," he continued, his voice dropping, "was not a man who started fights, but he was damn sure a man who finished them. In that logging camp, Abner Eversole didn't just accuse him of stealing. He'd been drinking, and he got mean. He looked Tom square in the face, and he said something vile about his wife, Mary. An insult so foul that in those days, for a man to say that about another man's wife, there was only one possible answer. It wasn't a choice, it was a duty. Hearing him say that, the whole story shifted. The dusty newspaper article felt hollow, incomplete. This wasn't a feud over property or a card game. According to the Baker family, this was about a sacred line being crossed. A husband defending his wife's honor in the only way his world understood. Suddenly, Tom Baker wasn't just a killer. He was an avenger. Let's go back inside that cramped, smoky bunkhouse. The argument over the cards and the stolen pig was just the kindling. Abner Eversole, full of liquor and backed by his kin, decided to throw gasoline on the fire. He looked Tom Baker dead in the eye, and the words that came out of his mouth were not about cheating or theft. They were a vile personal attack aimed squarely at Tom's wife, Mary. It was a poisoned dart of an insult designed to strip a man of his dignity in front of his peers, to stain the one thing in his life he held sacred. The air in the room was sucked out in an instant. The other men froze, their eyes wide. This was no longer a squabble. This was a line being crossed, a taboo violated. In the code of the mountains, you could challenge a man's strength, his word, even his life. But you did not speak ill of his wife. To do so was to invite death to your door. Everyone in that room knew that Abner Eversole had just signed his own death warrant. Tom Baker's reaction was terrifying in its stillness. There was no explosion of rage, no shouted curses. A deep, cold calm settled over him. He slowly pushed his chair back from the rough plank table and rose to his full height. His face was a mask of stone, and that glittering eye of his was fixed on Eversole, not with anger, but with a kind of finality, like a judge who has already passed sentence. In a voice that cut through the silence, he said, "Take it back." It wasn't a request, it was an order. One last chance to step back from the abyss. But Eversole was trapped. His pride, the whiskey, and the watching eyes of his cousins had him in a corner. To back down now would be to live with the shame forever. He likely let out a sneer, a drunken laugh, and doubled down on his insult. His hand, clumsy and slow, dropped to the butt of his pistol. It was the last mistake he would ever make. Before Eversole's fingers could even get a proper grip, Tom Baker's hand moved. It wasn't a frantic motion. It was a blur of practiced economy, a movement he had honed in the chaos of war and the solitude of the hunt. The gunshot wasn't just a sound. It was a physical blow that slammed into the walls of the small room. Abner Eversole was thrown backward, the look of shock permanently etched on his face as he hit the floor. Tom Baker stood for a moment in the ringing silence, the smoke curling from the barrel of his revolver. He didn't look at the other men. He simply holstered his weapon, turned, and walked out into the night. He knew what he had just done. He hadn't just ended a man's life. He had sounded the first trumpet of a long and bloody war. From that moment on, there would be no apologies, no truces, and no peace. There would only be the feud. The killing of Abner Eversole lit the fuse. What followed was an explosion of violence that turned Clay County into a war zone. The feud spilled out of the isolated hollers and into the streets, and the epicenter of it all was right here, where I'm standing now, the town square in Manchester. Today, it's a peaceful place. Cars pass by, people go in and out of the shops. It's hard to imagine it as anything else. But if you walk with me over to the old courthouse, a proud red brick building that has seen more history than any person alive, and you run your hand along the wall facing the street, you'll feel it. The surface isn't smooth. It's dotted with small dark pockmarks, little craters where the brick has been chipped away. Most people probably walk past these scars every day and never give them a second thought. But these aren't from weather or age. Right here. This is where it happened. Each of these marks is a silent testament to the chaos, a bullet hole left from a day when this town square was a free fire zone. This place, the very symbol of law and order in the county, became a hunting ground. The courthouse steps were turned into a fortress, and men used wagons and street corners as cover while they waged their private war in public, with no regard for who was caught in the crossfire. We're about to go back to one of those days, to a moment when the gunfire was so intense, its echoes are still trapped in this very brick. Imagine a stiflingly hot court day in Manchester. The town square is crowded, but it's a tense, watchful crowd. The unwritten rule on these days was that the town itself was neutral ground, but nobody believed it. Men with rifles leaned against porch posts, their eyes never still. The Bakers and their allies gathered near the livery stable. The Howards and their faction stood in a tight knot on the courthouse steps, a clear claim to the seat of power. It was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The spark came in the most ordinary way. A Howard man coming down the steps bumped hard into a Baker cousin going up. Words were exchanged, a curse muttered under the breath. A hand moved instinctively toward a pistol grip, not to draw, but as a warning. It was a fatal gesture. A sharp crack echoed off the brick facade, and the first man stumbled backward, a look of disbelief on his face. In a heartbeat, the square erupted. It wasn't a battle, it was a maelstrom of chaos, the deep boom of rifles mixed with the sharp bark of revolvers. Men who had been neighbors dove for cover behind horse troughs and wooden wagons, which offered little protection. Wood splintered, and the high-pitched whine of ricochets filled the air. Puffs of red dust exploded from the courthouse wall as stray bullets found their mark, carving the very scars we can still see today. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder and fear. From the center of it all, Wilson Howard, the patriarch of his clan, tried to bring order to the chaos, shouting directions to his men. He was a commanding figure, a rock in the middle of a violent storm. He stood his ground, a symbol of his family's defiance and power, directing the fire from the top of the stone steps. It made him a leader. It also made him a target. Across the square, from the relative safety of a doorway, Tom Baker raised his long rifle. He was not a man for chaotic firefights. He was a hunter, a marksman. For him, this wasn't a brawl. It was a series of calculations. He rested the barrel, took a breath to steady his hands, and squeezed the trigger. There was no wasted motion. A single, heavier crack cut through the din. Wilson Howard, who a moment before had been a pillar of command, suddenly stiffened. His rifle slipped from his grasp, clattering on the stone steps. He didn't cry out. He simply looked down at his own chest with a look of profound surprise before he folded, collapsing in a heap at the feet of his kin. The sight of their fallen leader broke the Howards' charge. A stunned silence fell over their side of the fight. The firing sputtered and died out as they rushed to drag his body out of the line of fire, their retreat a panicked scramble. The Bakers held their ground, watching them go. The fight was over as suddenly as it had begun. All that was left was the thick blue haze of smoke hanging in the silent air, the glint of brass casings on the dusty ground, and the new dark holes in the courthouse wall. After a storm of violence like the one that swept through Manchester, the official machinery of the law begins to grind, slowly and often ineffectively. And it leaves behind a paper trail. I'm holding a copy of the coroner's inquest into the death of Wilson Howard. It's a formal document, written in a looping bureaucratic script that tries to impose order on a day of pure chaos. You read through the dry, legalistic language, and it feels like it's describing a different event entirely. It lists the deceased, Wilson Howard. It notes the location, the town square. Then you get to the most important part, the cause of death. It simply says, "Deceased came to his end by means of a gunshot wound." That's it. A few simple words to sanitize a brutal public execution. There's no mention of the dozens of other shots fired, of the terror, of the fact that the town's main street was turned into a battlefield. Then you look at the indictments that were handed down by the grand jury in the following weeks. And there, among a list of names from the Baker clan, is the one that mattered most. Thomas Baker. On this piece of paper, he's just another name, a defendant in a murder case. The document doesn't tell you that he was a legend, that his single calculated shot had decapitated the rival clan in broad daylight. It reduces the most dramatic moment of the entire feud to a line of ink on a page. This is the official truth, the version of the story that's written down in the county archives. But it's a sterile, bloodless truth. It's a lie by omission. Because in the mountains of Clay County, an indictment from a courthouse in Manchester was one thing. Getting a man like Tom Baker to stand for trial was another thing entirely. The law had pointed its finger at him, and now it had to come into the hills and get him. That piece of paper, the indictment, was a challenge. And so the law, slow and uncertain, sent a posse into the hills to retrieve Tom Baker. But this was not their world. They were men of the town, sent into a labyrinth of creeks and hollers where every tree could hide a rifleman and every shadow felt like a threat. They were hunting a legend in his own kingdom, and they knew it. Tom Baker wasn't hiding. He was simply gone, absorbed back into the landscape that had made him. The posse would ride for days, finding nothing but cold campfires and tracks that vanished on stony ground. The locals they questioned would meet their eyes with a vacant, unhelpful stare. No one had seen Tom Baker. No one knew anything. But the posse felt his presence everywhere. They felt it in the snap of a twig in the woods just beyond their camp at night, in the unnerving silence of the forest. They weren't the hunters here. They were the hunted, trespassing in a land that answered to a different authority. The manhunt was a failure before it even began. Then, just as the law was about to give up, Tom Baker did the last thing anyone expected. He walked out of the hills on his own. He strode into the center of Manchester, his rifle held loosely in the crook of his arm, and turned himself in to the sheriff. It wasn't a surrender, it was a strategic move. He knew he couldn't be caught, but living as a fugitive put his family in constant danger. By facing the court, he was taking control of the narrative, daring the system to try and hold him. The trial was a spectacle of fear. The small courthouse was packed, but it was divided down the middle like a church at a funeral. On one side sat the Baker clan, their faces hard and unreadable, their hands never far from the pistols concealed beneath their coats. On the other side sat the Howards, their eyes burning with a cold fire of hatred and grief. Between them sat a terrified judge and a jury of 12 local men who knew with absolute certainty that their decision would have consequences far beyond the courtroom walls. Witnesses mumbled, their memories suddenly foggy. Evidence seemed to disappear. The prosecution's case, so clear on paper, began to fall apart under the crushing weight of unspoken threats. The jury didn't deliberate for long. They were farmers and merchants, not martyrs. They had to live in this county. When they filed back in, the foreman wouldn't look at the Howard family. In a quiet, nervous voice, he delivered the verdict: not guilty. The shooting of Wilson Howard was ruled an act of self-defense. A low murmur went through the room. Tom Baker stood, nodded once to the jury, and walked out of the courthouse a free man, his legal innocence now as much a part of his legend as his marksmanship. The Howards were left with nothing but rage. The law had failed them. Their patriarch was dead, and his killer had walked away without consequence. They knew then that if they wanted justice, they would have to get it themselves, not with indictments, but with bullets. Every story eventually ends in the same place. I'm standing in a quiet cemetery on a hillside just outside Manchester. The wind whispers through the cedar trees, and the old tombstones lean at odd angles, their inscriptions softened and blurred by a century of rain and sun. This is where the old names of Clay County come to rest. The names of farmers, merchants, mothers, children, and the names of feuding warriors. Over here, beneath a thick, respectable slab of granite, lies Wilson Howard. The stone is weathered, but it was clearly expensive for its time, a final statement of his status as the patriarch of a powerful clan. It speaks of a man of substance, a leader of the community. There's an air of tragic dignity to it, the resting place of a man whose death was never truly avenged by the law. And then, if you walk just 50 yards down the slope, you'll find another stone. It's simpler, more rugged, cut from local stone. The name carved into it is clear and deep: Thomas Baker, 1845 to 1899. Seeing them here so close together is a profound and bitter irony. They lie just 100 yards apart now, these mortal enemies, closer in death than they ever were in life. They fought a war for control of these hills, and in the end, they each got a small, quiet piece of them forever. But standing here, looking at Tom Baker's grave, a critical question hangs in the air. The trial for Wilson Howard's death was years before 1899. He walked out of that courthouse a free man, legally untouchable. So why is this his final resting place? What happened in those intervening years that drove the Howards' hatred to a point where a courtroom acquittal meant nothing, and the only verdict they would accept was one delivered from the barrel of a gun? Tom Baker walked out of that courthouse a free man, but he wasn't free. The verdict was just a piece of paper. The real sentence had been passed in the hearts of the Howard family. For them, the trial wasn't an acquittal. It was a final, bitter confirmation that the law of the state was useless. Their patriarch was gone, and the man who killed him now walked the streets of Manchester with the government's blessing. Their rage didn't cool. It settled into something harder and colder, a patient hatred that would wait years for its moment. The feud entered a new grinding phase. It was no longer a war of open battles in the town square, but a war of shadows. The Howards set ambushes for Tom, but he seemed to possess a sixth sense for danger, an almost animal instinct that would make him change his path at the last second or melt back into the woods just as a trap was about to be sprung. His legend grew even larger. They said he was protected by something unnatural, that he had made a pact with the devil. But the truth was likely simpler. He was a man who had survived a war, and he knew how to live as if death was always a single step behind him. But even the most vigilant man can be worn down by time. The years passed. The open violence subsided into a tense, watchful peace. Tom Baker was still the most feared man in Clay County, but he was also a man trying to live a life. He had a home, he had a family, he was getting older. The constant threat became a part of the background noise of his life, a danger so familiar that it almost ceased to feel like danger at all. Perhaps he began to believe the worst was over, that the Howards, having failed so many times, had finally accepted that he was untouchable. He started to fall into routines, the small, daily habits that make up a normal life. And one of those routines was to walk down the familiar path from his cabin each morning to the creek, to wash the sleep from his eyes in the cool, clear water. It was a small act of peace in a life defined by violence. It was this routine, this small piece of normal life he reclaimed for himself, that would ultimately be his undoing. The Howards were watching, and they were patient. Even now, more than a century after the last shot was fired, the story of this feud is a living thing in Clay County. And like any living thing, it changes depending on the light you see it in. If you bring up the name Bad Tom Baker today, the answer you get depends entirely on who you ask. The war may be over, but the battle for the story continues. To the Baker family and their sympathizers, Tom is a figure of tragic frontier honor. He is the Union veteran who came home and refused to bow to the old powers of the county. He was a man who defended his wife's honor, who killed Wilson Howard in self-defense during a chaotic firefight, and who was ultimately the victim of a coward's ambush, shot down when he was unarmed and vulnerable. In their story, he is a folk hero, a testament to the mountain spirit of defiance. But if you talk to those whose families were allied with the Howards, you hear a much darker tale. In that version, Tom Baker wasn't a hero, he was a menace. A cold-blooded killer with ice in his veins and a hair-trigger temper who used his reputation to intimidate the whole county. They believe he murdered Abner Eversole over a card game, assassinated their leader in a calculated shot, and then used fear to cheat the law. To them, the final act at the creek wasn't a murder. It was an execution, the only form of justice left to them when the courts had failed. It was the necessary, brutal act of putting down a mad dog to bring peace to the community. So which story is the truth? Was he a righteous avenger or a ruthless killer? A protector of his family or a predator who terrorized his rivals? The honest answer is that the real Tom Baker is likely buried somewhere in the grey space between those two extremes, lost to time and loyalties. The facts are set in stone. The men who died, the trial, the ambush. But the meaning of those facts is still at war with itself, a conflict of memory passed down from one generation to the next. When a story is this big, this soaked in blood and pride, it doesn't stay history for long. As it gets passed down around kitchen tables and late-night campfires, it starts to shed its inconvenient facts, like a snake shedding its skin. What's left behind is something harder, smoother, and far more powerful: a legend. The feud between the Bakers and the Howards is no longer just a series of events. It's a foundational myth of Clay County. The character of Bad Tom Baker, in particular, grew larger than life. People needed a way to explain how one man could be so deadly, so seemingly untouchable for so long. And so, they whispered that his skill wasn't natural. The story of his rifle was born, the one that claimed he'd had a gunsmith inlay a silver coin into the front sight. They said the silver gave it an unholy accuracy, that it guided his bullets to their targets. The gun itself became a cursed object, and to this day, people speculate about where it might be, buried with him perhaps, to keep its dark magic from the world. And it wasn't just the man who became a legend. The feud itself took on a life of its own, seeping into the folklore of the mountains. A dark superstition took root in the community, a whisper that before every killing, a hoot owl would cry near the victim's cabin the night before. People claimed it was a death omen, the voice of the mountains themselves passing judgment. It was the community's way of processing the relentless, unpredictable violence by turning it into a supernatural force, a dark fate that could be read in the signs and sounds of the night. These tales are how a community makes sense of a trauma it can't forget. They are the final stage of a story's life, the moment it dissolves from hard history into the misty realm of legend. They serve as a warning, a ghost story to tell children about the price of pride and the darkness that can rise up between neighbors. The facts may fade, but the legend of Bad Tom Baker, his silver-sighted rifle, and the crying owl of death still haunts these hills. And so, we find ourselves back where we started, on the banks of this quiet creek. The water still murmurs over these smooth grey stones, just as it did on that morning in 1899. But the silence here feels different now. It's heavier. We came here hearing only the faint echo of a rifle volley, but we've followed that sound back through time, through courthouse shootouts and smoky bunkhouses, through conflicting memories and whispered legends. This spot is no longer just a peaceful place in the woods. It's the final page of a brutal chapter in this county's history. It's a testament to a world where a man's honor was worth more than his life, and a reminder that when people feel the law has abandoned them, they will make their own with fire and lead. The story of Tom Baker shows us that history is never a simple matter of heroes and villains. He was a man forged by a hard land and a violent time, and the truth of his life lies somewhere in the shadows between the legend and the reality. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, or a simple weathered tombstone on a quiet hillside, remember this place. Remember that it's not just a collection of stones or a patch of earth. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the terrible choices that can define a generation. You just have to be willing to stop and to listen to the whispers. The people are gone, the guns are silent, but the story remains. The air in the Cumberland Mountains is thin and sharp. On the afternoon of May 14, 1892, it carried the scent of pine and damp earth. The only sounds were the rhythmic creak of wagon wheels on the dirt road, the gentle jingle of harnesses, and the low murmur of conversation. Dappled sunlight cut through the canopy of leaves, painting shifting patterns on the canvas cover of the wagon. It was a peaceful scene, almost unnaturally so. Inside the wagon, a family was heading home. Ira Mullins, a man who had just sold his land, his wife, Luanza. With them were their daughter, Jane, and her husband, John. A friend named Wilson Mounts rode alongside as a guard. They were vulnerable, but they weren't worried. This was a public road through a pass known as Pound Gap, a gateway between Virginia and Kentucky, a place everyone knew. Imagine the scene. You are in that wagon. The slow, rocking motion has almost lulled you to sleep. The journey is nearly over. Then, a single sharp crack echoes from the ridgeline above. It's a sound that doesn't belong. Before anyone can react, the world explodes. The crack becomes a roar of gunfire. From the rocks and trees lining the road, muzzle flashes bloom like deadly flowers. Wood splinters from the side of the wagon. A horse screams, rearing in terror. The driver, John Chappell, is thrown from his seat, a dark stain spreading across his chest before he even hits the ground. Chaos. Pure, absolute chaos. Inside the wagon, there's nowhere to run, no time to even understand. It was over in less than 20 seconds. The gunfire stops as suddenly as it began. The only sound left is the ringing in your ears and the panicked breathing of the wounded. Then, a new sound. The crunch of boots on gravel. Shadows fall over the wagon. The ambushers step out from the tree line, their faces grim, their rifles still smoking. When the first travelers found the scene an hour later, it was a tableau of horror. The bodies lay cooling in the mountain air. 5 people shot down without a chance. The horses were gone, the wagon ransacked. At first, it looked like a simple, brutal robbery, the kind of thing that happened in these wild mountains. But this wasn't a robbery gone wrong. This was an execution, meticulously planned and ruthlessly carried out. And the man who planned it, the mind behind the massacre at the Killing Rock, wasn't some common outlaw hiding in the hills. He was a man who carried a badge. He was the law. His name was Marshal Benton Taylor, but everyone called him Doc. The title wasn't medical. It was a name he'd earned for his strange, eclectic knowledge. He was a self-proclaimed healer and herbalist and a geologist who could read the mountains like a book. He was also a U.S. Deputy Marshal, a federal lawman tasked with bringing order to one of the most violent corners of America. In photographs, he looks directly at you. Piercing eyes under a wide-brimmed hat, a long, well-kept beard. He was known to be handsome, articulate, and impeccably dressed, a stark contrast to the rough-hewn world around him. He didn't look like an outlaw. He looked like a frontier intellectual, a gentleman, and he was a poet. He wrote long, flowing ballads about love, nature, and God. His work was published in local newspapers, and he was proud of it. He saw himself as a man of letters, a sensitive soul who could capture the beauty and tragedy of life in verse. Imagine that man, a lawman who could chase down a fugitive in the morning and then spend his evening composing a sonnet by candlelight. Now, hold that image in your mind, because Marshal Doc Taylor was also a killer for hire, a private contractor of violence. He ran his own informal detective agency, a service that powerful men could use to solve problems that fell outside the lines of the law. Need a witness to disappear? Need a union organizer to be discouraged? Need a rival business venture to fail permanently? You called Doc Taylor. He enforced the law, and he broke the law. He hunted criminals, and he was a criminal. This wasn't a secret life he kept hidden. In the twisted moral landscape of late 19th century Appalachia, it was an open secret. It was his brand. He was the man who could operate on both sides of the line, a useful, terrifying tool for anyone with enough money to afford him. He could quote the Bible from memory, write verse that could make a woman weep, and plan a murder with the cold precision of a mathematician. People didn't just fear him, they were drawn to him. He had a charisma, a gravity that pulled people in. And that was the most dangerous thing of all. He wasn't a mindless brute. He was a thinking monster, a predator who used his intelligence and his badge as camouflage. So what creates a man like this? A man who could orchestrate the slaughter of a family in a mountain pass and then possibly go home and write a poem about it. Was he born a psychopath, or was he a product of his environment? The truth is, you cannot understand the man without understanding the place that forged him. To understand a man like Doc Taylor, you first have to understand the world that created him. A world of black coal, red blood, and gray justice. The border between Virginia and Kentucky in the 1880s was not the America you read about in history books. It was another country entirely. A rugged, isolated landscape of steep mountains and deep valleys, a place the Industrial Revolution was just beginning to tear apart. For centuries, this land was home to small communities, governed by family ties and unwritten codes of honor. But then they found the coal. It lay under the mountains in thick, black veins. They called it black gold, and it was the fuel that powered America's Gilded Age. Railroads, hungry for that fuel, began to snake their way into the hollows. Timber companies clear-cut ancient forests, and with them came the coal barons, wealthy industrialists from the north, men who saw the mountains not as a home, but as a treasure chest to be cracked open. They bought up land for pennies on the dollar, often through deceptive contracts that the largely illiterate local population couldn't understand. They built company towns where the coal company owned everything: the houses, the store, the church, the people. Miners were paid in company scrip, currency that was only good at the company store, trapping them in a cycle of debt they could never escape. It was a new kind of feudalism, built on a foundation of coal dust and desperation. This invasion of capital and industry created a powder keg. The old clan-based society clashed violently with the new corporate order. Feuds that had simmered for generations, like the infamous Hatfield-McCoy conflict happening just a short distance away, exploded in this new, high-stakes environment. But the real war was between the coal companies and anyone who stood in their way. This was a place where a man's life was worth less than a seam of good coal. And for the new railroad barons and coal magnates, men who could enforce order with a gun were not criminals. They were assets. The official law was distant, underfunded, and often corrupt. Sheriffs were frequently on a company's payroll. Justice was a commodity, bought and sold like anything else. So the companies built their own private armies. They hired guards, detectives, and enforcers to protect their interests, break up early attempts at unionizing, and intimidate the local populace. The line between a lawman and a hired gun didn't just blur, it often vanished completely. It was a world of violence where disputes were settled not in a courtroom, but with a Winchester rifle on a dusty road. This was the world that created Doc Taylor. It was a world that needed men like him, men who were comfortable with violence, who understood the local culture, and who could navigate the murky waters between what was legal and what was necessary. A man with a federal badge, who was also willing to work for private interests, was the perfect instrument of power in a land where there was no real power to be had. And the most valuable asset in Wise County, Virginia, was a man who wore a federal badge. How does a man like Doc Taylor get a federal badge in the first place? He wasn't a career lawman from back east. He was a local. And in that time and place, that's exactly what the federal government was looking for. They needed men who knew the terrain, who understood the complex web of family feuds, and who weren't afraid to get their hands dirty. Doc Taylor, with his intelligence, charisma, and growing reputation, was a perfect fit. On paper, his duties were clear. As a U.S. Deputy Marshal, he was the long arm of the federal government. He chased moonshiners, served warrants in remote hollows, and hunted fugitives who crossed state lines. By all accounts, he was effective. He was smart, he was fearless, and he knew how to talk to people, or how to intimidate them. He built a network of informants and allies, projecting an aura of authority that few dared to challenge. But that was only half of his business. The other half operated in the shadows, under the name of his private detective agency. This agency was his real masterpiece. It was a legitimate front for an illegitimate enterprise. The badge wasn't his job, it was his brand. It was the ultimate guarantee of his services. Imagine the power this gave him. As a federal marshal, he could legally carry any weapon he wanted. He could travel anywhere, ask questions, and demand answers with the full weight of the government behind him. Who would dare lie to a US Marshal? Who would refuse him entry? His badge was a key that opened every door. Now, imagine that same man working for a coal baron. A union is trying to form in a mining camp. Doc Taylor rides into town wearing his badge. He doesn't come as a company thug. He comes as a federal officer. He starts asking questions, investigating some vague, unnamed federal crime. He interviews the union leaders. He lets them know they are on his radar. The message is clear, but legally untouchable. The union drive mysteriously falls apart. The coal baron pays his fee. This was his genius. He weaponized the law. His official investigations often conveniently overlapped with his private contracts. Was he pursuing a federal fugitive, or was he tracking a man for a client who wanted him silenced? Often, it was impossible to tell. The ambiguity was his shield. He created a reality where his violence was indistinguishable from his duty. He solved crimes for the government and committed them for private clients, sometimes on the same day. He was the perfect solution for powerful men with unsavory problems. But his next client wasn't a coal baron with a political agenda. The motive was much older, much simpler. It was pure, simple greed, and it would lead him to a man named Ira Mullins. Ira Mullins was not a wealthy man. He was a Kentucky farmer, a merchant, and by some accounts, a preacher. Like most people in the region, his life was one of hard work for little cash. He was a familiar face in the small towns and settlements that dotted the border. He was known as a decent, God-fearing man trying to build a life for his family. His problem, and ultimately his death warrant, was a piece of land he owned in Virginia. It wasn't the best farmland, but it sat squarely in the path of the expanding railroad and the coal companies that followed. And so, the land that had been in his family for years suddenly became valuable. An offer was made, a deal was struck, and Ira Mullins, for the first time in his life, found himself in possession of a significant amount of money. We're not talking about a number in a bank account. This was the 1890s. The transaction was made in gold and silver coin and paper currency. A heavy sack filled with $1,300. It's a sum that sounds almost small today. But you have to adjust your perspective. In an era when a working man might earn $1 a day, this was a life-changing fortune. The money was from a land sale, cold, hard cash. In today's dollars, it would be over $50,000, maybe more. But it wasn't just the amount that was dangerous. It was the fact that in this part of the country, everyone knew everyone's business. There were no secrets. The news of Ira's windfall spread through the mountains like a wildfire in a dry forest, and everyone knew Ira Mullins was on the move. He had to get the money from the sale in Virginia back to his home in Kentucky. The safest way, he believed, was to travel with his family. So he assembled his small party: his wife Luanza, his son-in-law John, and his daughter Jane. They hired a local man to drive the wagon and a friend, Wilson Mounts, to ride along as an armed guard. They were a visible, slow-moving target, but they were counting on safety in numbers. They believed no one would dare attack a family in broad daylight. They were wrong. The story of the Mullins fortune was on the lips of everyone in Wise County. It was whispered over fences, discussed in general stores, and spoken of in hushed tones in the dark. Smoky saloons where men of violence gathered. Word of the Mullins money traveled fast, and it reached the ears of two brothers who were as stupid and brutal as Doc Taylor was sharp and cunning. Hennon and Cal Fleming were brothers, and they were trouble. They were known throughout the region as violent, unpredictable men. They were small-time outlaws, involved in moonshining, theft, and brawling. They had the brutality for crime, but they lacked the intelligence to pull off anything significant. They were attack dogs waiting for a master, and they found one in Doc Taylor. We don't know exactly where the meeting took place, maybe in the back room of a smoky tavern or in a secluded cabin deep in the woods. But we can imagine the scene. The Fleming brothers, rough and greedy, leaning in as the well-dressed, charismatic U.S. Marshal lays out a proposition. He wouldn't have presented it as a desperate crime. He would have framed it as a business opportunity, a sure thing. He would have explained the situation with calm, methodical precision. Ira Mullins, a fortune in cash, a predictable route, a vulnerable party. The Flemings would have seen the risk. But then Taylor would have played his trump card, himself. Imagine his pitch. He wasn't just some outlaw suggesting a robbery. He was the law. He could provide intelligence. He knew the roads, the schedules, the lawmen who patrolled them. More importantly, he could control the aftermath. Who would investigate the crime? Local sheriffs, men who feared him or owed him favors. And if the feds got involved? Well, he was the feds in this part of the country. He could steer the investigation in any direction he chose. To the Fleming brothers, this must have sounded like the perfect crime, handed to them on a silver platter by the one man who could guarantee they'd get away with it. All they had to do was provide the muscle. The deal was struck. The plan was chillingly simple. They would track the Mullins party on their journey back to Kentucky. They knew the route would take them through Pound Gap. And within the gap, there was a specific landmark, a large outcrop of rock that locals called the Killing Rock. The road narrowed there, forcing the wagon to slow down as it passed beneath the stone. It was a natural ambush point, a perfect kill zone. They would hide themselves among the rocks above the road and wait. Taylor, the strategist, would give the signal. They would open fire with overwhelming force, aiming to kill everyone before they could even react. No witnesses. They would take the money, dispose of the horses, and melt back into the mountains. The plan was simple, brutal, and with a U.S. Marshal on their side, they believed it was foolproof. All they had to do was wait for the Mullins party to reach that certain narrow pass in the mountains, a place called Pound Gap. The journey began like any other. The sun was warm, the road was dry. The slow, steady pace of the horses set the rhythm for the day. For Ira Mullins and his family, there must have been a sense of relief. The deal was done, the money was secured. All that was left was this final stretch, a long ride home through familiar territory. Imagine the conversations in that wagon. They would have talked about the future, what they would do with the money. A new barn, perhaps, better land, a chance to finally get ahead, to build something lasting for their children. They were carrying not just cash, but a collection of hopes and dreams in a heavy sack. The weight of it must have felt like a promise. As the wagon rumbled on, the landscape began to change. The open fields gave way to dense forests. The road narrowed, winding its way into the foothills of the Cumberland Mountains. The shadows grew longer, the air grew cooler. The world outside the wagon became a wall of green and grey rock, pressing in on either side. They had no reason to be afraid. They were on a public road, in broad daylight. This wasn't some desolate, forgotten trail. They even passed a few familiar faces along the way. A farmer on his mule, a family in another wagon, exchanging waves and nods. The ordinary greetings of a world behaving as it should, a world at peace. But they didn't see the figures shadowing them from the ridgeline above. Men moving silently through the trees, keeping pace, always staying just out of sight. They didn't feel the eyes that were watching their every move, and they didn't notice the subtle shift in the forest's symphony. The moment when the birds suddenly went quiet. The moment the woods held its breath. To the Mullins party, the entrance to Pound Gap was just another landmark on a long road, a deep cut in the mountain, flanked by steep, rocky slopes. The road here was rough, forcing the horses to slow to a walk. The creak of the wagon wheels echoed off the stone walls of the pass, the sound swallowed by the immense silence. They were getting close to the Killing Rock now. Each turn of the wheel brought them deeper into the trap. The sunlight struggled to reach the floor of the gap, and the air was still and heavy. It was a place that felt ancient and indifferent, a place where anything could happen. As their wagon creaked around the final bend into the narrowest part of the pass, they entered the kill zone. The trap was set, and the silence was about to break. There was no warning, no call to halt, no demand for money. There was only the sound. A single rifle shot, impossibly loud in the enclosed space of the gap. The lead horse screamed and collapsed, its legs buckling, tangling the entire team in a mess of leather and panicked flesh. The wagon lurched to a violent stop, throwing everyone off balance. Before the echo of the first shot had faded, the ridgeline erupted in fire and smoke. It wasn't a gunfight, it was a slaughter. A hailstorm of lead tore through the canvas cover of the wagon, splintering wood and flesh indiscriminately. The ambushers had chosen their positions perfectly. They were firing down into the wagon, a position of absolute advantage. The Mullins party had no cover, no escape, no chance. John Chappell, the driver, was killed instantly, thrown from his seat by the impact of the bullets. Wilson Mounts, the armed guard, managed to draw his pistol, but he was cut down before he could even aim. The air filled with the sharp, acrid smell of gunpowder, the screams of the wounded, and the deafening roar of the rifles. Inside the wagon, it was a scene of unimaginable terror. Ira Mullins fell, trying to shield his family. His son-in-law, John, was hit. Jane, his daughter, cried out. It was a maelstrom of noise and pain and confusion. It lasted for perhaps 14 seconds. 14 seconds of hell, and then silence. A silence that was heavier and more terrifying than the noise it replaced. The ringing in the ears of the survivors, the soft groan of a dying man, the drip of blood onto the floorboards of the wagon. From the rocks above, the killers emerged. Doc Taylor, Hennon Fleming, and Cal Fleming. They scrambled down the slope, their faces set like stone. There was no emotion. This was a job. They moved with a chilling efficiency. One of the Flemings walked up to the tangled mess of horses and methodically shot the ones that were still alive. They tore into the wagon, searching for the money. They found the sack, heavy with coins and bills, their prize. For a moment, they must have thought their plan had worked to perfection. They had the money. They had been fast, brutal, and they believed thorough. When the shooting stopped, 5 people were dead or dying. The killers seized the money and vanished back into the woods, taking the best of the horses with them. In their minds, they had just committed the perfect crime. But they had made one tiny mistake, a mistake that would unravel everything. The first person to find the wagon wasn't a lawman. It was a mail carrier on his regular route, a man named Henderson Vanover. He rounded the bend at the Killing Rock and saw a sight that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The dead horses, the wagon riddled with bullet holes, the unnatural stillness. He approached with caution, his heart pounding in his chest. What he found was a slaughterhouse. Blood pooled on the wagon bed, soaking into sacks of flour and grain. The bodies were tangled together, victims of a sudden, overwhelming violence. The scene was chaotic, but one thing was immediately clear to him. This wasn't the work of a single highwayman. This was the work of a team, an organized, ruthless team. He turned and rode as fast as his horse could carry him to the nearest town, Gladeville, which is now the city of Wise, Virginia. When he burst into the sheriff's office, the story he told sent a shockwave through the community. An entire family ambushed and murdered in broad daylight on the main road. It was an act of savagery that stood out even in that violent land. The local sheriff, a man named Hunsucker, gathered a posse and rode out to Pound Gap. When they arrived, the sun was beginning to set, casting long, grim shadows across the scene. The work was slow and grim. They carefully removed the bodies, trying to piece together the final terrifying moments of the Mullins' lives. They found Ira, his son-in-law, the driver, and the guard, all dead. Jane Mullins, Ira's daughter, was also dead. It appeared to be a complete massacre. The motive seemed obvious: robbery. The killers had taken the money and the horses. The initial theory was that it was a crime of opportunity committed by some unknown band of outlaws. The investigation would be difficult. In these mountains, killers could disappear like smoke. But then, as one of the deputies carefully examined the bodies inside the wagon, he heard a sound, a faint, barely audible moan. He moved aside a blood-soaked blanket and froze. Curled up at the bottom of the wagon, grievously wounded but still breathing, was Ira's wife, Luanza Mullins. The mistake wasn't something they left behind. It was someone. Amidst the carnage, investigators found one survivor. She had been shot multiple times and left for dead. But she was alive, and she had seen them. Her testimony, whispered from a bed of pain, was explosive. She identified the Fleming brothers, men she knew by sight. But then she named the third man, the mastermind, the one who gave the orders. And no one could believe it, because she had just accused U.S. Deputy Marshal Doc Taylor. The name hit the small community of Wise like a lightning strike. Doc Taylor. It was unthinkable. He was a federal lawman. He was an educated, well-spoken member of the community. Some believed Luanza Mullins had to be mistaken, her mind clouded by trauma. Others, who knew of Taylor's darker side, felt a cold dread creep over them. The accusation was monstrous, but it had the chilling ring of truth. With the backing of a living witness, the investigation kicked into high gear. Sheriffs and marshals, some of whom were Taylor's own colleagues, began a discreet but urgent search. They needed more than one person's testimony to bring down a man like Doc Taylor. They needed hard, undeniable proof. They began looking into his known associates. The Fleming brothers were already prime suspects, and searching places he was known to frequent. And in the course of that search, they found it. A piece of evidence so bizarre, so utterly insane, that it has no parallel in the annals of American crime. It wasn't a murder weapon. It wasn't a bloody piece of clothing. It was a manuscript, a long, handwritten poem. The title was The Killing of the Mullins Family. It wasn't a diary entry hidden away in shame. It was a ballad written with a confident, flowing hand, as if intended to be read aloud or even set to music. It was a boast, a detailed step-by-step narration of the Pound Gap massacre, told from the perspective of the man who planned it. The arrogance is breathtaking. It's the work of a man who doesn't just want to get away with murder, he wants credit for it. In its chilling verses, he describes the planning of the ambush. He mocks the Mullins party for their foolishness, for believing they were safe. He details the attack with a cold, almost gleeful precision, portraying himself not as a common thief, but as an avenging figure, a righteous predator. It is a work of profound narcissism and absolute remorselessness, a piece of folk art written in the blood of its subjects. This poem is a map of a killer's soul, a window into a mind so twisted that it saw mass murder as a story worth telling, a deed worthy of verse. We are going to return to this document. We will break down its lines and uncover the secrets hidden within his words. But first, you have to understand what happened when the law realized one of its own was a monster, and that he was holding a written confession to one of the most brutal crimes in the state's history. A confession in verse was unprecedented. It was arrogant. It was insane. But it wasn't enough to convict him without catching him first. And Doc Taylor was now on the run. The manhunt for Doc Taylor was unlike any other. This wasn't a case of lawmen chasing a common outlaw. This was the law chasing itself. They were hunting a man who knew all their secrets, all their methods, and all their weaknesses. He had been one of them. He knew how they thought, how they tracked, and where they would look. In the first few weeks, he was a ghost in his own backyard. He vanished into the labyrinthine mountains of Appalachia, a wilderness he knew better than any man alive. He could live off the land, navigate by the stars, and use the rugged terrain as his greatest ally. Posses would follow his trail for days, only to find it go cold at the edge of a river or the face of a cliff. It was like chasing the wind. Reports of sightings trickled in, creating a confusing and contradictory picture of his movements. He was seen in Kentucky, then Tennessee, then West Virginia. He seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. He used his old network, calling on people who either remained loyal or were too terrified to refuse him shelter. For a night, he would be a guest in a remote cabin, and by sunrise, he'd be gone, leaving behind only rumors. The manhunt became a sensation. Newspapers across the country picked up the story of the killer poet, the federal marshal turned mass murderer. The pressure to capture him grew immense. The state of Virginia put a handsome reward on his head. When local law enforcement proved ineffective, the governor called in the big guns, the Pinkerton National Detective Agency. The Pinkertons were the best in the business. They were relentless, methodical, and had a national reach. They put their top agents on the case, flooding the region with wanted posters bearing Taylor's handsome, bearded face. The net began to spread, moving from a regional hunt to a national one. They knew Taylor couldn't hide in the mountains forever. Eventually, he would have to surface. He was a ghost. He seemed to know where the posses would be before they did. He was an expert at disappearing. But the one thing he couldn't escape was his own reputation. The web of secrets he had built throughout his career was now a liability. The powerful men who once protected him, the coal barons and politicians who had used his services, were now terrified of him. They knew what he was capable of. They knew the crimes he had committed on their behalf. A live Doc Taylor on the run was a problem, but a captured Doc Taylor, talking in a courtroom to save his own neck, was a catastrophe. His former employers decided they couldn't risk it. Doc Taylor's greatest strength had always been his connections. He was a master of a hidden economy, a world of backroom deals, whispered favors, and shared secrets. He had served the interests of the most powerful men in the region, men who owned the coal mines, the railroads, and the politicians. He had been their enforcer, their cleaner, their guarantee of order. He was the man who knew where all the bodies were buried, because he had buried many of them himself. And now, with the Pinkertons closing in and his face on wanted posters from Virginia to Arkansas, that strength became his fatal weakness. His former patrons began to panic. They pictured him in a courtroom, under oath, trading their secrets for a lighter sentence. A man with nothing left to lose is the most dangerous man in the world, and Doc Taylor was about to lose everything. They couldn't let him talk. The decision was made, not in a sheriff's office, but in a corporate boardroom or a private study. It was a cold, calculated business decision. Doc Taylor, the asset, had become Doc Taylor, the liability, and he had to be liquidated. Killing him was one option, but a risky one. A dead Doc Taylor couldn't talk, but an assassination might raise more questions than it answered. It was cleaner to have the law do their work for them. All they needed to do was ensure he was captured. The betrayal came silently, through back channels. An anonymous tip whispered to a Pinkerton agent. A seemingly random piece of intelligence passed to a county sheriff. Men who had once paid Taylor for his services now began to feed information about his movements to the very people hunting him. They knew his habits, his safe houses, his likely escape routes. They had been his employers, and now they became his hunters' best informants. Taylor, for all his intelligence, might not have seen it coming. He was a man who believed in a certain code, a kind of honor among thieves. He probably trusted the bonds of shared criminality to protect him. He failed to understand that in the world of power and money, loyalty is just a currency, and his had just run out. He was no longer part of the club. He was the loose end that needed to be tied. The hunter was now the hunted, betrayed by the very system he had so effectively served. With his network of allies secretly working against him, his world began to shrink. The mountains that had been his sanctuary now felt like a cage. The net grew tighter, and in a dusty town far from the Virginia mountains, the law finally caught up to its own. The end for Doc Taylor came not with a bang, but with a quiet knock on a door. Acting on a tip from their new clandestine sources, a team of lawmen tracked him to a train car in West Virginia. They surrounded it, weapons drawn, expecting a bloody, desperate last stand. This was Doc Taylor, the mastermind of the Pound Gap massacre. They were prepared for a fight to the death. An officer approached the door, his heart hammering in his chest, and called out for Taylor to surrender. The door slid open, and there he was. He wasn't wild-eyed or disheveled. He was sitting calmly, reading a newspaper. He looked up, his gaze steady and unnervingly calm. He slowly folded the paper, set it aside, and smiled. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice even and polite, "I believe you are looking for me." There was no resistance, no struggle. He stood up, turned, and presented his wrists for the handcuffs as if it were a minor inconvenience, a piece of tedious but necessary etiquette. The lawmen, who had been steeling themselves for violence, were left momentarily speechless. He was not a cornered rat. He was a host greeting his guests. The journey back to Virginia was a spectacle. News of his capture traveled ahead of him by telegraph, and at every town where the train stopped, a crowd had gathered. They pressed against the platform, craning their necks for a glimpse of the infamous killer poet. They weren't there to jeer or throw stones. They were there out of a kind of awe-struck fascination. And Taylor gave them a show. He would come to the window of the train car, chained but unbowed, and nod to the crowd. He spoke with the reporters who swarmed him at every opportunity. He was witty, articulate, and utterly charming. He discussed politics, philosophy, and his own case, all with a detached, intellectual air. He never once broke character. He was performing the greatest role of his life, the gentleman outlaw. As he was led in chains, crowds gathered not to jeer, but to get a look at him. He would smile, tip his hat, and talk to reporters. He wasn't acting like a man whose neck was destined for a rope. He was acting like a star on tour. It was a masterful, terrifying performance of control. He was turning his own capture and impending trial into a piece of theater, with himself as the leading man. The performance continued all the way to the courthouse in Wise, Virginia. The local jail could barely contain the spectacle. He held court from his cell, granting interviews and spinning his own version of events. The stage was set for one of the most sensational trials of the 19th century. The Wise County Courthouse was the biggest show in the state. People came from all over, camping on the courthouse lawn for a chance to get a seat inside. It was part trial, part public festival. And at the center of it all was Doc Taylor, who seemed to revel in the attention. He entered the courtroom each day dressed in a clean suit, his beard neatly trimmed, looking more like a distinguished professor than a man on trial for mass murder. The prosecution's case was methodical and devastating. They laid out the facts of the Pound Gap massacre, the brutal ambush, the 5 lives taken for a sack of money. Their star witness was the one person who could put Taylor at the scene, the one person he had failed to kill, Luanza Mullins. She was brought into the courtroom, still frail from her injuries. In a quiet but firm voice, she recounted the horror of that day. She described the sudden explosion of gunfire, the chaos in the wagon. And then, she pointed a trembling finger at the defendant's table. She identified him. She told the jury she saw him there, among the killers, his face clear in the afternoon light. It was a moment of powerful, human drama. The testimony of a survivor confronting the architect of her suffering. Throughout her testimony, Doc Taylor watched her, his expression a mask of detached curiosity. He showed no anger, no remorse, no emotion at all. It was as if he were watching a play, a story that had nothing to do with him. Then the prosecution brought out its most damning piece of evidence: the poem. A prosecutor stood before the jury and read excerpts from the killing of the Mullins family. The courtroom was held in stunned silence as Taylor's own words echoed off the walls. His boasts, his descriptions of the crime, his chilling poetic confession. It was evidence unlike anything the jury had ever heard, a man's own artistry twisted into a self-made noose. When it was his turn, Taylor represented himself with remarkable skill. He was eloquent, he was logical, and he was utterly convincing. He claimed it was all a conspiracy, that the Mullins family was part of a rival faction in the local feuds. He argued that the poem was a work of fiction, a story he'd written based on rumors he had heard. He painted himself as the victim, a respected lawman framed by his enemies. He was, in his telling, the only honest man in a world of liars. He maintained his innocence with the eloquence of a seasoned orator. But the words of his own ballad, combined with the unwavering testimony of the woman who survived, were a confession no jury could ignore. The verdict was swift. The sentence, absolute. The death sentence did not break Doc Taylor. If anything, it seemed to embolden him. His final performance was about to begin. In the weeks leading up to his execution, his jail cell became a pilgrimage site. Reporters, preachers, and the morbidly curious came to see the condemned man. He greeted them all with the same unshakable calm, the same intelligent charm. He never confessed. To the very end, he maintained his innocence, sticking to his story of a grand conspiracy. He spent his final days writing letters, speaking with his family, and preparing himself for the end. He seemed to have no fear of death. He treated his own execution as a final, formal engagement on his social calendar. The day of the hanging, October 27, 1893, was a public holiday in Wise County. Thousands of people flooded into the town. It was a carnival of death. Vendors sold food and souvenirs. Families brought their children to witness the grim spectacle. A special gallows had been constructed in a field just outside of town to accommodate the massive crowd. Shortly after noon, the procession began. Doc Taylor walked from the jail, his head held high. He was dressed, as always, in a fine suit. He scanned the crowd, his piercing eyes taking in the thousands who had come to watch him die. He didn't look like a man being led to his death. He looked like a politician walking to the podium. On the gallows, he was given the chance to say his last words. He spoke for nearly an hour. It wasn't a rambling, desperate plea. It was a structured, eloquent speech. He thanked the sheriff for his kindness. He forgave his enemies. He once again proclaimed his innocence, casting himself as a martyr. And then, in the most surreal moment of all, he read a new poem he had written in his cell, a final ballad about his own unjust fate. When he was finished, he stood calmly as the deputies placed the black hood over his head and the rope around his neck. The crowd fell into a hushed silence. The order was given. The trapdoor sprang open with a loud crack. As the trapdoor sprang, the story of Doc Taylor, the man, came to an end. But the story of Doc Taylor, the legend, the American monster, was just beginning. The body of Marshall Benton. Doc Taylor was buried in a family plot, but his ghost has never left the mountains. For over a century, his story has been told and retold, becoming a dark piece of American folklore. A campfire tale with a terrifying difference. It was all true. He remains a figure of profound and disturbing contradiction. How do we reconcile the man who wrote sensitive lyrical poetry with the man who planned the cold-blooded murder of a family for money? Was the poetry a mask, a sophisticated camouflage for the monster underneath? Or were both sides of him equally real, coexisting in one man's soul? Was he simply a psychopath, born without a conscience, who used his intelligence and charisma to manipulate the world around him? Or was he a product of his time and place? A man forged in the crucible of the Cold Wars, a lawless land where violence was a tool and justice was for sale. In that world, perhaps a man like Doc Taylor wasn't an aberration. Perhaps he was an inevitability. His story forces us to look at the thin line between civilization and savagery. He wore the badge of the federal government, a symbol of order and justice. Yet he was an agent of chaos and brutality. He shows us that the institutions we trust to protect us can sometimes harbor the very predators we fear. The monster isn't always the outlaw hiding in the hills. Sometimes he's the man with the badge, the respectable citizen, the one hiding in plain sight. The poem, his chilling masterpiece, is his true legacy. It's more than a confession. It's a monument to his own ego, a testament to a man who believed his crimes were so grand they deserved to be immortalized in verse. He didn't just want to kill and steal, he wanted to be the author of the story. In the end, Marshal Doc Taylor remains a uniquely American contradiction. A lawman who broke the law, a killer who wrote poetry, a monster with the face of a gentleman. His life is a testament to the chilling darkness that can hide behind a veneer of civility, armed with a badge, a gun, and a pen. The last gunshot echoed through the Hillsville courthouse, and then a silence fell, a silence heavier and more terrible than any sound before it. Through the thick gray smoke of black powder, the afternoon light struggled to reveal a scene of absolute carnage. The judge, the sheriff, the prosecutor, the very pillars of the law lay bleeding onto the floorboards. The assassins, the notorious Allen clan, had already vanished back into the mists of the Blue Ridge Mountains. This wasn't just murder. It was a declaration of war against the 20th century itself. What could possess men to commit such a brazen act in broad daylight? What unwritten code could be so powerful that it demanded a bloodbath in a hall of justice? To find the answer, we must look past the men who fired the guns, to the woman who forged their iron will in the heart of the mountains. Today, we uncover the story of Barbara Allen, the matriarch of a clan that answered to no law but her own. Hillsville, Virginia, in the spring of 1912, was a town caught between two worlds. Down its muddy main street, you could see the slow, inexorable march of the 20th century in the form of new storefronts and the occasional motor car. But looking up at the surrounding Blue Ridge, you could feel the pull of the old world, a world of isolated hollows, deep-rooted clans, and unwritten laws that had governed these mountains for generations. The brick courthouse stood as the very symbol of this struggle, a place where the new rule of law was meant to replace the old code of blood and honor. At the heart of this new order was Judge Thornton Massey. He wasn't a local man, not born of the same mountain soil as the families he presided over. He was an outsider, an educated man of principle who believed that justice should be blind. To him, a man's last name shouldn't matter, whether it was Allen or Smith. The law was the law, a universal standard that was meant to tame the wildness of the frontier and bring civilization to the hills. He was a stern but fair-minded man, tasked with the impossible job of imposing a foreign authority on a people who had never recognized any authority but their own kin. Sheriff Lewis Webb, on the other hand, was a man of the county. He had to walk a delicate line every single day. He wore a badge representing the government in the state capital, but he lived and worked among neighbors who settled their disputes with fists or a hunting rifle. He knew the Allens. He understood their pride, their temper, and their profound contempt for his office. Every time he served a warrant in a remote holler, he was stepping into a world where his badge meant less than nothing. He was the local embodiment of a law that many saw as an occupying force. Alongside them stood William Foster, the Commonwealth's attorney. He was the voice of the system, the man who used words and legal precedent to fight battles that were more often settled with threats and intimidation. He believed in due process, in evidence, in the power of a logical argument to uncover the truth. In that Hillsville courtroom, he was preparing to argue a case against Floyd Allen, not realizing he was bringing a book of rules to a gunfight. These men were not just public officials, they were pioneers of a new way of life. They were husbands, fathers, and respected members of a community trying to build a future based on order and reason. But a shadow was gathering over them, a tension that was palpable in the cold March air. The upcoming trial of Floyd Allen wasn't just another case on the docket. It was a test of will. It was a direct challenge to the Allen clan's belief that they were a law unto themselves. The world these men were trying to build was one where disagreements were settled by juries, not ambushes. A world where a judge's gavel was more powerful than a patriarch's command. They woke up on the morning of March the 14th, believing in that world, in the safety of their courthouse, and in the strength of the laws they had sworn to uphold. They had no idea that by day's end, their world would be left in ruins, and their bodies would be the final, bloody evidence of a war that had been brewing for centuries. The Hillsville courthouse was no longer a place of law. It was a slaughterhouse. As the acrid fog of gunpowder began to settle, it revealed a scene of pure pandemonium. Men and women who moments before had been calm spectators scrambled for the exits, their screams echoing in the suddenly cavernous room. Those who remained were frozen in shock, staring at the carnage with wide, uncomprehending eyes. The air, thick with the smell of sulfur and fear, hummed with a terrible ringing silence where the rule of law had just been executed. The first people to rush in found Judge Massey slumped behind his bench, the symbol of his authority, now his deathbed. His gavel lay on the floor beside him, a useless piece of wood in a world where steel and lead had spoken the final word. Near the main door, Sheriff Lewis Webb lay fallen, a testament to his final futile attempt to restore order. Across the room, Commonwealth's attorney William Foster was also down, his legal arguments silenced forever. It was a systematic dismantling of the county's legal system carried out in less than 2 minutes. The evidence of the ambush was everywhere. The floor was littered with spent shell casings, glinting like deadly seeds sown on the hardwood. Bullet holes peppered the walls, the witness stand, and the judge's bench, silent witnesses to the storm of violence. Investigators would later count dozens of impacts, a clear sign of multiple shooters firing with reckless abandon. The Allens' chairs were empty. They had simply stood up, unleashed hell, and melted back into the mountains that had raised them, leaving only chaos and death in their wake. The scene offered no mystery as to who was responsible. Every terrified whisper from the survivors confirmed it: the Allens. But the how and the why were a far darker puzzle. How could a family bring a private army into a courtroom? Was this a spontaneous explosion of mountain temper or a cold, calculated assassination? The contradictory accounts from traumatized witnesses only deepened the confusion. The crime scene itself was a brutal message, written in blood and gunpowder. In these mountains, some lines of kinship were thicker than any law, and the price for crossing them was absolute. If you were to search for the man at the eye of this hurricane, all fingers would have pointed to one person, Floyd Allen. He wasn't just a participant, he was the cause. Floyd was the patriarch, a man carved from the hard granite of the Blue Ridge who had amassed wealth, land, and a fearsome reputation. In his corner of Carroll County, his word was law, and his will was absolute. He moved through the world with the unshakable confidence of a king in his own kingdom, a place where the official law was an irritation, a suggestion from a distant world that he was free to ignore. His motive was as clear and cold as a mountain spring. It was pride, a fierce, unyielding pride that defined the very soul of the Appalachian clan system. The initial charge against him, interfering with an officer, was an insult. But the verdict, a year of hard time in the state penitentiary, was an intolerable humiliation. For a man like Floyd, a year in a prison uniform was not a punishment. It was an execution of his honor. It was the state declaring that he, Floyd Allen, was no better than any other man, that his power and his name meant nothing within the walls of their courthouse. The evidence was immediate and overwhelming. The shooting began the very second after Judge Massey pronounced the sentence. Witnesses recounted Floyd standing up, his face a mask of cold fury, and uttering the words that became the spark in the powder room, "I ain't a-goin'." That phrase, spoken with the full weight of his authority, was not a plea or a protest. It was a command. It was the signal to his kin that the time for talking was over. The community didn't need a detective to solve this mystery. They had all seen the simmering rage in Floyd Allen's eyes. He wasn't just a suspect. He was the epicenter of the earthquake that had just leveled the rule of law in Carroll County. But in the shadow of the patriarch stood a figure arguably more dangerous, Claude Allen, Floyd's son and heir apparent to this kingdom of defiance. Where Floyd's rage was born from a lifetime of power and a sudden public challenge to it, Claude's was something different. It was the pure, distilled poison of the Allen creed, passed down from one generation to the next. He was a true believer, a young man who had been taught from the cradle that the only response to an outside threat was overwhelming violence. The twist here is not one of greed or jealousy, but of ideology. Claude's motive was not simply to protect his father, it was to prove himself the worthy inheritor of the Allen legacy. For him, his father's conviction was a stain on his own honor. A year in prison for Floyd meant a lifetime of shame for Claude. He couldn't allow the world to see the Allens as a clan that could be tamed, caged, and broken by Flatlander laws. He was there not just to prevent a sentence, but to make a statement that would echo through the mountains for 100 years. When we re-examine the chaos of that day, one terrible detail rises to the surface. Most historical accounts and eyewitness testimonies agree. Claude Allen fired the first shot. He didn't wait for his father's signal. He didn't hesitate. As the judge pronounced the sentence, Claude drew his pistol and shot Judge Massey point blank. This was not the act of a man caught up in the heat of the moment. It was the act of an executioner. He didn't just join the fight. He started the war. In that single, irrevocable moment, he betrayed any possibility of a non-violent outcome and sealed the fate of everyone in that room, turning a family's defiance into a public massacre. But to truly understand the firestorm at Hillsville, you have to look beyond the men and their motives to the larger war being waged. The true external threat wasn't a single person, but an entire century. The 20th century was coming for the Blue Ridge Mountains, not with a friendly handshake, but with the cold, calculating ambition of industry and centralized government. Railroads were cutting through ancient hills, timber barons were eyeing the vast virgin forests, and land speculators were using complex laws to divest mountain families of the very ground their ancestors had settled. This encroaching world saw the old ways of the mountains, the clan loyalty, the self-reliance, the deep suspicion of outsiders as a barrier to progress and profit. And the local instrument of this new world was the courthouse. Judge Massey, Sheriff Webb, and Prosecutor Foster were not just men doing their jobs, they were the local agents of this powerful external force. They represented a system that valued deeds and statutes over blood loyalty and tradition, a system that sought to replace the unwritten code of the mountains with the codified law of the state capital. From the Allens' perspective, this wasn't justice, it was a hostile takeover. Every new law, every tax, every court summons was another tightening of a noose around their way of life and their sovereignty. Floyd Allen's trial was the flashpoint. For the state, it was a necessary act to prove that no man was above the law. But for the Allens, it was the final, arrogant push of an invading army trying to break the back of the strongest clan in the county. The massacre, seen through this lens, becomes something more than a family's rage. It was a brutal, desperate act of rebellion against a future they did not want and a system they refused to recognize. In the immediate aftermath of the massacre, the state of Virginia responded with a fury it had never before unleashed. Governor William Hodges Mann called it a blot on the name of the Commonwealth and vowed that the Allens would be hunted down like animals. He dispatched the state militia and, more importantly, hired the infamous Baldwin Felts Detective Agency, a private army of detectives known for their brutal and effective methods in breaking Union strikes. A massive manhunt, one of the largest in Virginia's history, was underway. But the lawmen and detectives quickly discovered they were not fighting men. They were fighting a legend, and their enemy was the land itself. The Blue Ridge Mountains, so beautiful from a distance, became a labyrinthine fortress for the fugitives. Every hollow, every creek bed, every rhododendron thicket was a potential hiding place. The Allens knew the secret trails, the hidden caves, the sympathizers' cabins where a door would always be open. The detectives, with their city boots and their organized grid searches, were like children lost in an ancient, hostile forest. The pursuit became a frustrating and humiliating chase after phantoms. A tip would come in that the Allens had been spotted crossing into North Carolina, and a posse would ride for days, only to find the trail was cold, the rumor baseless. Another report would place them in a remote mining camp, but by the time the law arrived, the camp was deserted, with only the faint warmth of a recent fire as proof that anyone had been there at all. The Allens were a mist, dissolving whenever the law drew near, leaving the authorities grasping at nothing but fog and rumors. Back in Hillsville, the investigation into the crime itself was just as tangled. While everyone knew the Allens were guilty, the chaos of the shootout had created a dozen conflicting narratives. Who fired the first shot? Eyewitnesses, still reeling from the trauma, gave contradictory accounts. Some swore it was Claude Allen, others pointed to his cousin, Sidney Allen. The sheer number of guns fired made ballistic evidence a nightmare to sort through. For a brief moment, the state even pursued the theory that this was a wider conspiracy, a planned uprising against the government. But these trails led nowhere, circling back to the same frustrating truth. The Allens had acted as one, a single entity moved by a singular, violent purpose. The law was looking for a single mastermind, failing to understand they were fighting the spirit of an entire clan. The Baldwin-Felts detectives soon learned a chilling lesson. The mountains were a fortress of rock and shadow, but the people who lived in them were a fortress of silence. As the manhunt dragged on, the lawmen came down from the cold, empty hillsides and tried to gather intelligence in the small communities and isolated farmhouses. What they encountered was a wall, as solid and impenetrable as a cliff face. Doors that had been opened to strangers were now bolted shut. Faces that were once friendly turned to stone. When asked about the Allens, the answer was always the same. Saw nothing, heard nothing, know nothing. This wasn't just a lack of cooperation, it was a deeply ingrained code of omerta, the unwritten law of the mountains. The first pillar of this code was fear, and it was a fear well earned. The Allens had ruled their corner of the county for decades through a mixture of influence and raw intimidation. To speak against them was to invite ruin. A farmer whose land bordered the Allens might find his best cow missing one morning, or his fence cut in the dead of night. A whisper to the sheriff could mean finding your barn burned to the ground a week later, with no one to blame but the shadows. The community knew the Allens' justice was swifter and more certain than any verdict from a distant court. But it was more than just fear. It was kinship. In the tangled genealogy of the Appalachian hollows, the Allen family tree had roots in every direction. They were connected by blood and marriage to half the families in the county. Asking someone to turn on the Allens was often asking them to betray a cousin, a brother-in-law, or a childhood friend. To these people, the lawmen from the city were the true outsiders, the invaders. The Allens, for all their violence, were their own. Loyalty to blood was a sacred duty that trumped any law written in a book. This wall of silence drove the detectives to the edge of madness. They were in a foreign country, surrounded by people who looked and spoke like them, but who lived by an ancient, invisible set of rules. The truth of the massacre wasn't a secret buried in the ground. It was a story being actively protected behind every locked door and every pair of cold, watchful eyes. The community had closed ranks, forming a silent army that was just as effective as the Allens' own guns at keeping the law at bay. Weeks turned into a month, and the mountains held their secret. The manhunt, for all its resources and manpower, was a spectacular failure. The Allens had been swallowed by the wilderness, and the wall of silence held firm. The detectives were frustrated, the governor was furious, and it began to look as if the Allen clan might have truly committed the perfect crime, disappearing into folklore as ghosts of the Blue Ridge. But the men from the Baldwin Felts Agency were not mountain men. They were masters of human weakness, and they knew that every fortress has a crack. They shifted their strategy. They couldn't out-hike the Allens, so they decided to buy them. Massive reward notices were posted on every courthouse door, every general store window, every fence post from Virginia to Tennessee. The price on the Allens' heads grew to a small fortune, enough money to change a poor dirt farmer's life forever. They were no longer just hunting men with guns, they were hunting them with greed, planting a seed of temptation in the heart of the community. And then, it happened. The turning point came not with a shout, but with a whisper. A secret message, passed through a trusted intermediary, reached the detectives. It wasn't a grand confession, and it didn't come from a core member of the clan. It came from the periphery, from someone whose loyalty was weaker than their desire for the reward money, or perhaps someone who was simply tired of the chaos the Allens had brought down upon them all. The message contained the one thing the law had been missing: a specific location. A small farmhouse, a known sympathizer's home, where Floyd and Claude Allen were believed to be hiding. This was the forgotten clue they had been searching for. It wasn't an overlooked piece of evidence on the courthouse floor. It was a piece of human intelligence, pried loose from the wall of silence by the relentless pressure and the lure of cash. Suddenly, the vast, intimidating wilderness shrank to a single point on a map. The hunt was no longer a blind chase through an endless forest. It was a focused, surgical strike. The momentum had shifted. The Allens' greatest shield, the loyalty of their people, had finally been breached, and the lawmen now knew exactly where to find their prey. Under the cover of a moonless night, the law closed its iron fist around the farmhouse. The Baldwin Felts detectives, moving with the cold professionalism of seasoned hunters, took their positions, their rifles and shotguns aimed at every door and window. There would be no escape this time. The tip from their secret informant had been good. Inside that small wooden building were the two most wanted men in Virginia, Floyd and Claude Allen, the patriarch and the instigator. The air was thick with a silence that felt heavier than any sound, the calm before a final bloody storm. As the first light of dawn began to bleed over the mountain ridges, the call for surrender was issued. It was met not with words, but with the bright orange flash of a rifle from a darkened window, the sharp crack echoing across the valley. The farmhouse erupted in a blaze of gunfire. The Allens were not surrendering. They were making their last stand, turning a simple farmhouse into a fort and choosing to die in a blaze of glory rather than be taken alive. For hours, the siege raged, a furious exchange of lead that tore the small building to splinters. But the fight was hopeless. Surrounded and outgunned, the end came swiftly. In a final desperate rush, the detectives stormed the house. And then the legends were made of flesh and blood. Floyd Allen, the powerful patriarch, was found wounded. His fight bled out of him. The aura of invincibility shattered. He was no longer the king of Carroll County, but a captured, bleeding old man. His son Claude, the young firebrand who had started the massacre with a single shot, was also taken, his youthful fury finally extinguished by the overwhelming force of the law. As they were led out of the ruined farmhouse in chains, the full, horrifying truth of their motive was finally unmasked. It wasn't written in a hidden diary or a forgotten letter. It was written in the blood they had spilled and the defiance they had shown to the very end. This was never just about a minor charge or a one-year sentence. This was a battle for a way of life. They were soldiers in a war against a future that had no place for them, fighting for a code of honor that demanded violence against shame. The true culprit, the force that had driven them, was the unwritten law of the mountains, the creed that had been hammered into them since birth. The men who walked out of that farmhouse were the living, breathing products of Barbara Allen's terrible gospel, and Allen does not go to jail. In their capture, they had failed their code, but their final, desperate stand proved just how deeply they believed it. The chase was over, and the men behind the myth were finally exposed. Now, with the benefit of history, we can finally step back into that courtroom and witness the terrible harvest of the Allen Creed. Picture the scene. The room is packed, the air thick with tension. Judge Thornton Massey, a man of the law, looks down from his bench. Below him stands Floyd Allen, a man of the mountains, surrounded by his kin. It is a standoff between two worlds, and the wooden walls of the courthouse have become the frontier. The judge's voice cuts through the silence, clear and firm, as he delivers the sentence, 1 year in the state penitentiary. The words hang in the air for a heartbeat, an intolerable insult. Floyd Allen draws himself up to his full height, his face like carved stone. He looks not at the judge, but at his own clan, and makes his declaration, a phrase that will become his epitaph. "I ain't a-goin'." Before the last syllable has faded, the room explodes. The first shot cracks like a whip, a sound so sharp and final it seems to suck all the air from the room. Judge Massey jerks backward, a look of stunned disbelief on his face, and then slumps forward over his bench. His gavel, the symbol of his authority, slides from his hand and clatters onto the floor below. That single sound breaks the spell, and hell is unleashed. The courtroom becomes a roaring, blinding vortex of chaos. Muzzle flashes from the Allen's pistols create strobing, hellish images in the suddenly dark, smoke-filled room. The noise is deafening, a continuous thunder that rattles the windows and shakes the floorboards. Men and women scream and dive for cover, crawling under heavy wooden benches as bullets splinter the wood just above their heads. Papers from the prosecutor's table are thrown into the air by the concussions, fluttering down through the haze like pale, terrified birds. Sheriff Webb, reacting on pure instinct, draws his revolver. He takes but a single step towards the Allens before he is thrown backward, falling near the doorway he was sworn to protect. Across the room, Commonwealth's Attorney Foster rises from his chair, his mouth open as if to object, but his argument is silenced forever as he too collapses to the floor. It is not a gunfight, it is an execution. Then, as suddenly as it began, the shooting stops. An unnatural ringing silence descends, broken only by the choked sobs of the survivors. The thick, acrid smoke of black powder hangs in the air, a suffocating fog that obscures everything. As it slowly begins to clear, the full horror is revealed. The chairs where the Allens had been sitting are empty, and on the walls, on the judge's bench, on the witness stand, are dozens of dark, round marks, the 57 silent witnesses to 90 seconds of absolute carnage. The Allen clan was gone, leaving behind only blood, smoke, and the shattered ruins of the law. The trial of Floyd and Claude Allen was not a legal proceeding, it was a public reckoning. The state of Virginia, its authority profoundly wounded, put the full weight of its power on display. The small town of Wytheville, where the trial was moved to ensure a less biased jury, became the center of a national media circus. Reporters from as far away as New York and Chicago descended, eager to capture every detail of what they called the Savage Mountain Feud. For the state, this was a show trial in the truest sense, a chance to prove, once and for all, that the law of the Commonwealth was stronger than any clan's code of honor. In the defendant's box, Floyd and Claude Allen were not broken men begging for mercy. They were defiant to the last. Floyd sat with the stoic, quiet dignity of a fallen king, his gaze steady, his contempt for the proceedings clear in every line of his weathered face. He listened to the testimony against him not as a criminal, but as a captured enemy general forced to endure the rituals of his conquerors. Beside him, his son Claude was a caged wolf, his eyes burning with an unrepentant fire. They offered no apologies, no explanations. They had lived by their code, and they would die by it. The prosecution's case was simple and brutal. This was a premeditated assassination of the law itself. They painted the Allens as a lawless tribe, a cancerous growth on the body of civilized society that had to be cut out. The defense, in a nearly impossible task, tried to argue that this was a tragedy of culture, a spontaneous eruption of violence born from the unique and volatile honor code of the mountains. They weren't trying to prove innocence. They were trying to explain a worldview that the jury box, filled with merchants and flatland farmers, could never possibly comprehend. The verdict was a foregone conclusion. When the jury foreman stood and pronounced both Floyd and Claude Allen guilty of murder in the first degree, a wave of relief and grim satisfaction washed over the courtroom. But the Allens themselves did not flinch. They had expected no quarter from this foreign court, and they were given none. The sentence followed swiftly: death in the state's electric chair. This final judgment was perhaps the ultimate symbol of the clash of worlds. The Allens had dealt in the hot, personal violence of the pistol. The state would answer with the cold, impersonal, technological power of electricity. In March of 1913, almost a year to the day after the massacre, father and son were executed. For the newspapers and the world outside, justice had been served. But back in the hollows of Carroll County, the story was far from over. The executions didn't end the legend. They cemented it. Floyd and Claude became martyrs, their deaths a final, terrible proof to many that the government's justice was just a more organized form of killing, a verdict that still sparks arguments in these hills to this day. The executions of Floyd and Claude Allen were not an end, but the beginning of a long, painful reckoning. The Allen clan, once a formidable power in the Blue Ridge, was shattered. Their name, once spoken with a mixture of respect and fear, now became a synonym for senseless murder. The clan's other key figures were systematically hunted down and brought to justice. Sidney Allen, Barbara's own son, was wounded in a shootout and captured. He, along with his uncle Sidney Allen, was sentenced to decades in the state penitentiary, a fate that, for men raised on a doctrine of absolute freedom, was a kind of living death. The Allens' land holdings diminished, their political influence evaporated, and their aura of invincibility was gone forever, replaced by a legacy of infamy. At the heart of this ruin sat Barbara Graham Allen, the matriarch who had planted the seeds of this destruction. She lived to see the catastrophic harvest of her teachings. She saw her brother-in-law and nephew sent to the electric chair. She saw her own son, Sidney, locked away in a cage. The central commandment of her life, Allens don't go to jail, had become a bitter, ironic prophecy. Her family had either been sent to their graves or to a prison cell, the ultimate humiliation she had raised them to avoid. She died in 1920, a lonely, unyielding woman surrounded by the ghosts of the men she had forged, her final years spent in the quiet desolation of a kingdom turned to ash. The scars on the community of Hillsville ran just as deep. The families of Judge Massey, Sheriff Webb, William Foster, and the others were left with an unfillable void. They were not just statistics in a famous crime, they were husbands, fathers, and brothers whose absence left a permanent wound on the town. For decades, the massacre was a shadow that hung over Carroll County, a topic spoken of in hushed tones. The event divided neighbors and created a legacy of bitterness and distrust that would take generations to heal. Hillsville was no longer just a quiet mountain town. It was now a landmark of American violence. The men who escaped the electric chair still paid a heavy price. Sidney and Sidney Allen served long years behind the bleak walls of the Virginia State Penitentiary. Sidney, in a final act of Allen defiance, managed a daring escape but was eventually recaptured. Both were eventually paroled, returning as old, broken men to a world that had moved on without them. They were relics of a bygone era, their lives a long, slow postscript to the 90 seconds of chaos that had defined them. The fire of their youth had been extinguished by the slow, grinding reality of prison life. The tragedy of Hillsville didn't just end with the trials or the prison sentences. it echoed down through the generations. The descendants of the Allen clan had to navigate a world where their last name was a mark of shame. The children of the victims grew up without fathers, their lives forever defined by the violence of that day. The fates of everyone touched by the massacre, perpetrator and victim, lawman and outlaw, remained forever intertwined, bound together by the blood that was spilled on the courthouse floor. The world may have moved on, but in the Blue Ridge Mountains, the past is never truly past. If you travel to Hillsville today, you will not find the brick courthouse where the massacre took place. It was tragically lost to a fire in the 1990s. But for 85 years, that building stood as the most tangible monument to the tragedy. Its exterior walls held the scars of that day, the dark, round pockmarks left by the Allens' guns. For generations, people made a kind of pilgrimage to that courthouse, not just to conduct business, but to run their fingers over those bullet holes, to touch the physical evidence of a day when the law was shot dead in its own home. The echoes of the story are etched in stone in the quiet cemeteries scattered throughout the county. In the Hillsville Cemetery, you can find the graves of Judge Massey, Sheriff Webb, and William Foster, their tombstones speaking of duty and a life cut short in service to the law. Miles away, in a family plot, lie the bodies of Floyd and Claude Allen, executed and buried back in the mountain soil that they fought and died for. Their graves, too, draw visitors, those who see them not as murderers, but as symbols of a fierce bygone independence. But the story's most enduring life is in the telling. The Hillsville Massacre seeped into the very soil of Appalachia and grew into folklore. For 100 years, it has been a cautionary tale told on front porches, a ghost story whispered around campfires. Local bards and balladeers captured the tragedy in song, and if you listen closely in the old-time music circles of the Blue Ridge, you might still hear the mournful tune of the Ballad of Floyd Allen, a song that turns the bloody tale into a timeless legend of pride and rebellion. More than anything, the mountains themselves remember. They were the silent witnesses to the Allens' flight, to the manhunt, and to the final, desperate siege. The wind that whispers through the pines on a cold night seems to carry the echoes of the gunshots. The old roads that twist through the hollows still feel as though they carry the memory of the posse's hoofbeats. History in these hills isn't just written in books or carved on monuments. It's a living presence in the landscape, a story the mountains will never let go of. So we return to the question that hung in the gunpowder smoke of that Hillsville courtroom. What could possess men to commit such an act? The easy answer is pride, or anger, or a primitive sense of justice. But the truth is that the most dangerous force in that room was not a man with a gun, but an idea. The idea that a family's honor was worth more than the law, worth more than another man's life, worth more than their own. This was the gospel according to Barbara Allen, a creed so powerful that it turned sons and nephews into soldiers in a war only they believed they were fighting. This is a story not just of a crime, but of a collision between two worlds. The Hillsville Massacre was the sound of an old world breaking against the shores of a new one. It is a brutal lesson in how a code of honor, once necessary for survival in a lawless frontier, can become a death sentence when the world changes. The Allens' fierce loyalty and unyielding pride were the very virtues that had made their ancestors strong. But in the 20th century, those same virtues led directly to the electric chair and the prison cell. Their story is a chilling reminder that the deadliest prisons are not always made of stone and steel, but are sometimes built from the unshakable beliefs passed down from one generation to the next. In the end, this is the tragedy of Barbara Allen. She was the unindicted architect of the massacre, a matriarch whose fierce love for her family's pride was so absolute that it demanded its utter ruin. She was not in the courtroom that day, but her spirit pulled every trigger. She won her battle. Floyd Allen never wore prison stripes, but in doing so, she lost everything. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. They say that on May 5, 1931, the mountains of Harlan County themselves held their breath. Down below, a convoy of cars carrying company men and the law's hired guns slowed to a crawl. And from the hillsides, an answer came not in words, but in a roar of gunfire that tore the morning apart. This was the moment that would forever define a place known as Bloody Harlan. Was it a murderous ambush, as the coal barons screamed to the world? Or was it the last desperate act of men who had been beaten, starved, and cornered? The truth, as it always does in those dark hollows, is buried deep. Today, we're not just going to talk about a gunfight. We're going to uncover the story of the pressure, the pain, and the poverty that led to the Battle of Evarts, a day when ordinary miners decided they would rather die on their feet than live on their knees. To understand the men who took to the hills with rifles that day, you first have to understand the world that made them. Harlan County in the early 1900s wasn't a place of opportunity. It was a kingdom of coal, and every man, woman, and child was a subject. A boy was born in a house the company owned, breathing in the black dust that settled on his cradle. He played in the shadow of the tipple that would one day claim his father, and knew, with a certainty that chilled the bone, that it would one day claim him too. This wasn't just a job. It was a system of total control. You lived in the company's house, so you could be evicted at a moment's notice. You shopped at the company's store, where your dollar was worth 50 cents, and you were paid not in American money, but in company scrip. This private currency was a leash designed to keep you in a state of permanent debt. A man could spend his entire life deep in the earth, risking his life for a pittance, and still die owing the company money. His debt would then pass to his sons. It was a new kind of feudalism, hidden away in the American mountains. The land itself taught them to be hard. The mountains demanded self-reliance. A man learned to hunt, to fix what was broken, and to stand his ground because no one else was coming to help him. This forged a powerful code, an unspoken law that was older and deeper than any statute passed in a distant capital. You stood by your kin. You looked a man in the eye. You did not suffer an insult to your honor, and you never, ever let an outsider push you off your own ground. The mine was a brutal teacher. Every day was a gamble against a cave-in, a gas explosion, or the slow, suffocating death of black lung. Men watched their friends get crushed, their fathers waste away, their brothers carried out on a stretcher. They learned that their lives were cheap, just another cost on the company's ledger. This constant dance with death bred a certain kind of fatalism, but it also bred a deep, simmering rage. So when the Great Depression hit, and the operators demanded that these men work for even less, they weren't just cutting a wage. They were breaking a sacred, unspoken pact. The miners had endured the danger, the debt, and the dust. They had traded their health and their freedom for a life that was just barely livable. By trying to take that last crumb, the company wasn't just making a business decision. They were delivering the final, unforgivable insult to the mountain code. They were pushing men who had nothing left to lose. Before the strike, before the guns, there was a life. It was a hard life, to be sure, but it was theirs. A miner's day began in darkness and ended in darkness, but in between there were moments of light. A man's kingdom wasn't the mine, and it wasn't the company town. It was the few square feet of his front porch where he'd sit at the end of a shift, bone-tired, and watch his children play in the yard. It was the smell of supper cooking, the one time of day the scent of coal was overpowered by something that felt like home. These men weren't just workers, they were husbands and fathers. They held a deep, fierce pride in their ability to provide, to put food on the table, no matter how meager. They'd come home with their faces permanently stained with black dust, but they would wash their hands clean before holding their babies. Their world was one of small dignities, a well-tended garden, a hymn sung in church on Sunday morning, the quiet respect of their neighbors. This was the life they were defending. It wasn't about a theory of labor. It was about their kids having shoes in the winter. And there was a brotherhood forged in the belly of the earth. Down in the darkness, a man's life depended entirely on the man next to him. They learned to read the groans of the mountain, to listen for the shifting of rock, to trust each other's instincts without a word. This created a bond that outsiders could never understand. They were more than neighbors. They were soldiers in a daily war against the mountain. They shared their last chew of tobacco, covered for each other when the foreman was on the prowl, and mourned together when the mountain inevitably claimed one of their own. This was the world the coal operators failed to see. They saw numbers on a ledger, a list of employees, a cost to be managed. They did not see the tight-knit fabric of a community woven from shared hardship and fierce loyalty. They didn't understand that when you threatened one family, you threatened them all. The world they had built, this fragile ecosystem of kinship and honor, was the only thing they had. And when the company came for it, they were coming for everything. The same mountain that gives a man his strength also carves his deepest flaw. For the miners of Harlan County, that flaw was a pride as hard and sharp as a shard of slate. It was a pride born of survival, a refusal to bow your head to any man, be he a foreman or a king. This wasn't arrogance. It was a deep-seated belief that a man's dignity was the one thing the company couldn't own and the mountain couldn't crush. There were stories told in the camps that every miner understood. A story of a man who put down his tools and walked out of the mine, sacrificing his job and his family's next meal, all because a young foreman from up north had called him boy. He wasn't being defiant for the sake of it. He was upholding a code. To accept the insult would be to admit that the company owned his spirit as well as his labor, and that was a line he would not cross. He lost his job, his home, and was blacklisted from every mine in the county, but he kept his honor intact. This unwavering pride was a kind of psychological armor against the crushing darkness of the mines. It's what allowed a man to walk into the earth each morning with his head held high. But it was also a fatal vulnerability. The operators, in their distant offices, may not have understood the men, but their enforcers on the ground, the gun thugs and the sheriffs, they understood this pride perfectly. They learned it was a button they could push. They knew that these were not men who could be shamed or intimidated into submission indefinitely. They were men who would bend and bend and bend, absorbing every hardship with a stoic silence. But when you pushed them past that breaking point, when you made it a question of their honor as men, they would not break. They would explode. This pride, this absolute refusal to be seen as less than a man, was the powder keg sitting in the heart of Harlan County. All it needed was a spark. The first affront was the wage cut, a cold dismissal of their worth. The next was the company's response to the union. Any man who joined was fired, his name put on a blacklist that was a death sentence to his career. But the deepest cut, the one that went past the wallet and into the soul, was the evictions. Miners and their families, with nowhere to go, were thrown out of their company shacks, their belongings piled in the muddy road. It was an act of calculated cruelty, designed not just to punish the men, but to break their wives and starve their children. The pressure built until the air in Harlan felt thick enough to ignite. And on the morning of May the 5th, 1931, the company provided the spark. They decided to make a statement. They assembled a convoy of 3 cars, filled not just with non-union workers, but with the most hated symbols of their power, company officials and Sheriff J.H. Blair's deputies, the gun thugs who had been beating and intimidating them for weeks. Their goal was to parade these scabs right through the town of Evarts. This was not a logistical move. This was a deliberate act of humiliation. It was a victory lap for the company, a public declaration that the strike was broken, that the men were beaten, and that the company's power was absolute. To the striking miners, watching from the hillsides where many of their families were now living in makeshift tents, this was an invasion. It was the enemy marching through their territory, flying a flag of contempt. The news passed from holler to holler, not in a shout, but in a low, dangerous whisper. They're coming. That was all that needed to be said. Men looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. This was no longer about a contract. This was about honor. It was a direct challenge to their pride, a public taunt. To stand by and watch that convoy roll through town would be to admit defeat. It would be to accept the role of the beaten dog, to bow your head and concede that you were less than a man. And for these men, forged by the mountain's harsh code, that was an impossibility. The moment that convoy was formed, the choice was made for them. Their pride, the very core of their identity, demanded a response. And in Harlan County, a response like that only came from the barrel of a gun. There were voices of reason, you see. There always are. Union organizers, men sent down from the national office, understood the danger. They knew that an open gunfight would bring the full weight of the state down on them. It would give the operators the perfect excuse to call in the National Guard and crush the strike with bayonets and machine guns. Their strategy was one of patience, of holding the line, of winning the war of public opinion. They preached discipline, warning the men not to be provoked, not to give the company the violence it so clearly wanted. But for a man watching his child grow thin, the word patience is a curse. For a man who has been beaten by company thugs and seen his furniture thrown into the street, the idea of discipline sounds like cowardice. The organizers' warnings, however wise, were spoken in a language these miners no longer understood. The company had been communicating in the language of brute force for months. The miners were simply deciding to answer in kind. Their pride, that raw, unshakable mountain pride, could not absorb another blow. The decision wasn't made in a meeting or put to a vote. It was made in silence, in the grim set of 100 jaws. It was the quiet click of a rifle bolt in a dozen hillside tents. It was a man giving his wife a look that said everything before taking his old shotgun down from the wall. One by one, then in small groups, they began to move. They slipped away from the desperate little camps and filtered down through the woods, their movements quiet and purposeful. This wasn't a mob, it was an army assembling. They knew the convoy's route. They knew the land better than any deputy, and they knew the perfect spot, a place where the road narrowed and was forced to cross the railroad tracks at the edge of Evarts. It was a natural choke point, a place where the cars would have to slow to a crawl. They took up positions on the wooded hillside overlooking the road, some behind trees, others in the shallow ditches. They were no longer just striking miners, they were choosing a battlefield. Every man who took his place on that hillside was consciously rejecting a path of peace. He was ignoring the warnings of the organizers. He was turning his back on the slim hope of a negotiated settlement. He was betting his life and the future of his family on the outcome of the next few minutes. The company had offered them a choice: submission or starvation. On that morning, the miners of Harlan County chose a third option: war. The path had narrowed until there was only one way forward, and it was lined with guns. There was a moment just before the first engine was heard when the world went still. The men lay hidden on the hillside, the cool earth pressed against them, the weight of their rifles familiar in their hands. The sun was climbing, casting long shadows through the trees. A bird sang somewhere nearby, oblivious. In that sliver of time, there was a profound silence. And that silence was the final off-ramp. It was the last chance for any man to back away, to slip back through the trees and return to his family. In that quiet, what does a man think about? He doesn't think about labor law or economic theory. He thinks about the look on his wife's face that morning. He thinks about his daughter's worn-out shoes. He remembers the cold knot of shame in his stomach when he had to tell his family there was no food. Then, another set of images floods his mind. The sneering face of a deputy, the sight of a neighbor's furniture sitting in the rain, the memory of a beating behind the company store. This was the final crossroads, not an offer from the company, but a question each man had to ask himself. He weighed the two futures. One was a future of slow, grinding surrender, a life of accepting insults, of watching his family suffer, of dying a little inside each day. The other future was unknown, violent, and terrifying, but it was a future where he stood up. He wasn't choosing between peace and violence. He was choosing between two kinds of death, the death of the spirit or the risk of the death of the body. And then they heard it, a low, distant rumble. The sound grew, becoming the unmistakable growl of automobile engines. That sound shattered the silence and ended the debate. It was the sound of the enemy, confident and arrogant, coming to rub their noses in defeat. Every doubt, every fear, every hesitation was burned away by that approaching sound. It was the final provocation. Along the hillside, you could feel the change. A man would shift his weight, settling the rifle stock more firmly against his shoulder. A thumb would quietly pull back a hammer, the soft metallic click barely audible. Eyes narrowed, focusing on the bend in the road. The final crossroads had been passed. The choice was made. The silence of peace was over, and the sound of the reckoning was on its way. The three black cars came around the bend, slow and arrogant. They looked alien against the green hills, like beetles crawling across a leaf. To the men watching from above, they weren't just vehicles. They were steel-skinned symbols of a power that had crushed them for a generation. As the convoy slowed for the railroad tracks, the air grew so tight it felt like the whole world was a clenched fist waiting to strike. Who fired first? The company swore it was an ambush, a cowardly volley from the trees. The miners swore a deputy in the lead car leveled his pistol, and a single sharp crack broke the morning peace. The truth was lost in the first echo, because that one shot was answered by a deafening chorus from the hillside. The argument that had raged for months in company offices and desperate tent camps was suddenly, permanently over. The time for talking was done. The world dissolved into noise. It wasn't the clean sound of a single shot, but a chaotic rolling thunder that battered the eardrums and shook the leaves from the trees. It was the roar of old hunting rifles, the heavy boom of shotguns, and the crack of pistols, all woven together into a single terrifying sound. The air filled with the sharp, bitter smell of gunpowder. Splinters of wood flew from the trees, and pockmarks appeared on the steel bodies of the cars as if from an invisible hailstorm. For each miner on that hillside, the world narrowed to a single point. It was the face of a man in a car, a man who represented the beatings, the evictions, the hunger. The kick of the rifle against a shoulder was a physical release of a year's worth of stored-up rage and helplessness. There was no strategy, no battle plan. There was only a raw, primal instinct to fight back, to finally answer force with force. Inside the cars, it was a trap. The world became a terrifying drumbeat of impacts against the metal frame. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. One of the hated company guards in the lead car suddenly slumped forward without a sound. In another car, a company official cried out and went down. The illusion of their power, the authority that came from their guns and their money, was being shredded one bullet at a time. Then, almost as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The roaring faded into a few last, sporadic shots that echoed away into the mountains. A heavy, ringing silence rushed in to fill the void. Blue-gray smoke drifted through the trees, slowly clearing like a rising curtain. In the stillness, nothing moved. The birds were silent. The engines of the cars had stalled. A profound and terrible stillness had fallen over the choke point at the edge of Evarts. The battle had lasted only a few minutes, but it had changed everything. When the final tally was made, 4 men lay dead or dying on that dusty stretch of road. One of them was a miner, Jim Penland, who instantly became a martyr. The other 3 were from the company side. The convoy, shattered and bleeding, turned and fled in chaos, leaving their dead behind. The miners had held the ground. They had won the battle. For a long moment after the last car had vanished in a cloud of dust, nobody moved. The miners remained frozen on the hillside, phantom figures in the lingering gunpowder smoke. The only sound was the frantic ringing in their own ears. There was no cheering, no shouts of victory. There was only a cold, stark realization of what had been done. Below them, on the road, lay the undeniable proof. The still bodies, the abandoned cars riddled with holes. They had faced the monster, and for the first time they hadn't flinched. They had fired back, and they had won. But that feeling of grim triumph was fleeting, quickly replaced by a chilling clarity. They were no longer just striking miners fighting for a wage. In the eyes of the law, the company's law, they were now murderers. They had crossed a line from which there was no return. They knew what was coming next. The sheriff would raise a posse of every gun thug in the county. The governor would be called. The full, crushing weight of the state would descend upon these hollers with a singular purpose: to hunt them down. And just like that, the spell was broken. A low voice cut through the silence. Scatter. It was all that was needed. The men didn't run in a panic. They simply faded back into the trees. They melted into the landscape that had birthed them, disappearing up hidden paths and secret ridgelines that no outsider could ever hope to find. They moved with the quiet certainty of men on their own ground, their retreat as disciplined and purposeful as their attack had been. They were now fugitives. The men who had stood as a defiant army just minutes before were now solitary shadows, making their way to hidden cabins and sympathetic farmhouses deep in the mountains. They would be hunted, but here, in the labyrinth of hills and hollows they called home, they stood a chance. The active battle was over. Their role as combatants had ended in the smoke and thunder of that brief, brutal firefight. Their new role was just beginning, that of the hunted. And the war for Harlan County had just entered its next bloody chapter. The bullets fired at Evarts didn't stop when they hit their targets. They traveled onward, invisible and deadly, tearing through the fabric of the entire community. While the men who fired the guns vanished into the mountains, their families were left behind, exposed and vulnerable on the battlefield of the aftermath. They were no longer just the wives and children of striking miners. They were the kin of wanted killers. Doors were kicked in during the dead of night. Women were dragged out and interrogated by deputies whose faces were twisted with a new, vengeful fury. The battle drew a line of blood straight through Harlan County, a line that could never be erased. Before, the division was between strikers and scabs, a bitter but familiar conflict. After, it was between the families of the dead and the families of the killers. Neighbor turned against neighbor, their shared hardships forgotten, replaced by suspicion and a thirst for vengeance. Friendships that had endured a lifetime were severed with a single, hateful glance across a muddy street. The community didn't just break, it shattered into 1,000 sharp-edged pieces. The men on the hillside had fought to reclaim their dignity, to push back against an oppressive power. But their act of defiance gave that power the perfect excuse to tighten its grip. The governor declared martial law. The Kentucky National Guard rolled into the county, their trucks and machine guns a clear message. This was no longer a labor dispute, it was an insurrection. The miners had wanted to free themselves from the company's control, but their actions had brought an even greater power down upon them all, turning their towns and hollers into an occupied territory. The victory on the road was paid for by the hunger in the camps. With the men in hiding, the last trickles of income dried up completely. The women were left to fend for their children in a world that now saw them as pariahs. The small charities and local sympathizers who had helped them before were now too frightened to offer aid. The cost of that brief, violent stand was measured in the bellies of hungry children and the desperate, haunted eyes of their mothers. The tragedy of Evarts wasn't confined to the 4 men who died. It was a slow, creeping tragedy that would stalk the families of the living for years to come. The state of Kentucky did not respond with understanding. It responded with handcuffs and indictments. Dozens of miners and union organizers were hunted down, arrested, and charged with murder and conspiracy. The iron machinery of the law, a power far more methodical and relentless than a posse of gun thugs, was brought to bear. These men, who had lived their lives by a simple, brutal code of honor, were now dragged into a world they didn't understand, a world of courtrooms, lawyers, and the foreign language of affidavits and statutes. The trials were a spectacle, a perfect illustration of the clash between two Americas. On one side stood the prosecution, funded by the coal operators and backed by the state, arguing points of law and presenting a clean, simple narrative of a cold-blooded ambush. On the other side stood a miner in a borrowed suit, his hands still bearing the calluses of the coal face. When he spoke, he didn't use legal terms. He spoke of starvation. He spoke of his children's hunger. He spoke of the endless provocations by the company guards. His defense wasn't written in a law book. It was etched on the faces of his neighbors. He was essentially saying, "They pushed us until we had no choice but to push back." In that courtroom, it wasn't just the men on trial, it was the mountain code itself. And the jury was made up of men who understood that code. They were farmers and small merchants from the surrounding counties. They may not have worked in the mines, but they knew the arrogance of the coal companies. They knew what a gun thug was. They heard the legal arguments, but they also heard the unspoken truth of the miners' testimony. They looked at the accused and didn't see killers. They saw men exactly like themselves, pushed to the absolute limit. And then came the verdict in the first major trial. Not guilty. The word landed like a thunderclap in the silent courtroom. It was a stunning, almost unbelievable victory. The state, with all its power and all its money, had failed to convince a jury of their peers that these miners were criminals. The verdict was a clear message from the community. The blame for the blood spilled at Evarts did not belong to the miners alone. It belonged to the system that had cornered them. Realizing they could never get a conviction, the prosecutors eventually dropped the murder charges against the remaining men. On paper, it was a victory for the Union, a moment of incredible triumph. But was it justice? The men were free, but the war was far from over. The gun thugs still patrolled the roads, the families were still starving, and the coal company's power, though challenged, had not been broken. The law had rendered its judgment, but the mountains had their own way of settling scores, and the violence in bloody Harlan was only just beginning. So, what became of the men who drove the convoy, the ones who held the whip hand? The law never came for Sheriff J.H. Blair. No grand jury ever convened to question the coal operators about the system of debt and violence they had created. While the miners were being hunted in the hills, the architects of their desperation sat safely in their offices, counting their profits and hiring more guards. The battle for them was not a tragedy. It was an inconvenience and a justification for even more brutality. In the immediate aftermath, their power seemed to grow. The presence of the National Guard gave them the cover they needed to systematically break the strike. Sheriff Blair and his deputies, far from being investigated, were emboldened. They now had a mandate to treat every Union man as a potential killer. The terror in Harlan County intensified, becoming a long, grinding war of attrition marked by ambushes and assassinations. For a time, it seemed the company had won an absolute victory. But history has its own form of justice, one that is often slow and ironic. By pushing the miners into open warfare, the operators had created a national spectacle. The name Bloody Harlan became a headline, a rallying cry for the labor movement across America. The stories of gun thugs and starving families brought congressional committees and federal investigators down into their closed kingdom. They had wanted to keep the Union out, but their methods put a spotlight on them so harsh that it eventually burned away the shadows they operated in. And Sheriff Blair, he became a symbol not of law and order but of corporate tyranny. Florence Reese, the wife of an organizer, wrote her defiant anthem, "Which Side Are You On?" while Blair's men were outside her house, ready to break in. The song outlived him. It outlived the mine operators. It became the voice of the struggle long after their names were forgotten footnotes. In the end, the company men won the battle and the immediate war, but they lost their anonymity. They had wanted to make an example of the miners, but in doing so, they had made a damning example of themselves, one that would be studied for generations as a lesson in greed and brutality. For the families of the men who fought at Evarts, the battle never really ended. A man's surname became his history, a brand that marked him and his children. For some, it was a badge of honor. They were the sons of the men who stood up. But for many, it was a curse. They found themselves blacklisted, unable to get work in any mine in the region. The only path forward was to leave. A quiet exodus began, as families packed what little they had and scattered, seeking a life in the factories of Ohio or the auto plants of Detroit, hoping to outrun the long shadow of a single day in May. The community itself tried to heal by forcing itself to forget. A heavy blanket of silence was pulled over the memory of the battle. People had to live together after all. The son of a miner who fought on the hillside might find himself working a shift next to the son of a company man who was in that convoy. To survive, they could not speak of it. The gunfight became a ghost, a presence that everyone felt but no one acknowledged. It was a peace built not on forgiveness, but on the shared conspiracy of never speaking its name, a wound that scarred over but never truly closed. The Battle of Evarts didn't bring the Union to Harlan. In fact, it kicked off the bloodiest phase of the Harlan County War, a brutal decade of assassinations and bombings. The operator's power seemed unbreakable, but the battle had changed something fundamental. It had proven that the miners would die before they surrendered completely. It had created martyrs. It had planted a seed of defiance that, watered with the blood of men like Jim Penland, would stubbornly refuse to die. When the New Deal and new federal laws finally gave the United Mine Workers the leverage they needed to come back into Harlan years later, they were building on the foundation laid at Evarts. The legends of that day were told in secret, inspiring a new generation to take up the fight. The power dynamic didn't shift overnight, but the battle was the first great crack in the dam. The gunsmoke cleared in a matter of minutes, but the shadow it cast would stretch on for generations, a constant, haunting reminder of the price of dignity. If you drive the road that runs through Evarts today, you can still find the spot. The pavement is wider now, the old railroad tracks long gone, but the shape of the land hasn't changed. The hillside still rises steeply from the road, a silent, green witness. There are no monuments here, no bronze plaques to mark the spot where the battle was fought. The only memorials are the ones you have to search for. A weathered tombstone in a small mountain cemetery, the name Jim Penland worn smooth by a century of rain and sorrow. The most enduring echo of that day is the name it gave the county. Before the battle, Harlan was just another coal county. After, it was forever Bloody Harlan. The name became a brand, a piece of American folklore. To the outside world, it was a shorthand for violence, poverty, and backwardness. But to the people within, it was something more complicated. A source of shame, yes, but also a badge of a certain stubborn, dangerous pride. It was a reminder that this was a place where men would not be pushed too far. The story of the battle itself left the pages of the newspapers and passed into legend. It became a ballad, sung not with guitars, but in the quiet telling of stories from grandfather to grandson on a front porch at dusk. In these tellings, the miners were always braver, the gun thugs more evil. The rumor of a machine gun hidden in the woods grew into an accepted fact. The battle became a modern-day Thermopylae in the mountains, a story told to teach the young what it costs to stand up for yourself. And its anthem, born from the terror that followed, became Florence Reese's immortal question. Which side are you on? That question still hangs in the air in Harlan County. The coal companies may not hold the absolute power they once did. The gun thugs are gone. But the fundamental struggle remains. The fight against outside forces that seek to extract the wealth from the mountains while leaving the people with nothing. is a story that has never ended. It just changes its name and its face. The spirit of defiance that rose up on that hillside in 1931 is still there, sleeping just beneath the surface. The men who fought at Evarts are all gone now. Their bodies return to the same earth they once mined. But their ghost has not left these hills. It's in the stubborn set of a jaw when a man is told he can't provide for his family. It's in the fierce protective love for this hard land. And it's in the understanding that sometimes, when you're pushed to the wall, the only answer the world seems to understand is the roar of a gun. So we return to the question that started it all, hanging in the smoky air of 1931. Was the Battle of Evarts a heroic last stand or a villainous ambush? The truth is, it was neither, and it was both. These were not heroes in shining armor. Their actions brought a reign of terror and hardship down on the very families they sought to protect. But they were not villains. They were the inevitable product of a cruel and calculated system. They were what Harlan County had made them. Desperate men who had been shown time and again that violence was the only currency the company truly respected. The Battle of Evarts is a timeless, brutal lesson in what happens when you push a people past the breaking point. It teaches us that you cannot strip a man of his home, his wages, and his hope, and expect him to bow his head in silence. Sooner or later, he will stand up. This wasn't a clash of armies. It was a clash of worlds. The cold, mathematical logic of profit ran headlong into the hot-blooded, unwritten code of the mountains, a code where a man's honor was worth more than his life. The 4 men who died that day were only the first casualties. The battle's true toll was measured in the years of fear, the families broken apart, and the legacy of bitterness that stained the ground for a generation. It stands as a monument, not of victory or defeat, but as a testament to the explosive power of wounded pride. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Bloody Harlan. A story not about a wage, but about what a man will do when his dignity is the last thing he has left to lose. If you stand on a ridge in Logan County, West Virginia, and just listen, all you'll hear is the wind moving through the pines. It feels ancient, peaceful. But 160 years ago, this silence was an illusion. It was a cover. In these very hills, a different kind of civil war was fought, a war of shadows and whispers, where your neighbor was more dangerous than any army. This valley was a hunting ground, and 2 men were the apex predators. One of them, you know, Devil Anse Hatfield. The other, his name has been swallowed by the fog of time. Today, we're peeling back that fog. We're here to find the story of Captain William Anderson, known to his men as Wall. He was the first man to wage a private war against Hatfield, a Union guerrilla chief whose personal crusade for a murdered friend would pour the foundation for the most infamous feud in American history. This ground remembers him, and if we listen close enough, it'll tell us his tale. Before the first shots were fired at Fort Sumter, life along the Tug Fork River followed a rhythm as old as the mountains themselves. It was a world of scattered log cabins, nestled in deep hollows, where a man's last name meant more than any flag. Here, loyalty wasn't given to a government in some far-off city. It was sworn to your kin, your clan. Life was a relentless cycle of planting, hunting, and surviving, carved out of the forest with an axe and a rifle. And in this world lived 2 young men, both forged from the same mountain grit, both natural leaders, and both named Anderson. The first was William Anderson. The records don't tell us much about his early life, but they tell us what he stood for. He was a Unionist through and through. For him, and many like him, the Confederacy was the creation of wealthy tidewater aristocrats, the same flatland politicians who had always looked down on the mountain people as backward and unimportant. The Union represented something purer, a nation of free men, not a society built on the backs of slaves. In a county that was bleeding secessionist sympathy, holding that belief wasn't just an opinion, it was a dangerous declaration. The other was Anderson Hatfield, a man whose charisma was as sharp as his aim. History would come to call him Devil Ants. He saw the world differently. To him, the war was about defending his home from a federal government that had no right to tell a man how to live. He was a product of his place and time, fiercely independent and deeply loyal to Virginia. When the state seceded, his loyalty went with it. He saw the Union as an invader, an enemy at his doorstep. Before the war, they were just neighbors in a sparsely populated county. They would have passed each other on the trail, perhaps traded stories or shared a mason jar of corn liquor at a local gathering. They understood the same unwritten laws of the mountains. But in 1861, the whole world changed. A line was drawn right down the middle of the Tug Fork Valley. Suddenly, you had to choose. Were you for the Union or for the Confederacy? There was no middle ground. Friendships soured overnight. Families were torn apart. The quiet suspicion that had always existed between neighbors began to curdle into a deadly hatred. This beautiful, rugged land, once a sanctuary, was about to become a slaughterhouse. William Anderson and Ance Hatfield, two men who might have been friends in another life, were now standing on opposite sides of a chasm, ready to lead their people into a war far more personal and brutal than anything happening on the famous battlefields of the East. History isn't always found on a bronze plaque. Sometimes the most powerful truths are hidden in plain sight, tucked away in a cardboard box in the basement of a county courthouse. That's where I found this. It's a digital copy of a fragile yellow document from the West Virginia State Archives, a military muster roll from 1862. The ink is faded, the names handwritten in a script that's almost art, but one entry is perfectly clear. At the top of a list of about 50 men, it reads, Captain William Anderson. This single piece of paper is the key. It makes him real, pulling him out of the realm of folklore and into official history. And it gives us the official name of his unit, the Logan County Home Guard. The name sounds so orderly, so defensive. It paints a picture of local men, deputized to protect their homes and keep the peace. A neighborhood watch with rifles, sanctioned by the new Union government of West Virginia. But that's the paradox, isn't it? No one in these hills passed down stories about the Home Guard. The name that was whispered with a mix of fear and reverence was the Logan Wildcats. To their enemies, they were known by an even more sinister name, the Snakes, a title that spoke of the way they fought, silent, sudden, and lethal. This official document is the sanctioned story, the clean version written for the men in Charleston and Wheeling. So this roll of names, this simple piece of paper, poses the critical question that unlocks our entire story. What turns a home guard into a band of feared guerrilla fighters? What events were so brutal, so personal, that they twisted a mission of defense into a campaign of vengeance? This document tells us who they were on paper. Now, we have to find out who they were in the flesh and in the blood. That muster roll wasn't just a piece of paper. It was a hunting license. With the official blessing of the new Union government of West Virginia, Captain Wall Anderson's mission was clear: to crush Confederate sympathy in Logan County. And in a war like this, that didn't mean fighting an army. It meant fighting your neighbors. Their first and most critical task was to disarm the local population known to be loyal to the South. In the mountains of Appalachia, this was more than a strategic move. It was a profound insult. A man's rifle wasn't just a tool, it was his provider, his protector, his symbol of independence. To have it taken from you, especially by men you grew up with, was an unforgivable violation. Imagine the scene. Anderson and his home guard ride up to a remote cabin, the smoke curling from its chimney. They aren't an invading army, they are familiar faces. They call the man of the house by his first name. But they are there to demand he surrender his long rifle and his squirrel gun, the very things he needs to feed his family and defend his home. They are acting under official orders. But to the family inside that cabin, this is nothing short of tyranny. This is how the war began here, not with a cannon blast, but with a tense standoff on a cabin porch. Of course, this aggression did not go unanswered. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. And in Logan County, that reaction was Ance Hatfield. He watched as Anderson's men, his Unionist rivals, used the law as a weapon against his kin and his allies. In response, he gathered his own band of fighters, also known confusingly as the Logan Wildcats. They became the Confederate shadow to Anderson's Union force. If Anderson's men raided a secessionist farm for guns and supplies, Hatfield's men would retaliate, hitting a Unionist farm twice as hard. This was the true beginning of the conflict. It was a slow-burning fuse lit in the summer of 1862. It became a brutal, intimate cycle of retribution. A Unionist would wake to find his corn crib burned to the ground. A week later, a Confederate sympathizer would find his best mule gone, taken in the dead of night. Taunts were shouted across moonlit hollers. Men would vanish on lonely trails, their bodies found days later. The formal name Home Guard became a bitter joke. This is how they earned their real names. To the Union families they protected, they were the Wildcats, fierce and loyal. But to the families they terrorized, their tactics were more subtle, more sinister. They were said to move through the woods without making a sound, to strike from the laurel thickets without warning and melt back into the shadows. They were the Snakes. And Captain Wall Anderson, once just a neighbor, was now their leader, locked in a deadly chess match with Devil Ance Hatfield, where the pawns were their own people and the board was the land they all called home. The official record is a cold thing. It gives you names, dates, and causes of death, but it never tells you about the fear. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the stories in their blood. My search led me to a small house just outside of Matewan, to a man sitting on his front porch, whose great-great-uncle was Asa Harmon McCoy. He's one of the unofficial keepers of the valley's memory, a man whose quiet words carry the weight of 5 generations of pain. When I asked him about Harmon, he nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the distant ridgeline. The books will tell you he was a Union soldier killed by Confederate partisans, he said, his voice raspy with age. And that's true, far as it goes. But the story my grandpa always told me, it was a whole lot more personal than that. He explained that Harmon wasn't just a faceless enemy in a blue uniform. He was known. He had lived here his whole life. His enemies weren't strangers. They were the men he'd grown up with. According to the McCoy family law, the real trouble started when Harmon came home from the army. He was seen at the local grist mill by Jim Vance, Devil Ance Hatfield's uncle, a man known throughout the valley for having a temper as hot as a forge and a heart as cold as a stone. Vance looked Harmon up and down, taking in the blue uniform and the discharged soldier's limp, and said something that wasn't just a threat, but a prophecy. "The way my family tells it," the old man said, leaning forward in his chair. Vance looked him dead in the eye and said, "The buzzards will be picking at your bones before the winter's out." You see, that's the part the history books leave out. This wasn't a random act of war. It was a death sentence delivered in public. Harmon knew Jim Vance, and he knew that Vance wasn't a man for idle threats. The family story insists that Devil Ance Hatfield himself had given his blessing to this kind of intimidation, telling his men to make life a living hell for any McCoy who had sided with the Union. Harmon McCoy was now marked. He was a man being hunted, not by an army, but by his own neighbors. This is the human truth that breathes life into the cold facts. The story passed down on this porch explains the terror that followed, and it gives us the emotional key to what happens next. It wasn't politics anymore. It was personal. And for Wall Anderson, hearing that his friend and comrade was being stalked like an animal by his sworn enemy's clan, it was about to become the point of no return. The winter of 1864 was a bitter one in the mountains. The war was grinding to its bloody conclusion, But in the Tug Fork Valley, the hatred burned hotter than ever. Asa Harmon McCoy, home from the Union Army with a broken leg, knew the threat against him was real. He didn't dare sleep in his own bed. He found a small, cold cave in the hills above his cabin, a place where he thought he would be safe. His wife and a loyal family slave named Pete would sneak food and blankets to him under the cover of darkness. For weeks, he lived like a hunted animal, listening to every snap of a twig, watching every shadow. His chief protector during this time was Captain Wall Anderson. Anderson saw Harmon's situation not just as a threat to one of his men, but as a direct challenge from Devil Anse Hatfield. He vowed to keep Harmon safe. Anderson's wildcats would patrol the ridges around the McCoy property, a silent, unseen shield. For a time, it worked. The presence of Anderson's feared guerrilla fighters kept the Hatfield clan at bay. A tense, fragile stalemate settled over the valley, a cold war fought with watchful eyes and loaded rifles. But the stalemate couldn't last. In the first week of January 1865, the fragile peace was shattered. A critical message reached Wall Anderson. A major force of Confederate cavalry was sweeping through the region, and his unit was needed to counter them. It was a legitimate military order he could not ignore. With a heavy heart, Anderson gathered his men and rode out, leaving the hollows around Harmon's homestead temporarily unguarded. He likely warned Harmon to be extra cautious, to stay hidden until he returned. It was a calculated risk, but a necessary one. This was the moment Jim Vance had been waiting for. With Anderson and his snakes gone, the valley was his. He gathered a band of Hatfield partisans, men who shared his burning hatred for the Unionist McCoys. On the morning of January the 7th, a fresh blanket of snow covered the ground, and in that snow, they found what they were looking for: a single set of tracks leading from the McCoy cabin up into the hills. It was Pete, the slave, bringing breakfast to his master's hiding place. They had their trail. The hunt was on. They tracked Pete to the cave. What happened next was not a battle, it was an execution. They found Harmon McCoy, wounded and alone, and shot him where he lay. The sound of the gunfire echoed through the cold, empty hollow. There was no one there to hear it, no one left to protect him. The promise Jim Vance had made at the grist mill had been kept. By pulling his men away for a larger fight, Wall Anderson had inadvertently left the door open for his enemy. When he returned and found Harmon's body, his sense of duty would have curdled into a furious, guilt-ridden desire for vengeance. The war was no longer about flags or politics. It was about a debt of blood that would be paid to the Hatfield clan. To understand what happened next, you have to come here, to the place where the official records fall silent. This is the hollow where Asa Harmon McCoy made his home. There's nothing left of his cabin now, just a flat patch of earth that nature is slowly reclaiming. It's not an easy place to get to. The hills rise up around you like fortress walls, steep and choked with rhododendron. This is a landscape that swallows sound, a place that can make a man feel utterly alone. And in the winter of 1865, that isolation was a weapon used against him. The physical evidence of Harmon's last stand isn't a bullet hole in a wall or a scorch mark on the ground. It's the land itself. Up there, on that ridge, the hillside is riddled with shallow caves and rock outcroppings. The exact one where he hid is lost to legend, and in a way, that makes the story even more chilling. It could have been any of them. I'm standing at the mouth of one now. It's cold, damp. Water drips from the rock, and the only sound is the wind at my back. It feels like a sanctuary, a perfect hiding place, but it's a trap. There's only one way in and one way out. This is where the hunt ended. Imagine that morning, January 7th, 1865. A fresh coat of snow covers everything, a perfect, clean slate. And on that canvas, a set of footprints, left by the slave Pete as he carried food up this very hillside. He was an act of loyalty, an act of human decency in the middle of a brutal war. But Jim Vance and his partisans saw those tracks not as a sign of loyalty, but as a map. Every step Pete took in that snow was a nail in Harmon McCoy's coffin. The land that was meant to hide him had betrayed him. The partisans didn't have to search, they just had to follow. Right here, on this unforgiving slope, the silence was about to be shattered. This cold stone hillside was about to become a tomb. Inside the cave, the cold was a physical thing, seeping through Harmon McCoy's clothes and settling deep in his bones. The only warmth came from a small, shielded fire that gave off more smoke than heat. He would have heard them coming, but not in the way you hear an army. There was no thunder of hooves, no battle cry. There was only the unnatural silence that falls over a forest when all the animals go quiet at once. A single bird, startled from a branch. A crunch of snow that was too heavy to be a deer. He was a woodsman. He knew the signs. The trap had been sprung. The men who surrounded the cave moved with the patience of wolves. They were shadows against the snow, their faces grim, their eyes hard. Jim Vance was at their head, his presence radiating a cold, implacable menace. There were no words spoken, no final taunts. The time for threats was over. This was the time for the prophecy to be fulfilled. They took their positions, a semicircle of rifles aimed at the dark mouth of the cave. For a long moment, the only sound was the wind whispering through the bare winter trees. Then, the hollow exploded. A single rifle shot cracked the silence, its report echoing off the rock faces like a clap of thunder. It was followed instantly by a volley, a deafening roar of black powder and lead that ripped through the frigid air. The birds that had been hiding in the trees burst into the sky in a panic. The sound rolled down the valley, a brutal announcement that a debt had been collected. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. A profound silence fell, heavier and more complete than before. The only smell was the sharp, sulphurous tang of burnt gunpowder hanging in the air. The figures in the snow didn't linger. Their work was done. One by one, they turned and melted back into the trees, leaving behind nothing but their tracks and the deep, ringing quiet. When the first search party, led by Harmon's family, finally made their way up the treacherous hillside hours later, they were met with that same chilling silence. They saw the disturbed snow, the dozens of footprints circling the cave. Inside, the meager fire had burned down to embers. A tin plate with a piece of cornbread lay overturned on the dirt floor. The air was still thick with the ghost of violence. They didn't need to see the full horror to understand what had happened. The message, delivered with such brutal finality, was clear. This wasn't an act of war. This was murder. And it was a message intended not just for the McCoys, but for their protector, Captain Wall Anderson. After a crime so brutal, you expect to find a paper trail. You expect to see the machinery of justice, however slow and imperfect, begin to turn. So, I went to the Logan County Courthouse archives, to the massive leather-bound ledgers where the county's business was recorded. The pages are thick and brittle, the ink faded to a rusty brown. You can smell the history on them, a century and a half of dust and decay. I was looking for one thing, an indictment for the murder of Asa Harmon McCoy. I turned the fragile pages, past land disputes and lawsuits over stolen pigs, to the entries for January of 1865. My finger traced the elegant handwritten script, searching for the names. Vance, Hatfield, anyone from the partisan band. I was looking for a warrant, a coroner's report, a magistrate's note, anything to show that the law recognized that a man had been hunted down and killed in a cave. But there is nothing. It's not just a lack of a conviction, it's a lack of any record whatsoever. The official legal account of January 7th, 1865 is a complete and total silence. It's as if Asa Harmon McCoy simply ceased to exist. His murder, an event that would ignite a feud for the next 30 years, is a ghost in these pages. The ink of the law never touched it. This is where you have to learn to read between the lines, to see the story in the empty space. That silence is more damning than any written verdict. It tells you that in Logan County, the official law was either powerless or complicit. It tells you that men like Jim Vance and the Hatfield clan operated with impunity, their influence so strong that the local courts wouldn't dare cross them. The system had failed, and when the official law turns a blind eye, another, older law takes its place. The law of the mountains, the law of blood for blood. For Captain Wall Anderson, this empty page in a courthouse ledger would have been the final confirmation. There would be no trial. There would be no justice from a judge in a black robe. He and his wildcats would have to become the judge, the jury, and the executioner themselves. The hunt was on, but it wouldn't be the sheriff leading it. When the law refuses to write the story, men with guns write it for them. For Captain Wall Anderson, that silent ledger in the Logan courthouse was not an ending. It was a declaration of war. If the official system would not pursue Asa Harmon McCoy's killers, then he would. The mission of the Logan Wildcats changed that day. It was no longer about defending the Union or disarming sympathizers. It was now a single, burning objective: to hunt down Jim Vance and every man who had followed him up that snowy hill. Justice would not be found in a courtroom. It would be delivered from the barrel of a rifle. The manhunt that followed was a terrifying affair. Anderson's snakes were masters of this terrain. They knew every trail, every hidden pass, every creek bed that could hide a man's tracks. They began a relentless campaign of pressure against the Hatfield clan. Men known to have been part of the death squad found themselves stalked. A trip to the grist mill became a life-or-death gamble. The woods around their homes, once a source of comfort, now held an unseen menace. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow at dusk, could be one of Anderson's men waiting. There was no formal courtroom, but the mountains themselves became the venue for a trial by terror. Anderson's men would appear on a ridge overlooking a Hatfield-allied farm, just standing there, a silent, ominous promise. They conducted lightning raids, not for supplies, but for information, trying to squeeze the location of Vance out of his friends and family. The cycle of retribution that had been simmering for years now boiled over. In response to the hunt, Devil Anse Hatfield fortified his own people. The Tug Fork Valley became a checkerboard of fear, where armed bands from both sides patrolled the hollers, and a chance encounter on a narrow trail could erupt into a bloody skirmish. There was no verdict read by a judge. The verdict was the scream of a rifle echoing through the night. It was the sight of a barn burning against the black sky. It was the constant, gnawing fear that your name was on a list, and that the man hunting you would not stop until the debt for his friend's murder was paid in full. The pursuit of Harmon McCoy's killers was never a legal process. It was a private war, a brutal vendetta that consumed the last months of the Civil War and laid a bloody foundation of personal hatred that would last for another 30 years. The law had failed, and in its place, the law of the gun reigned supreme. To understand how a war truly ends, you have to look at how the warriors themselves ended up. You have to walk among the dead. Here, in Logan County, just off the main road, is the Hatfield family cemetery, and you can't miss its centerpiece. High on a hill stands a life-sized marble statue of Devil Anse Hatfield, imported from Italy. He looks out over the valley he once ruled, defiant and proud even in death. It's not a headstone, it's a declaration. This is the final resting place of a man who lived a long life, died in his bed surrounded by family, and became a legend, a man who won. Then you cross the Tug Fork into Kentucky, and you find a different kind of grave. In a small, quiet family plot, you'll find the marker for Asa Harmon McCoy. It's a simple government-issue stone, the kind given to a soldier. It's humble, dignified, and tragically understated. It marks the end of a life cut violently short. They lie just a few miles apart now, the famous patriarch and the first victim, enemies in life, silent neighbors in death. But there's one man missing from this final roll call, the man who started the hunt, the man whose rage over Harmon's death set the whole feud in motion. Where is Captain William Wall Anderson? I've searched the old churchyards, the forgotten family plots overgrown with weeds, and the official records. There is no grave, no marker, no stone to say that he was ever here at all. Devil Anse is immortalized in marble, and his first victim has his soldier's stone, but their nemesis he has vanished from the earth as completely as a ghost in the morning mist. A man so central to this conflict, a man who burned with such a righteous fire, doesn't just disappear. His empty space on the landscape raises the final critical question that takes us back in time one last time. What happened to Wall Anderson? In April of 1865, General Lee surrendered at Appomattox. For most of the country, the Civil War was over. But in the Tug Fork Valley, the news of peace was just a rumor from a world away. Here, the war had never been about North and South. It was about Anderson and Hatfield, McCoy and Vance. The official war was over, but the killing wasn't. Captain Wall Anderson's personal manhunt for the murderers of Asa Harmon McCoy continued into the summer, a bloody epilogue to the national conflict. His fury had not cooled. The historical record shows that sometime in that violent summer of '65, Anderson and his Wildcats cornered a group of Hatfield's men near a place called the Dry Fork of the Tug. A vicious firefight erupted. It was an ambush, a chaotic swirl of smoke and muzzle flashes among the dense trees. And in that final desperate skirmish, Wall Anderson's luck ran out. A Confederate ball, fired months after their cause was officially lost, tore through his side. His men managed to drive off the attackers and carry their badly wounded captain from the field, but the blow was a devastating one. And this, right here, is where the story of Captain William Wall Anderson fractures into legend. The official records fall silent. His name vanishes from the muster rolls. What happened next depends on who you ask and which story has been passed down in their family. One version says he died of that wound, either slowly in a bed surrounded by his grieving men, or quickly, bleeding out on the trail. In this telling, he is a tragic hero, a martyr who gave his life for his cause right at the very end. Others whisper a darker tale, that he survived the initial wound, but was assassinated later, a final, quiet act of revenge by the Hatfields to eliminate their most dangerous enemy once and for all. But there is a third version, the one that best explains the empty space where his grave should be. It's the story of a man who simply had enough. He survived his wound, but the war had broken something inside him. He had seen too much killing, had felt too much hate. He looked around and saw that the Union he fought for had won, but his own personal war was a poison that would never stop spreading. And so, he just walked away. He left his life as a guerrilla captain behind, melted back into the mountains he knew so well, and vanished, becoming a ghost of the hollers, a man who chose to erase himself rather than fire another shot. Whatever the truth, the result was the same. With Wall Anderson gone, the Unionist cause in Logan County lost its teeth. Its fiercest protector was gone. Devil Anse Hatfield was now the undisputed power in the valley. The hunt for Harmon McCoy's killers was over. The debt, as far as the law was concerned, was forgotten. But the McCoys did not forget. The fire of vengeance that Wall Anderson had lit was now passed to them, an inheritance of blood that would smolder for years before erupting into the full-blown war that history would remember as the Hatfield-McCoy feud. Even now, a century and a half later, the ghost of William Wall Anderson is still fighting a war in these mountains. His legacy is a battleground. Devil Anse Hatfield's story is complicated, but it's chiseled in stone. Anderson's story, however, is a whisper that changes depending on which side of the hollow you're standing in. His name isn't a historical fact. It's a litmus test for old loyalties that run as deep as the coal seams. If you talk to the descendants of the McCoy family, or those whose ancestors were staunch Unionists, Wall Anderson was a hero, plain and simple. He was the only law that mattered in a lawless time. When the courthouse turned a blind eye to murder, he was the righteous fury that fought back. They'll tell you he was a brave captain who stood up to the brutal partisans led by men like Jim Vance, protecting innocent families from being terrorized. To them, his wildcats were a shield, and he was the wall that gave them their name, the last line of defense against Confederate tyranny. But cross the river. Talk to the families who still take pride in their Confederate roots, whose great-grandfathers rode with devil ants. To them, William Anderson was a monster, a marauder. They don't call him a soldier, they call him a bushwhacker who used the chaos of war as a license to plunder and kill. They speak the name snakes with venom, remembering stories passed down of night raids, of stolen livestock, of a fear that their own government-sanctioned protector was a common criminal. In their version of the story, Devil Ants was the true hero, a man defending his home and people from Anderson's murderous gang. So who was he? A patriot or a killer? A lawman or a terrorist? The terrible, unsettling truth is that he was probably both. In a guerrilla war, fought neighbor against neighbor, the line between a soldier and a murderer is often just a shadow on the ground. To the family he was protecting, he was a savior. To the family he was hunting, he was the devil himself. His legacy isn't a single story, but a collection of conflicting, deeply personal truths, all of them held with absolute conviction. He reminds us that the victor may write the history books, but the vanquished write the family stories, and those are the ones that never die. When a man leaves no grave, he can't be buried. And when a story has no ending, it can never truly be over. With the facts of William Anderson's fate lost to time, the storytellers of the mountains took over. The man of flesh and blood died or vanished, but in his place, they created something that could never die. A ghost, a legend. To this day, there are people in these hills who will tell you that Wall Anderson never left. They say his spirit still walks the high ridges that overlook the Tug Fork, forever on patrol. They turn him into a cautionary tale, a boogeyman to scare the young. They say, if you're hunting late in the evening and you hear the snap of a twig behind you, don't turn around too fast. It might be the ghost of the old Union captain, still searching for the men who killed his friend. He has become a haint of the mountains, a restless spirit tied to the land he fought and bled for. This is the final stage in the life of a story like this. It's how a community processes a trauma that has no clean resolution. There was no final justice for Asa Harmon McCoy. There was no known resting place for his avenger. So the people absorbed him into their folklore. The ghost story is a way of remembering, a way of warning that old hatreds don't just disappear. They linger in the soil, in the shadows between the trees. The man is gone, but the grudge remains. And so, Captain William Wall Anderson, the historical figure, has faded almost completely. In his place stands the legend. He is no longer just a man who fought in a war. He is a permanent part of the landscape's psychic terrain, a symbol of a feud so bitter that not even death could end it. He is the whisper in the pines, the unseen fear in the hollow, a ghost born from a real man's quest for vengeance. And so, we end where we began. Standing on this ridge in Logan County, listening to the wind move through the pines. The sound hasn't changed, but after our journey, the silence feels different. It's no longer empty. Now, it's filled with the echoes of a forgotten war. We started with a single name on a faded muster roll and followed it into the heart of a darkness that history tried to forget. We stood at the mouth of a cold cave. We saw the ghost in the empty pages of a courthouse ledger, and we learned how one man's righteous fury could become a law unto itself. The story of William Wall Anderson is the proof that the most famous legends are often built on forgotten foundations. The world remembers the Hatfield-McCoy feud as a story of stolen pigs and star-crossed lovers. But that's the tale, not the truth. The truth began here, with a political assassination and a promise of vengeance. It's a reminder that the great sweeping forces of history are always at their heart intensely personal stories of love, loyalty, and a hatred that can outlive the men who carry it. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, remember that it's not just a pile of stones. It's a library filled with stories of the choices that define us. The men who fought here are long gone. The cabins they defended have returned to the earth. The guns have fallen silent. But the story remains.
The air hung heavy and thick, cloying with the damp scent of pine and something else, something metallic, like fresh blood on cold earth. Mist, thick as a shroud, snaked through the hollows, clinging to the branches of ancient oaks, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. Then, from the distant ridge, came the sharp crack of a rifle shot. A sound that echoed through the hills and valleys of Appalachia, a sound that meant death. For generations, that sound was the heartbeat of the mountains. It was the language of the Hatfield-McCoy feud. It spoke of bitter grudges, of families pitted against families, a brutal symphony of vengeance and survival. And at the center of it all stood a figure carved from the very rock of those hills, William Anderson Hatfield, better known as Devil Anse. He was a patriarch, a warlord, a man whose name alone could curdle the blood in your veins. They said he was as cunning as a fox, as fierce as a bear, and as ruthless as the land itself. His power wasn't written in laws or treaties. It was etched in the fear he inspired, in the loyalty of his clan, and in the cold steel of the firearms they carried. Devil Anse ruled through sheer force, through intimidation, and by making it clear that his word was the law, enforced by lead and fire. His legend looms large, a testament to the raw, untamed power of the Appalachian frontier. He lived and died a king of the mountains, a symbol of brute strength and defiant independence. His story is one of the most famous, most violent, most American sagas ever told. But what if the most powerful Hatfield who ever lived wasn't the one holding the gun? What if he was the one counting the votes? The man who eclipsed the Devil's legend was his cousin, Ephraim Hatfield. And he was a different kind of animal entirely. He wasn't a mountain warlord. He was a political boss. He rarely carried a gun, and some say he never even raised his voice. He didn't need to. Where Devil Anse's power ended at the barrel of a Winchester, Eph's was just beginning. His kingdom was not a windswept mountain hollow. It was the Aracoma Hotel, a handsome brick building in the heart of Logan, West Virginia. And his throne was a simple, unassuming armchair in the lobby. Imagine the scene. Day after day, from morning until evening, Eph Hatfield would sit in that chair watching the world go by. He was a calm, almost placid figure, often dressed in a simple suit. He would read the newspaper, smoke a cigar, and greet men who approached him with a quiet nod. But don't let the stillness fool you. From that single chair, he was pulling the strings of an entire county. The men who came to see him were not weathered Klansmen seeking vengeance. They were sheriffs, judges, coal mine superintendents, and aspiring politicians. They would approach his chair, one by one, and speak in low, deferential tones. They weren't there to pass the time. They were there for a verdict. They were asking for a job for a relative. They were seeking a political endorsement. They were requesting a legal problem to disappear. Ephraim would listen patiently, his eyes missing nothing. A conversation might last minutes, or it might be just a few seconds. And then would come the decision. It wasn't a decree shouted from a mountaintop. It was a slight nod of the head, a quiet word, or just a dismissive wave of the hand. And that was it. A man's fate was sealed. The next county clerk was chosen, a contract was awarded, a deputy was appointed. He didn't need to raise his voice. In Logan County, a word from F. Hatfield could build a man's fortune or bury him without a shovel. This was the new face of power in Appalachia, The brute force of the feud had evolved, becoming something far more sophisticated and far more terrifying. It was the power of the system. To understand how one man could hold a whole county in the palm of his hand, you first have to understand the land that made him. A land of steep hills, deep shadows, and black gold. In the early 20th century, Logan County was less a part of the United States and more a private kingdom. A kingdom built on a single, powerful resource: coal. It was a rugged, isolated place. The mountains themselves were both a blessing and a curse, holding veins of the richest bituminous coal in the world, but also cutting the region off, creating a world unto itself with its own rules. And the first rule was simple: the coal company was God. Massive corporations from the north had swept in, buying up tens of thousands of acres. They built the railroads, they built the mines, and they built the towns. These weren't normal towns. They were company towns, and the name tells you everything you need to know. The company owned every single building: the houses the miners lived in, the store where they bought their food, the church where they prayed, and the hospital where they died. Miners were often paid not in US dollars, but in scrip, a form of private currency that could only be spent at the company store. This created a closed loop of economic servitude. The company gave you a job, paid you in company money, which you then had to give right back to them for rent and overpriced groceries. It was a system designed to keep men perpetually in debt, tethered to the mines for life. Your existence was a line item on a corporate ledger. This created a population of men who were tough, hard-working, and utterly dependent. They had no real rights. Attempts to unionize were crushed with brutal efficiency by private armies of mine guards, men like the infamous Baldwin Felts agents, who were more like corporate mercenaries than detectives. They would evict families from their homes, beat organizers, and sometimes kill them. The coal companies owned the houses, the stores, and the jobs. They owned the miners' bodies. Ephraim Hatfield was about to figure out how to own their souls. He saw the landscape for what it was: a battleground. On one side, you had the immense wealth and power of the coal operators, outsiders who needed the local political system to protect their investments and keep the unions out. On the other side, you had thousands of miners, a vast, untapped source of political power, if only they could be controlled. They were two great opposing forces. The companies had the money. The miners had the numbers. Hatfield realized he could be the bridge between them, and in doing so, become more powerful than either. Ephraim Hatfield's political machine wasn't built with speeches and rallies. It was built like an engine, piece by meticulous piece, in the back rooms and quiet corners of Logan County. It became known as the Logan County System, and it was a masterpiece of corruption. The fuel for this engine was the voter. But in Logan, your vote wasn't so much a right as it was a commodity. The first step was control of the voter rolls. F's organization would pay the poll taxes for thousands of miners and their families. On the surface, it looked like a generous act. In reality, it was a transaction. By paying your tax, they essentially owned your vote. You were now on their list, and you were expected to vote as you were told. The second part of the machine was control of the ballot box itself. This was achieved with brutal simplicity. The election officials in nearly every precinct, the people who counted the votes, were handpicked by F. These weren't impartial civil servants, they were loyal cogs in the machine. On election day, anything was possible. Ballot boxes would be stuffed with votes from people who were dead or had long since moved away. Votes for opposition candidates would simply vanish. Imagine you're a miner in a remote company town. The polling place is run by the mine foreman's brother. Everyone knows who you are, and everyone knows who the company supports. You're handed a pre-marked ballot and told to drop it in the box. What do? Do you risk your job, the roof over your family's head, for the principle of a secret ballot? Most people didn't. They did as they were told. Through this combination of economic pressure and outright fraud, F. Hatfield could deliver the vote of Logan County as a single, predictable block. He could guarantee any candidate thousands of votes, making him indispensable to anyone with statewide ambitions. But here's what made Ephraim a political genius, and what made his system nearly unbeatable. He didn't just pick the winner. In most elections, he picked both candidates. This strategy of controlling both sides of the aisle was the masterstroke. He built a two-headed political beast, and both heads answered to him. In the rest of America, politics was a war between Democrats and Republicans. In Logan County, it was a carefully staged play, and Ephraim Hatfield was the director, the producer, and the man who wrote the script. He understood a fundamental truth. True power isn't about winning the election. It's about controlling the choices. Here's how it worked. Logan County, like much of West Virginia, was traditionally Democratic. So, Ephraim consolidated his control over the local Democratic Party. He became the chairman of the county's Democratic Executive Committee. This position gave him immense power. He could dictate who got on the primary ballot, control the party's finances, and mobilize the party's resources. He would choose a candidate for sheriff, for judge, for county clerk, men who were loyal to him and the machine. His thousands of controlled voters would ensure they won the Democratic primary with ease. This part is simple enough. It's classic political boss behavior. But this is where Eph's genius for corruption came in. He didn't stop there. He looked across the aisle at the Republican Party. In Logan County, the Republicans were a permanent minority. They had no real chance of winning a general election. So Ephraim made them an offer they couldn't refuse. He went to the leaders of the local Republican Party and essentially put them on his payroll. He would provide them with money and influence. In return, he got to pick their candidates too. In the Republican primary, Ephraim would run a candidate he secretly controlled. It might be a friend, a business associate, or someone who simply owed him a favor. Since the Republican Party was so small, it was easy to manipulate their primary election. So now, fast forward to the general election in November. The people of Logan County walk into the voting booth and see their choices. For sheriff, they can vote for the Democrat, John Smith. Or they can vote for the Republican, Peter Jones. It looks like a fair choice. It feels like democracy, but it's an illusion. Because both John Smith and Peter Jones answer to the same man, sitting in his chair in the Aracoma Hotel. No matter who the public voted for, Ephraim Hatfield's man would win. He had created a perfect, closed system. It was a political monster with two heads, one Democrat, one Republican, but both were connected to the same body, and both took their orders from the same brain. With the politicians in his pocket, there was only one piece of the puzzle left to control: the law itself. And in the mountains of West Virginia, the law had a name: the county sheriff. In most of America, the county sheriff is a respected lawman, an elected official who serves the public. In Logan County during the reign of Ephraim Hatfield, the sheriff was a king. His power was immense, far exceeding that of a simple police officer. He was the county treasurer, which meant he controlled all the public money. He was the tax collector, and most importantly, he had the authority to hire and fire hundreds of deputy sheriffs. This wasn't a professional police force. It was a private army. And for years, the man who wore the badge and commanded this army was Don Chafin. Chafin was the physical embodiment of the Logan County system's power. He was tough, ruthless, and fiercely loyal to the machine that put him in office. His deputies were everywhere. They weren't just patrolling the streets of Logan, they were stationed in every coal camp, on every major road, and at every railroad station. Their official job was to keep the peace. Their real job was to enforce the will of the coal companies and the political machine. They were the muscle. Their salaries were paid by the county, but their loyalty was supplemented by the coal operators. The companies paid the sheriff's office a handsome fee for each deputy stationed on their property. This created a perfect circle of corruption. The machine picked the sheriff hired the deputies, and the coal companies paid to keep them in their camps, crushing any sign of union activity. These deputies could arrest anyone, for any reason. They could beat men with impunity. They could stop and search travelers, turning away anyone they deemed an agitator or a union organizer. They created an iron curtain around Logan County, turning it into a fortress state. Fiercely resistant to any outside influence. Imagine a police force that doesn't answer to the public, but to a single man sitting in a hotel lobby. That wasn't a nightmare in Logan County. It was reality. Don Chafin and his army of deputies were the enforcers who made the system work. They were the ones who ensured voters cast their ballots correctly. They were the ones who protected the ballot boxes from prying eyes. They were the iron fist inside the machine's velvet glove. For years, this combination of political cunning and brute force seemed invincible. It was a perfect, self-sustaining ecosystem of power. For years, the machine ran unopposed. It seemed invincible. Then, in 1920, one man made the fatal mistake of believing the law was bigger than E.F. Hatfield. His name was Wallace Hounshell. In a system where every piece was bought and paid for, the courts were supposed to be the final cog in the machine. Judges, like everyone else, were typically chosen for their loyalty, not their legal brilliance. Their job was to legitimize the machine's actions, to provide a rubber stamp of judicial approval for the arrests made by Chafin's deputies and the political maneuvering of Hatfield's allies. But sometimes, a piece doesn't fit. Wallace H. Hounshell was not a product of the Logan County machine. He was an outsider, a respected lawyer from a neighboring county who, through a twist of political fate, was appointed by the governor to fill a vacant seat on the circuit court bench in Logan. He was an educated man, a man who believed in the sanctity of the law and the integrity of the courts. He was, in every way, the wrong man for the job, if you were F. Hatfield. When Judge Hounshell first arrived in Logan, he was likely prepared for a certain amount of local flavor in the justice system. What he found shocked him to his core. He saw a legal system that was a complete sham. Grand juries were packed with the sheriff's deputies. Indictments were handed down not based on evidence, but on political convenience. Men were arrested on flimsy charges, held in jail, and pressured to vote the right way in exchange for their freedom. The courtroom, which Hounshell considered a sacred space, was being used as just another tool of coercion, and he refused to be a part of it. He began to fight back, using the only weapon he had, his position as judge. He started scrutinizing the indictments brought before him. He found dozens that were legally baseless and threw them out of court, freeing the men who had been arrested. He publicly questioned the methods of the sheriff's office. He began to block the machine's moves, using the letter of the law as his shield and his sword. For the first time in years, the gears of the Logan County system began to grind, to meet resistance. A wave of hope, small but real, began to ripple through the county. It seemed that one man, armed with courage and a law book, could actually make a difference. Hounshell thought he was fighting for justice. He didn't realize he had just declared war on a king in the middle of his kingdom. And the king was about to strike back. Ephraim Hatfield and his lieutenants did not panic. Their machine was not designed to handle justice. It was designed to crush opposition. And Judge Hounshell was the most dangerous kind of opposition, an honest man in a position of power. They couldn't bribe him, they couldn't intimidate him. So, they decided to destroy him. The counterattack was not a noisy affair. It didn't happen in a dark alley. It happened in quiet, smoke-filled rooms in the state capital of Charleston. The machine's strategy was as brilliant as it was diabolical. If you can't control the judge, get rid of him. They decided to have him impeached. This was a declaration of total war. Impeaching a judge was a rare and extreme measure. It required mobilizing the machine's full influence at the state level. F. Hatfield and his allies called in every favor they were owed. They leaned on the state legislators whose campaigns they had funded. They whispered in the ears of the governor they had helped elect. Their foot soldiers in Logan County were tasked with a single mission: find dirt on Judge Hounshell, or if you can't find any, create it. An army of sheriff's deputies and machine loyalists began to meticulously comb through every decision, every case, every aspect of Hounshell's life, looking for anything that could be twisted into an accusation. They interviewed disgruntled litigants who had lost cases in his court. They dug into his personal finances. They were building a weapon, one manufactured charge at a time. Soon, a formal list of charges was presented to the West Virginia House of Delegates. It was a masterpiece of malicious fiction. The charges against him were absurd, almost laughable. One accused him of borrowing a law book and not returning it on time. Another claimed he showed favoritism in a case by ruling against a friend of Don Chafin. They accused him of tyranny and despotism for, of all things, enforcing the law against the machine's allies. Each charge, on its own, was flimsy, but piled one on top of the other, they created the illusion of a corrupt and incompetent judge. The charges didn't have to be true, they just had to be public. The machine-controlled newspapers ran the headlines. The whispers started in the State House. The stage was being set. The trial was a sham, a piece of political theater designed for one purpose: to make an example of the man who dared to say no. The impeachment trial of Judge Wallace Hounshell began in the West Virginia Senate. By law, this was the jury. But in reality, it was a room full of politicians, many of whom owed their careers to the very machine Hounshell had defied. For them, this wasn't about evidence. It was about loyalty and self-preservation. Hounshell and his legal team mounted a valiant defense. They went through the list of charges one by one, methodically dismantling them. They showed that the accusation about the law book was a clerical error. They produced testimony in court records proving his rulings were based on sound legal precedent, not personal bias. They exposed the accusers as known allies of Don Chafin and the Logan machine, revealing their obvious political motivations. For a moment, it seemed like the truth might matter. Hounshell's defense was so thorough, so compelling, that several newspapers following the trial began to predict his acquittal. It seemed impossible that any impartial observer could look at the flimsy manufactured evidence and vote to remove a sitting judge. But the jury wasn't impartial. They weren't there to weigh evidence. They were there to follow orders. Behind the scenes, the machine was working tirelessly. Eve Hatfield's lieutenants were in Charleston, reminding senators of past favors. They were promising future support. They were subtly threatening political consequences for anyone who stepped out of line. The fate of Judge Hounshell wasn't being decided in the Senate chamber. It was being decided over dinner, in hotel rooms, and with quiet handshakes in the hallway. When the time came to vote, the outcome was swift and brutal. The senators, many of whom had likely barely paid attention to the testimony, cast their votes. Wallace H. Hounshell was found guilty. He was impeached and removed from the bench. His career, built on a lifetime of integrity, was annihilated in a single afternoon. He had walked into the state capitol a respected judge. He walked out a broken man, stripped of his office, his reputation in tatters, a public example of what happens when you challenge the established order. Ephraim Hatfield never laid a hand on Wally Hounshell. He didn't have to. He had shown everyone in West Virginia that he could kill a man's life, his career, and his honor with nothing more than a series of whispers and a stacked vote. The message was clear. Message was, the impeachment of Judge Hounshell wasn't just an attack on one man. It was a message sent to every single person in Logan County and beyond. It was a demonstration broadcast across the state of the machine's reach and its ruthlessness. The message was simple. We are in control. Do not cross us, ever. And the people listened. A quiet, suffocating fear settled over the region. Before, there might have been whispers of opposition, small acts of defiance. Now, there was mostly silence. Who would be brave enough to speak out when a respected circuit court judge could be publicly crucified with such ease? The consequences of dissent became brutally clear, and they weren't always as dramatic as a public trial. The machine's retaliation was often more subtle, a slow and quiet strangulation of a person's livelihood. If you were a small business owner who supported an opposition candidate, you might find yourself suddenly buried in a mountain of new regulations. Your license to operate might be delayed or revoked for a minor infraction that was previously ignored. Health inspectors might start showing up every week. Your business would slowly be bled dry. If you were a miner who was overheard speaking in favor of a union, your name would find its way to a blacklist. You'd be fired from your job. And because the coal companies all work together, you wouldn't be able to find work at any other mine in the county. You would have to pack up your family and leave, or watch them starve. Teachers who didn't support the machine's candidates for the school board found their contracts weren't renewed. Doctors who fell out of favor found their hospital privileges questioned. Even the location of a new road could be a political weapon, rerouted to bypass the property of a dissenter, isolating them and tanking their land value. This was the true genius of F's control. It wasn't just political, it was economic. To stand against him wasn't just to risk your vote, it was to risk the food on your family's table. He had fused political power and economic power into a single, terrifying weapon. He had achieved what his cousin, Devil Anse, never could. Devil Anse controlled a clan through loyalty and fear of violence. Eve Hatfield controlled an entire society through the quiet, pervasive fear of losing everything. With the county completely subdued, Ephraim's gaze turned higher. He wasn't just content being the king of Logan County, he wanted to choose the kings of West Virginia. With Logan County locked down, Ephraim Hatfield held a unique and powerful commodity in West Virginia politics, a guaranteed block of thousands of votes. In a statewide election where the margins of victory could be razor thin, the Logan County vote was the political equivalent of a royal flush, and Ephraim was the only man at the table holding it. Ambitious politicians from all over the state began making a pilgrimage to Logan. They weren't coming to give speeches or hold rallies. They were coming to the Aracoma Hotel to sit down with the quiet man in the lobby and ask for his blessing. They were candidates for governor, for the United States Senate, for Congress. And they knew the road to Charleston, or even to Washington, D.C., ran directly through F. Hatfield's territory. The meeting would be discreet. The deal was unspoken, but perfectly understood. If Ephraim gave his support, he would deliver the Logan County vote. He would turn out his machine, stuff the ballot boxes, and ensure a massive, lopsided victory in his county for the chosen candidate. In return, the candidate, once elected, owed him. They owed him loyalty. They owed him protection. This arrangement provided the machine with a crucial shield of armor. If a pesky state prosecutor or an ambitious attorney general ever got the idea to investigate the rampant corruption in Logan, a quiet phone call would be made. The governor, remembering the thousands of votes that put him in office, would ensure the investigation stalled. State police would be told to stand down. Funding for the investigation would mysteriously dry up. F. Hatfield had bought himself statewide immunity. His influence became legendary. It was said that you couldn't get elected dog catcher in southern West Virginia without Eph's approval, let alone governor. He became known in whispers and newspaper columns as the Kingmaker. He didn't want to be the governor himself. That would mean being in the spotlight, being held accountable. Ephraim preferred to stay in the shadows, pulling the strings, choosing the men who would hold the titles and take the heat while he held the real power. For decades, the political landscape of West Virginia was shaped by his unseen hand. The course of the state, the laws that were passed, the men who led it, all were influenced by the quiet calculations of a man in a hotel lobby, 100 miles from the Capitol building. For decades, Ephraim Hatfield was a force of nature in West Virginia politics, as unmovable as the mountains themselves. But in the 1930s, a new force swept across America, one that not even the Kingmaker could control. Ephraim Hatfield's machine was built for a specific world, a world of isolation, corporate feudalism, and total economic dependency. For decades, that world seemed permanent. But then, the world broke. The stock market crash of 1929 and the Great Depression that followed sent a shockwave across the country that even the insulated kingdom of Logan County could not escape. The price of coal plummeted, mines shut down, thousands of men were thrown out of work, left with nothing. The system of control, which relied on the company providing for the miners, began to collapse. The company store couldn't extend credit forever. The private scrip in their hands became worthless paper. For the first time, the absolute power of the coal operators was shaken. And then came a voice from the radio. A calm, reassuring voice that promised a new deal for the American people. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. The federal government, which had been a distant, almost foreign entity, suddenly became a powerful presence in the lives of the Appalachian miners. New Deal programs like the Works Progress Administration, the WPA, started offering jobs that weren't controlled by the coal companies. Men could earn real U.S. dollars building roads, schools, and parks. Federal relief agencies started distributing food and assistance, creating a safety net that wasn't dependent on the local machine's approval. This was a seismic shift. Ephraim's power was rooted in his role as the gatekeeper of survival. He and the coal companies controlled all the jobs, all the money, and all the food. Suddenly, there was a new source of all three, and it answered to Washington, D.C., not the Aracoma Hotel. Perhaps the most significant change was the Wagner Act of 1935, which federally protected the right of workers to organize and join unions. This gave the United Mine Workers of America, the UMWA, the legal firepower they needed to finally break through the Iron Curtain around Logan County. Organizers, now protected by federal law, could no longer be beaten and thrown in jail by the sheriff's deputies with impunity. For the first time, the miners had a new boss to listen to, a voice from Washington, D.C. that spoke louder than the man in the hotel lobby. They began to see that their collective power, organized under the banner of a national union, could be greater than the localized power of a county political machine. The machine wasn't destroyed overnight. It was a slow process. a great political engine, slowly, inevitably beginning to rust. The rust wasn't just in the system, it was in the man himself. By the late 1930s, Ephraim Hatfield was getting old. The world he had mastered, the world of backroom deals and absolute control, was changing faster than he could adapt. The quiet, unassuming man in the hotel lobby began to look less like a king and more like a relic. The tools of his trade were becoming obsolete. Outright ballot stuffing and voter intimidation were becoming harder to execute. The new presence of federal agencies and the watchful eyes of the now powerful unions meant that elections were being scrutinized like never before. The introduction of the secret ballot, a simple curtain pulled around a voting booth, was a revolutionary act in Logan County. It gave a miner a precious moment of anonymity, a chance to vote his conscience without the foreman looking over his shoulder. The two-headed beast he had created, his control over both the Democratic and Republican parties, began to weaken. The National Democratic Party of Franklin Roosevelt was a pro-union, populist party, a world away from the conservative, business-aligned machine Ephraim ran locally. A new generation of politicians was rising, men and women who owed their allegiance to the New Deal and the unions, not to the old county bosses. His grip on the economic lifeblood of the county was also slipping. As the UMWA grew in strength, it negotiated contracts that gave miners better wages, benefits, and a degree of job security. The Union Hall became a new center of power in the community, a place where men could gather and speak freely, away from the prying ears of the company deputies. It offered an alternative to the paternalistic control of the machine. You could feel the change in the air. The fear that had held the county in a state of paralysis for so long began to slowly recede. People started to believe that another way was possible. The kingmaker, who had once seemed like a permanent feature of the landscape, was now losing his grip. The votes he could once deliver with absolute certainty were no longer a sure thing. The man who had once moved political mountains was now watching the world change around him, becoming a relic in his own lifetime. The end for Ephraim Hatfield did not come with a bang. There was no final dramatic confrontation, no violent overthrow. It was a slow fade into irrelevance. In his final years, he still held court in the lobby of the Aracoma Hotel, but the lines of men seeking his favor grew shorter. The aura of absolute power that had once surrounded him had dissipated, replaced by the quiet dignity of an old man watching the parade pass him by. The new political landscape had no place for him. Power in West Virginia was now a complex negotiation between the unions, the federal government, and a new breed of politician. The old kingmaker's endorsement still carried some weight, but it was no longer the deciding factor. The Logan County system, his masterpiece of control, was a shadow of its former self, a creaking, rusty apparatus that could no longer dictate the future. Ephraim Hatfield died in 1943 at the age of 76. His death was not the end of a bloody feud, marked by gunfire and vengeance. It was a quiet passing, noted in the local papers as the end of an era. He died of natural causes, a man who had wielded more power than any Appalachian warlord, yet who ended his life not in a hail of bullets, but as an old man whose time had simply run out. It's a strange irony. His cousin, Devil Anse, who lived and died by the gun, became a permanent American legend. His name is synonymous with the wild, violent spirit of the frontier. He is a figure of folklore, his story told and retold in books and movies. Ephraim, on the other hand, the man who was infinitely more powerful, who controlled the lives of tens of thousands, who made governors and senators, has been largely forgotten by history. His power, for all its vastness, was ephemeral. It was the power of whispers, of backroom deals, of a system that thrived in the shadows. And when the light was finally let in, it began to fade. Ephraim Hatfield was gone. But the machine he built, the system he perfected, did it truly die with him? Or does its ghost still haunt the corridors of power? The story of Ephraim Hatfield is more than just a piece of Appalachian history. It's a chilling case study in how power works and how democracy can fail. It's a blueprint, a warning. The Logan County system was not some strange, isolated anomaly born of mountain feuds and coal dust. It was an American creation. Ephraim's genius was his understanding that you don't need a gun to control people, not when you can control their jobs. You don't need to be a dictator, not when you can handpick both candidates. And you don't need to break the law, not when you can control the men who write the laws and the men who enforce them. He perfected a quieter, more insidious form of tyranny, one that wears the mask of democracy. His methods became the template for other political machines across the country, in rural counties and in sprawling cities. The names and faces changed, but the mechanics remained the same. Control the vote, control the jobs, and wrap it all in a cloak of legitimacy. His story forces us to ask uncomfortable questions. How much has really changed? Where do these machines still exist today, hidden in plain sight? Perhaps they are no longer run by a single man in a hotel lobby. Perhaps they are run by corporations, by special interests, by faceless algorithms that manipulate the information we see. The methods are more sophisticated, the scale is grander, but the goal is the same: to control the choices, and thus, to control the outcome. The ghost of the Logan County system is the idea that our vote is just an illusion, that the game is rigged and the real decisions are made long before we ever step into the booth. It's the creeping suspicion that no matter who we choose, the same interests, the same powers, always win. Ephraim Hatfield's ultimate legacy is not a statue or a monument. It is a persistent question that echoes through the years, from the hollows of West Virginia to the halls of power today. The question is, who is really counting the votes? And more importantly, who is choosing the candidates? The answer to that is the difference between a functioning democracy and a very well-managed play.
They say the law came to Perry County, Kentucky on the back of a horse. But on a cold day in May of 1889, it died on the courthouse steps with a single rifle shot that echoed like a crack of doom. The man who fell was Judge Josiah Combs, a respected elder who believed the law was greater than any family's grudge. He was wrong. That single shot wasn't just a murder, it was the bloody climax of a war. How did a place like this descend into such savagery? What drove men to assassinate the very symbol of justice? Today, we trace the river of bad blood back to its source, to tell the ballad of the Perry County War. To understand the blood that was shed, you first have to understand the ground it soaked into. In the 1880s, Perry County wasn't just a place on a map. It was a world unto itself, walled in by the ancient, unblinking mountains of eastern Kentucky. The Kentucky River was its one slow artery to the outside, and news traveled up it on flatboats at a crawl. Life here was hard, carved out of the steep hillsides with an axe and a plow. A man's wealth was measured in the corn he grew, the hogs he raised, and the children who bore his name. In this isolation, a different kind of law took root. It wasn't written in any book, but every man, woman, and child knew it by heart. It was the mountain code. Family was everything. Your kin were your nation, your army, and your only true shield against a harsh world. An insult to your third cousin was an insult to you, and it had to be answered. A man's honor was his most sacred possession. It was a fragile thing, easily bruised by a stray word or a sideways glance, and once broken, it could only be mended with blood. The state government in Frankfurt was a distant rumor, and its laws were seen as suggestions at best, an unwelcome intrusion at worst. Justice was a personal matter, dispensed from the barrel of a Winchester rifle. Into this closed world, whispers of change began to drift. Men with strange accents and fancy surveying tools started appearing in the hollows. They were agents of the great northern corporations, geologists and timber scouts who saw something the local folk had taken for granted. They didn't see steep hillsides. They saw mountains of virgin hardwood. They didn't see rocky soil. They saw the richest seams of bituminous coal on God's green earth. The railroad, they promised, was coming. And with it would come a flood of money that would make the old ways of life seem like a dream. Suddenly, the prize wasn't just survival, it was a fortune. And the key to that fortune was locked inside a single building, the Hazard Courthouse. The men who held the offices of sheriff, county clerk, and judge didn't just keep records, they controlled the future. They oversaw the land deeds, they set the tax rates, and they enforced, or chose not to enforce, the law. Whichever clan controlled that courthouse would control who got rich and who got left behind when the coal boom hit. This was the Forge. It took the old mountain code of honor and family loyalty and superheated it with the coming fire of industrial greed. Every election became a battle, every political dispute a potential vendetta. The stage was being set for a war, fought not by soldiers in uniform, but by neighbors and cousins. They weren't just fighting for power anymore. They were fighting for the soul of the mountains, and they were willing to turn their home into a killing ground to win it. Before the shooting started, you could still see the men for who they were, not just the leaders of warring armies. Take Joe Eversole. He wasn't some wild-eyed mountain brawler. He was a man who fought with words, a lawyer who could tie a man in knots with a well-phrased argument in the Hazard courthouse. He'd sit with his family on his porch, not cleaning a rifle, but reading a newspaper from Lexington or Frankfurt, talking about the future. He spoke of railroads cutting through the mountains like steel rivers, of coal mines bringing payrolls and prosperity to families who had only ever known back-breaking farm work. His children would listen, and his wife would watch him, and they saw a man building a kingdom not of fear, but of progress. He was a Republican in a staunchly Democratic county, a man who saw the outside world not as a threat, but as an opportunity. He saw the coming corporations as partners, and he intended to be the man who brokered the deal, ensuring his family and his followers would be the first in line to reap the rewards. To his clan, Joe Eversole wasn't a warmonger. He was a visionary, the only man smart enough to guide them into the coming century. Then there was Benjamin Big Ben French. If Joe Eversole was the future, Big Ben was the living, breathing embodiment of the past. He was the sheriff, but his real power came from the sheer force of his presence. He was a massive man, built like one of the oak trees on his land, and his authority was absolute. He didn't need a law book. His word was law. On a Saturday afternoon, you'd find him on the steps of his store, a benevolent titan settling a land dispute between two farmers with a quiet word and a look that promised there would be no more argument. He was the patriarch of his clan in every sense of the word. He was surrounded by a web of kin who looked to him not just for leadership, but for protection. He was suspicious of the foreign money and the smooth-talking lawyers like Eversole. To Big Ben and his people, the coal under the ground wasn't a commodity to be sold to the highest bidder from Philadelphia. It was their birthright, part of the land their grandfathers had fought and bled for. Protecting that land and the old way of life it supported was his sacred duty. He was the wall that stood between his people and a changing world they did not trust. A man's greatest strength is often just the other side of the coin from his deadliest weakness. For Joe Eversole, his sharp, educated mind was his greatest asset, but it was also his blind spot. He saw the world as a chessboard, a place of logic and calculated risks. He believed the old mountain ways, the fierce pride, the stubborn loyalty to the past were simply obstacles to be outmaneuvered. He couldn't understand that in Perry County, honor wasn't a piece on a board. It was the board itself. He once publicly debated an old farmer loyal to the French clan, systematically tearing apart the man's fears about the railroad with facts and figures, and ending by calling his concerns ignorant sentiment. Joe won the argument, but he lost the room. He had shown contempt for their code, and in the mountains, contempt is a sin that demands a heavy price. Big Ben French, on the other hand, was ruled by a pride as massive as his own frame. It was the source of his power, the reason men would follow him into a fight without a second thought. But it was a rigid, unbending thing. For him, there was no such thing as a strategic retreat or a minor compromise. Every challenge, no matter how small, was a test of his authority that had to be met with overwhelming force. They tell a story of how a minor land dispute that could have been settled with a handshake and a jug of whiskey was instead escalated by French into a public standoff, simply because the other party was a distant cousin of the Eversoles. He wasn't just defending his land, he was defending his name, and he was willing to risk blood over it. This was the crack in each man's armor. Joe Eversole's ambition made him believe he was smarter than the old code, that he could push and prod and modernize without consequence. He saw Ben French not as a man to be respected, but as a stubborn relic to be swept aside by the march of progress. And Big Ben French's pride made it impossible for him to ignore a single one of those prods. He saw every move Joe Eversole made not as a political calculation, but as a direct, personal insult to his family and his way of life. One man could not stop pushing, and the other could not bend. Their flaws were perfectly matched, a lit fuse reaching for a barrel of gunpowder. It was no longer a question of if the county would explode, but when. The final break, the moment the bad blood turned to poison, didn't happen in a courtroom or a political debate. The legend says it happened where so many mountain feuds begin, over a bottle of whiskey and a game of cards. In 1886, in a smoke-filled room in Hazard, Joe Eversole and Ben French sat across from each other. The air was already thick with tension, but the liquor loosened their tongues and sharpened their contempt. A dispute over the game, a simple accusation of cheating or a misplayed hand, quickly spiraled. It was no longer about cards. It was about everything. Joe Eversole, with his lawyer's wit, made a sharp, condescending remark about the old ways, a jab at the French clan's stubborn resistance to progress. It was a flick of the wrist, but it landed like a fist on Big Ben French's jaw. For a man like French, whose entire world was built on the rock of his personal authority and the honor of his name, this public insult from a man he saw as an upstart was intolerable. His pride, that massive, unbending thing, ignited. He rose from his chair, his shadow swallowing Eversole, and the threats he made were not vague. They were promises, spoken low and cold, of what happens to men who forget their place. In the mountains, a public threat is a debt that must be paid. To let it pass is to admit you are the weaker man, and weakness is a death sentence. The line had been crossed. The room fell silent as the two men stared each other down, and everyone present knew they had just witnessed the conception of a war. Joe Eversole had poked the bear, believing his intelligence was shield enough. Ben French had been challenged in his own kingdom, and his pride demanded a brutal, unforgettable lesson. The lesson came a short time later, not in the open, but from the shadows. Nicholas "Nick" Combs was Joe Eversole's uncle, a trusted friend and a respected man in his own right. He was ambushed on a quiet mountain road, shot from his saddle without a chance to draw his own weapon. It was a cold, calculated act of terror. There was no trial, no witnesses came forward, but everyone in Perry County knew. This was the French clan's answer. It was a message written in blood, sent directly to Joe Eversole. For Joe, this was the moment the chessboard was kicked over. The murder of his uncle was not a political move. It was an act of savagery that ripped through his modern worldview. The old code he had tried to outsmart had just reached out and torn a hole in his family. His grief was matched only by a cold, burning rage. There would be no more debates, no more legal maneuvering. Ben French had chosen the language of the gun. Now, Joe Eversole would answer in kind. The affront had been delivered, and the only acceptable response was vengeance. The blood of Nick Combs was a seed, and from it a forest of rifles began to grow. Joe Eversole's grief was a cold, sharp thing, and it pointed him down a path from which there was no turning back. Now, you might think the mountain code would demand a simple, brutal balance, a life for a life. A French loyalist, maybe the man who pulled the trigger, would be found dead in a creek bed, and the scales of honor would be level once more. That was the old way. That was the path of compromise. Elders from both clans, men with grey in their beards who had seen enough killing in their time, tried to steer the currents back to that old channel. They came to Joe Eversole, not as enemies, but as neighbors. They spoke of the cost of a wider war, of fields that would go unplowed and children who would grow up without fathers. They pleaded with him to seek a targeted revenge, to let the matter end there before it consumed them all. They warned him that turning Perry County into a battlefield would only serve the interests of the outside coal men who were watching from the hills like vultures. But Joe Eversole was deaf to their warnings. His calculating mind, now fueled by rage, saw this as a moment of opportunity. A simple revenge killing would just continue the endless cycle. He wanted to end it permanently. He didn't want to just balance the scales, he wanted to smash them. He rejected the pleas for peace, framing his decision not as vengeance, but as a crusade. He would raise an army, march on Hazard, and tear the corrupt French regime out by its roots. He would bring, he claimed, a new kind of law to the mountains. It was the perfect justification, wrapping his raw ambition and his thirst for retribution in the noble flag of progress. Across the county, Ben French watched Eversole's mobilization, and his own pride provided the equal and opposite reaction. He heard the same pleas for peace, the same warnings, and he threw them back in the faces of those who offered them. To him, backing down now, offering a sacrifice to appease Eversole, would be an admission of guilt and a show of weakness he could not abide. He saw Eversole gathering men and buying rifles, and it confirmed his deepest suspicions. This was never about an uncle's death. It was a coup. So French began to prepare for a siege. He was the high sheriff, and he would turn the county seat into his personal fortress. He gathered his own loyalists, men who saw Eversole's progress as a threat to their very existence. He sent riders out, and the French clan answered the call. They barricaded windows in the courthouse and reinforced the doors of their homes. Each nail hammered into a board was another nail in the coffin of peace. Each new Winchester rifle that arrived in Hazard was another vote for war. The path of compromise was now completely overgrown, and the two factions were marching down separate parallel roads, destined to collide in the streets of the town they both claimed to be fighting for. On the night before the battle, a heavy silence fell over the hills around Hazard. It was a cold, clear November in 1887, and under a sky full of hard, distant stars, two armies lay waiting for the dawn. On the ridges outside of town, Joe Eversole's men huddled around small, smokeless fires, their Winchester rifles oiled and ready. Inside the town, Ben French's followers stood watch at the darkened windows of the courthouse, their own weapons loaded. The air itself seemed to hold its breath, knowing what the morning light would bring. Into this tense stillness, a single figure walked the lonely road between the two camps. It was an old circuit preacher, a man who belonged to no clan but God's. He had christened babies from both families and spoken the final words over their dead. He represented the last flickering candle flame of peace in a room reeking of gunpowder. He went first to Joe Eversole's camp. He found him staring into the darkness toward Hazard and made his plea, his voice low and urgent. He spoke not of politics, but of souls. He named the men on both sides who would be dead by the next sundown, men whose children he knew by name. "Is this the future you want to build, Joe?" he asked. "A county of widows and orphans?" For a moment, they say, Joe Eversole hesitated. He looked at the faces of his own men, young and old, farmers and loggers who had put their faith in him. He saw the terrible cost of his ambition laid bare. This was his final crossroads. He could call it off, accept the stalemate, and live with his uncle's death unavenged. But then he thought of Nick Combs lying dead on that lonely road, of Ben French's public insult, of the future he had promised his people. His fatal flaw, that cold, calculating logic, took over. To back down now would be to lose everything. He turned to the preacher and said, "Reverend, this isn't war. This is an extermination. The sickness is in that courthouse, and I am the cure." The old preacher then walked into the besieged town of Hazard, past French's armed sentries, and found Big Ben in the darkened sheriff's office. He made a different plea, an appeal to French's duty and his pride. "Ben," he said, "you are the sheriff. You are the law. Don't let your own town become a slaughterhouse. Show them you are the bigger man. Offer a truce." Ben French stood, a giant silhouette against the window, and looked out at the campfires of the Eversole army flickering on his hills like a disease. He too stood at a crossroads. He could offer a concession, perhaps hand over the man suspected of killing Nick Combs and spare the town. But his pride, that unbending mountain of a thing, would not allow it. To him, a truce was surrender. It was an admission that Joe Eversole had the right to march an army to his doorstep. He turned from the window, his face set like stone. "They are the ones who came for a war, Reverend," he said. "My only duty now is to see that they get one. You go and pray for their souls. I'll take care of their bodies." With those words, the final door to peace was slammed shut and bolted. The last chance was gone, burned away by the pride of two men who had chosen the path of no compromise. The dawn came up grey and cold over Hazard, and with the first weak light came the sound that would define Perry County for years to come. It wasn't a single shot, but a volley, a deafening, ripping roar as 100 Winchester rifles opened fire from the hills. The Battle of Hazard had begun. For the people of the town, cowering in their homes, it was as if the sky itself was being torn apart. The sound was everywhere, a physical force that rattled windows and shook the very floorboards. The morning birds fell silent, replaced by the high-pitched whine of ricochets and the sharp, splintering crack of bullets chewing through wooden walls. From the ridge, Joe Eversole watched his plan unfold. The world narrowed to the objective, the county courthouse, now a stone fortress spitting fire. His men moved like shadows, darting from the cover of one house to the next, their rifles barking in short, angry bursts. But for every man who moved, a dozen puffs of smoke would erupt from the courthouse and the surrounding buildings. The air grew thick and acrid with the smell of burnt black powder. This wasn't the swift, surgical strike he had envisioned. This was a meat grinder. The logic and planning that had brought him here felt useless against the sheer, stubborn reality of stone walls and determined men. Inside that courthouse, Big Ben French was no longer a sheriff. He was a general in a siege. The cavernous rooms echoed with the thunder of his own men's rifles. The air was a haze of smoke, and the constant thud of Eversole's bullets against the thick stone walls was a drumbeat of impending doom. He would move from window to window, his massive frame a silhouette against the flashes of gunfire, directing his kin with a quiet word or a nod. His world was reduced to what he could see through those narrow, deadly rectangles of glass, the street below, where men he had known his whole life were now trying to end his. He felt the weight of his unbending pride, not as a burden, but as the foundation holding the building up. For the families of Hazard, the war was a terrifying, unseen monster living on the floor above them. Huddled in their root cellars, they could only listen. They heard the frantic running of booted feet on the boardwalks, the desperate shouted commands, and the ceaseless, terrifying percussion of the rifles. A woman clutched her children as the jars of canned beans on the shelf rattled from the concussions overhead. An old man pressed his ear to the dirt floor, trying to discern the sounds of friend from foe. The battle wasn't just in the streets, it was in their homes, a violation so profound it would leave a scar on their memory forever. For 2 full days, the town was a war zone. The fighting would lull, creating a tense, ringing silence where the only sound was a dog barking in the distance, and then it would erupt again in a furious crescendo of violence. A man who rose from behind a stone wall to take a shot might suddenly disappear from view. A figure running across an open street would stumble and lie still. The argument that had begun over a card table was now being settled with lead, and its costs were written in the still forms that dotted the muddy streets. Finally, as the second day bled into a weary dusk, the firing from the hills began to slacken. Joe Eversole had to accept the truth. The courthouse would not fall. His army, battered and low on ammunition, began to melt back into the mountains from which it had come. The retreat was slow, sullen, and bitter. A great, profound silence descended upon Hazard, a silence that felt heavier and more menacing than the noise it replaced. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing a town that looked like it had been savaged by a great beast. Windows were shattered, doors were splintered, and the courthouse stood defiant, pockmarked but unbroken. The Battle of Hazard was over, but the war had just begun. No ground had been gained, no decisive victory won. But a terrible line had been crossed. The men of Perry County had proven they were willing to turn their own home into a battlefield. They had fired on their neighbors, their cousins, their kin. The courthouse still belonged to Ben French, but the town and the soul of the county now belonged to the feud. As the last shots faded, Joe Eversole's grand army was gone. It had dissolved, melting back into the hollows like a dirty spring snow. The retreat was a grim, silent affair. There was no order given, just a shared, unspoken understanding that the battle was lost. Men carried their wounded on makeshift litters, their faces grim with exhaustion and defeat. Joe Eversole rode with them, his visionary's fire banked to a cold, hard ember of humiliation. He had promised his people a swift victory, a new order. Instead, he had led them into a bloody stalemate and left his dead in the streets of Hazard. In the cold twilight of the mountains, he could feel the weight of his failure and the burning need for a different kind of war. The road of the open soldier had ended. The path of the assassin was just beginning. Back in Hazard, Ben French walked out of the pockmarked courthouse into the ruins of his town. He was the victor, but there was no triumph in his eyes. He stood on the steps and surveyed the damage. The sour smell of gunpowder and fresh splintered pine hung heavy in the air. A dead horse lay in the street, and further down, a shape under a blanket told a story he didn't need to hear. Doors creaked open, and the faces of the townspeople peered out, their eyes full of a new kind of fear. They weren't looking at a sheriff who had saved them, but at a warlord who had made their home a battlefield. He walked the muddy streets, his boots crunching on shattered glass. He saw the bullet holes that stitched across the front of the general store, the gouges in the church steeple. He had held his ground. He had beaten back the usurper. His pride was intact. But the cost was written on every building, on every frightened face. This victory tasted like ash and gunpowder. He knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that this was not the end. Joe Eversole would not simply accept this defeat. The war would not be fought with armies anymore. It would be fought in the dark, on lonely roads, with a single shot from a hidden rifle. He had won the battle, but in doing so, he had sentenced his county and himself to a long, slow bleed. The road hadn't ended. It had just become a darker and more treacherous path for everyone. The silence that followed the Battle of Hazard wasn't peace. It was the sound of a held breath. The Eversole army had retreated, but the war had spread, seeping like a fever into every cabin and hollow in Perry County. Before the battle, you could be a man who was friendly with both sides. After, there was no middle ground. The fighting had drawn a line of blood and gunpowder through the heart of the community, and every single person was now forced to stand on one side or the other. A nod that wasn't returned, a glance held a second too long. These were now potential death sentences. You have to understand what this did to the people. The feud was now a poison in the well water, and everyone had to drink. Men who had hunted together since they were boys now watched each other through the sights of a rifle. Corn rotted on the stalk because the man who planted it was afraid to walk his own fields without a guard. Travel on the county roads, once a simple trip to the grist mill, became a deadly gamble. Every rustle in the trees, every shadow that fell across the path, could be an ambush. The doors that had always been open to neighbors were now barred at night, and men slept with their Winchesters not just by their beds, but in them. And the wreckage wasn't just measured in the dead. Think of the families left behind. For the wife of a man killed in the fighting, His death was just the beginning. Her grief was compounded by shame, by the poverty that followed, and by the terrible knowledge that her sons were now expected to inherit their father's rifle and his list of enemies. The war wasn't just killing the men of Perry County. It was mortgaging the souls of their children, baptizing them in a legacy of hatred that they had no part in creating. The community, that fragile web of trust and mutual support that allows life to function in such an isolated place, was shredded. Friendships that had spanned generations were severed overnight. Business partnerships dissolved into bitter accusations. Even church on Sunday became a tense affair, with French loyalists sitting on one side of the aisle and Eversole sympathizers on the other, the preacher's words about forgiveness falling like seeds on barren stone. The feud had become a cancer, and it was eating the county alive from the inside out. The tragedy no longer belonged to Joe Eversole or Ben French. It now belonged to everyone. The murder of a judge on the courthouse steps was an act of blasphemy against the state. It was a message sent in powder and lead that the feudists believed their law was the only law that mattered. They were wrong. The news of Judge Josiah Combs' assassination reached the governor's mansion in Frankfurt, and the reaction was swift and furious. Governor Simon Bolivar Buckner was an old soldier, and he saw this not as a crime, but as an insurrection. He sent the state militia back into Perry County, but this time their orders were different. They weren't there to keep the peace. They were there to hunt. The state put a price on the head of the man everyone believed was the killer, Bad Tom Smith. And his trial, when they finally captured him, was a spectacle. It was more than the trial of one man. It was the trial of the mountain code itself, put in the dock to be judged by the outside world. Imagine the scene. A formal courtroom, with a judge in a black robe, lawyers with stacks of books and witnesses sworn in on a Bible. And in the defendant's chair sat Tom Smith, a man whose entire life had been governed by a different Bible, the simple, brutal creed of loyalty and retribution. The clash of cultures was palpable. The prosecution built its case with evidence, timelines, and legal arguments. They spoke of malice aforethought and conspiracy to commit murder. But the testimony from the mountain folk spoke a different language. They talked of who was kin to whom, of old insults, of debts of honor that had to be paid. The state's lawyers asked, "Did you see the defendant break the law of Kentucky?" But the silent question in the eyes of the local people was, did he betray his clan? Was he a loyal soldier? The court was trying to prove a crime. The feudists were trying to understand a move in their war. The community was torn in two. To the Eversoles and their allies, and to the growing number of people simply sick of the bloodshed, Tom Smith was a monster, the devil himself. And the trial was long overdue justice. They saw the law as a savior, the only force strong enough to break the cycle of killing. But to the French faction and those who clung to the old ways, he was a soldier captured by a foreign power. They saw him as a scapegoat, a man taking the fall for a war that everyone had a hand in. To them, the trial was a sham, an act of conquest by the state government in Frankfurt, which had never cared about their lives until a man wearing one of its robes was killed. He was a criminal to the state, but a martyr to his cause. The verdict was never truly in doubt. The state of Kentucky had to make an example of Bad Tom Smith. It had to prove that its authority was absolute, that its law reached into the deepest, darkest hollows, and that it was stronger than any clan's code of honor. He was found guilty and sentenced to hang. Was it justice? For the family of Judge Combs, yes, but for Perry County, it was something else entirely. It was a declaration. The old world was over. The state was here to stay, and its judgment didn't come from a quiet word between patriarchs. It came at the end of a rope. You might think the story ends there, with the snap of a rope and the fall of the feud's most fearsome soldier. You might think justice, however brutal, had finally tidied up the mess in Perry County. But the truth of the mountains is never that clean. The law that had been so absolute with a hired gun like Tom Smith suddenly became very flexible when it came to the powerful men who had started the war. What became of Big Ben French, the patriarch who had turned the courthouse into his personal fortress? He was indicted, yes, but the charges were eventually dropped in a quiet political truce. There was no grand trial for him, no final judgment. The state, having made its point by hanging Tom Smith, seemed to lose its appetite for the fight. But Ben French didn't win. He had watched his world burn, his power broken not by Joe Eversole's army, but by the chaos they had mutually created. The fire in him simply went out. He lived out his days a diminished figure, a ghost in his own county, a relic of an age that had ended in blood and smoke. And Joe Eversole, the man of progress who had unleashed the storm, he seemed to have won. His chief rival was broken, and the state had crushed the heart of the French faction's enforcers. A few years after the war sputtered out, he was living in Virginia, a successful man who had seemingly escaped the consequences of his own bloody ambition. But the mountain code he had tried to outmaneuver had a longer reach than he ever imagined. The feud found him. He was assassinated, shot down far from the Kentucky hills, a final bloody postscript proving that the hatred he had helped create was a debt that would eventually be paid in full. But the true antagonists, the ones who had provoked the entire conflict without ever firing a shot, faced no consequences at all. While the French and Eversole clans were busy digging graves for their sons, the agents of the northern coal and timber corporations were busy drawing lines on maps. They had watched patiently as the local leadership bled each other dry. In the ruin and poverty that followed the war, they swept in. They bought up the mineral rights and the land titles for pennies on the dollar from the very widows and broken men the feud had created. The clans had fought a savage war for control of the kingdom, and in the process they had burned the kingdom to the ground, leaving the keys to the ashes for the quiet men in suits to come and pick them up. The killing stopped, but the war wasn't over. It just went on inside the people, a quiet, smoldering fire passed down from one generation to the next. To be an Eversole or a French in Perry County after the war was to carry a ghost on your back. For decades, the names themselves were like a brand, marking you as part of a story that everyone knew but no one wanted to tell. Some descendants fled the mountains entirely, changing their names and trying to outrun the bloody shadow of their past. Others stayed, living under a constant weight of expectation or suspicion, forever defined by the actions of a grandfather they had never even met. The community healed itself in the only way it knew how, by burying the memory alive. A deep and profound silence fell over the history of the feud. It became the great, unspoken trouble. Men who had shot at each other in the streets of Hazard now passed each other at the general store with a quiet, stiff nod. They had to. To survive, they had to pretend it never happened. But the ghost of it was always there. At weddings, people would watch to see which families sat on which side of the church. At funerals, they would remember how the deceased's father had died. The war became a part of the landscape, an invisible mountain that everyone had to live under. And into the vacuum of power left by the shattered clans, a new king came to the mountains. This king didn't carry a rifle. It carried a ledger book and a surveyor's chain. The coal companies, the patient vultures who had watched the battle from afar, now descended. With the old patriarchal system broken, there was no one left with the power to resist them. The Hazard Courthouse, the very building the clans had bled for, slowly became just another office for processing the company's land deeds and enforcing its will. The new sheriff wasn't the head of a clan. He was a man who understood his main job was to protect the company payroll and break up union talk. The final bitter legacy of the Perry County War was written on the faces of the next generation. The sons of the men who had fought and died for control of the mountains didn't inherit a kingdom. They inherited a job. They traded their rifles for pickaxes and went to work for the same foreign corporations their fathers had either courted or resisted. They swapped their fierce, violent independence for a company paycheck, a house in a company town, and a debt at the company store. The war for the soul of Perry County was finally over, and the soul had been sold for a train car full of coal. If you go to Hazard today, you won't find the same courthouse that Ben French defended. It's been replaced by a more modern building. But you can stand on the very spot where Judge Josiah Combs fell, the threshold of justice where the feud reached its bloody climax. And if you know where to look, out in the old family cemeteries tucked away in the hollows, you can find the graves. You can run your hand over the weathered tombstones of Eversoles and Frenches, their names and dates being slowly erased by a century of wind and rain. These stones are the last physical witnesses, the silent, moss-covered proof that these men lived and fought and died here. But the memory of the war doesn't live in the stone. It lives in the stories. And no name from that time echoes with more chilling power than Bad Tom Smith. He has become more than a man. He's the boogeyman of Perry County. For generations, his story was a cautionary tale told to children on dark nights. His supposed pact with the devil, his cold, dead eyes, and most of all, his final defiant words from the gallows, "Hell is my destination, and I'm not afraid to go," have transformed him from a historical figure into a genuine folk legend. He is the ghost of the feud made flesh, a permanent reminder of how dark a man's soul can get. The war itself has become a ballad, sung not with music, but in the quiet conversations on front porches and in the back of old country stores. It's a story told to explain why things are the way they are. It's a warning about what happens when pride is allowed to run hotter than reason, a lesson in how neighbors can tear each other apart over a prize, only to let a silent stranger walk away with it in the end. It's the foundational myth of modern Perry County, the bloody birth of the coal camp world that would follow. And the ghost of a name is more than just a memory. The names are still there. You can find French and Eversole and Combs in the phone book today. The descendants of these men are now neighbors. Their children go to the same schools, and they live in a world that was built on the ashes of their ancestors' war. The feud is over, buried under layers of silence and time. But the spirit of it, that fierce, stubborn mountain pride, that deep suspicion of outsiders, that lingering memory of a time when a man's honor was worth more than his life, that hasn't vanished. It still haunts these hills, an echo that has never truly faded away. So we come to the end of the road, and the question we started with still hangs in the air. Was Joe Eversole a hero or a villain? Was Ben French a protector or a tyrant? The truth, as it so often does in these mountains, lies in the muddy gray between. Eversole was a visionary who saw the future, but his ambition was so great he was willing to pave the road to it with the bodies of his neighbors. French was a patriarch defending his people, but his pride was so rigid he would rather see his kingdom burn than bend an inch. They were not good men or bad men. They were hard men, forged by a hard place, and their flaws were the sparks that lit the world on fire. In the end, this isn't just a story about a feud. It is a timeless, brutal lesson in how a man's greatest strength can become his most profound weakness. Ben French's unshakable honor was the bedrock of his power until it became a stone that drowned him. Joe Eversole's sharp, modern mind was his greatest weapon until it blinded him to the ancient, bloody truths of the human heart. They were two sides of the same coin, destined to destroy each other, and in their destruction, they cleared the path for the very forces they were fighting to control. The Perry County War stands as a dark monument in the heart of Appalachia. It's a story of how a community can be led to tear its own heart out, fighting a savage war for control of a prize, only to wake up from the slaughter and find that a silent, patient stranger has walked away with it all. The clans fought for the land, but the corporations got the coal. And that, my friends, is the ballad of the Perry County War, a story of how mountain men fought like kings for a kingdom, and in the end, lost everything but their graves. On the 4th of May, 1903, Judge James B. Markham stood on the steps of the Breathitt County Courthouse. He was a man of the law, a symbol of order in a land that had forgotten the meaning of the word. A single shot echoed from a nearby window, sharp and final. The judge staggered back into his own courthouse and fell dead, a public execution designed to send a chilling message. In this corner of Kentucky, the only law that mattered came from the barrel of a gun. This was not an isolated act. It was a declaration of war in a place that had already earned its name. Bloody Breathitt. Was this a county of savages, or was it a place where honorable men were locked in a desperate battle for the very soul of the mountains? The truth, as always, is far more complicated and far more terrifying. Today, we trace the story of how power, greed, and an ancient code of honor turned a quiet county into a battlefield. To understand the blood that was spilled, you must first understand the ground that soaked it up. Late 19th century Breathitt County was a world unto itself, a labyrinth of fog-choked hollows and ancient hills that guarded its secrets fiercely. It was a place where the rhythms of life were dictated by the seasons, not by the clocks of a distant government. The people here were bound to the land and to each other by ties of blood and shared hardship. They were proud, self-reliant, and deeply suspicious of any authority that didn't carry their last name. The deepest scar on the soul of these mountains was the Civil War. Kentucky was a border state, a fractured land where loyalties were a personal and often fatal choice. In Breathitt, neighbor fought neighbor, and in some tragic cases, brother fought brother. When the official war ended, the fighting did not. Men returned home not to peace, but to simmering resentment. They brought their rifles with them, along with the grim knowledge that violence was a swift and effective way to settle a dispute. The old Union and Confederate grudges never truly died. They just became the fault lines for the family wars that would follow. This brutal history reinforced an older, unwritten law, the Code of the Mountains. In this isolated world, family was everything. It was your government, your army, and your only true safety net. An insult delivered to your cousin was an insult delivered to you, and it demanded an answer. Justice wasn't something you waited for a judge in a powdered wig to dispense. It was something you took yourself, often at the end of a path with a rifle in your hands. This wasn't seen as murder, it was seen as balancing the scales. This code was born of necessity. When your nearest neighbor is a mile away and the county seat is a day's hard ride, you learn to solve your own problems. A man's word was his bond, and his honor was his most valuable possession, worth more than his land, his livestock, or even his life. To have it challenged publicly was an unforgivable offense. It was this fierce, uncompromising sense of personal honor that would serve as the trigger for so much of the violence to come. Into this crucible of old wounds and rigid honor, a new element was introduced: progress, or what passed for it. Timber and coal barons from the north began to see the mountains not as a home, but as a treasure chest to be plundered. The railroad snaked its way into the hollows, bringing with it outside money, slick lawyers, and a lust for the region's vast natural wealth. Suddenly, control of the local courthouse wasn't just about settling local disputes. It was about controlling land deeds, mineral rights, and fortunes beyond imagination. This collision of worlds created the men who would fight the Breathitt County War. They were forged by the Civil War's lingering hatreds, governed by an ancient code of clan loyalty, and now tempted by a wave of new greed. They were men who believed their honor was worth dying for, and who were now being told that their entire world was for sale to the highest bidder. The storm was inevitable. Before the assassinations and the arrival of the state militia, there was a tense, fragile peace in Breathitt County. You have to imagine the town of Jackson in those days, a place of dusty streets and watchful eyes, where the future of the entire region was being decided not in an election booth, but in the quiet conversations held in hotel lobbies and general stores. It was a community living on a powder keg, but for a time, it was still a community. At the center of one world was Judge James "Jim" Hargis. To his enemies, he was a tyrant, a corrupt political boss who ruled with an iron fist. But to his supporters, and there were many, he was the patriarch of Breathitt County. The Hargis Hotel wasn't just a building, it was the capital of an unofficial kingdom. On any given day, you could find Jim Hargis there, holding court. A farmer might come to him to settle a land dispute. A young man might ask for a loan to start a family. Hargis was the law, the bank, and the government all rolled into one. He understood the mountain people because he was one of them. He provided a kind of stability, a predictable order. It was his order, to be sure, but in a chaotic world, that was something. He had built a dynasty of power, and he aimed to protect it and the people who lived under his influence. On the other side stood men like Judge James B. Markham and Ed Callahan. They represented a different vision for the mountains. Markham wasn't a patriarch, he was a lawyer. He believed in the power of books, of precedent, of a justice that was blind and applied equally to all men, regardless of their last name. He saw the Hargis machine as a cancer, a corrupting force that kept Breathitt County trapped in a cycle of poverty and violence. He fought his battles in the courtroom, armed with legal briefs and righteous indignation, seeking to dismantle the little Tsar's empire from within. Ed Callahan was the embodiment of that same fight, but he met it on the streets. He was a respected and fearless lawman, a man who believed his badge should mean something. Where Hargis commanded loyalty through favors and fear, Callahan earned respect through raw courage. He was the man who would walk into a saloon to disarm a drunkard when no one else dared, the man who would serve a warrant on a known killer. He and Markham were the face of the Reform Party, and they were fighting for a future where a man's success depended on his merits, not on his allegiance to a political boss. For a while, these two worlds coexisted. The Hargis men would walk on one side of the street, the Callahan men on the other. Business was conducted, families were raised, and life went on under a veneer of civility. But everyone knew the peace was hollow. These were not just two political factions, they were two fundamentally different futures vying for control of the same small patch of earth. One side was fighting to protect the world they had built, the other was fighting to build a new one. Both believed they were in the right. And in the mountains of Kentucky, when two sides both believe they are right, the result is almost always bloodshed. But peace is a fragile thing, and in every great tragedy, there is a crack in the armor of the men who stand at its center. For James Hargis, that flaw was a pride as old and unyielding as the mountains themselves. His control over Breathitt County was not a political office, it was his birthright. He had built his world through sheer force of will, and he could not tolerate the slightest challenge to his authority. To him, opposition was not a difference of opinion. It was a declaration of personal war. This wasn't the hot-headed pride of a young brawler. It was a cold, calculating force. They say that years earlier, a merchant in town had dared to publicly support one of Hargis's political rivals. Hargis didn't send men with guns. He did something far worse. He quietly passed the word. The man's credit was cut off at the bank. His suppliers suddenly had trouble filling his orders. Friends who had known him for 20 years would cross the street to avoid speaking to him. Within a year, the man was bankrupt and broken, forced to leave the county in shame. Jim Hargis didn't just defeat his enemies, he unmade them. This absolute refusal to share or cede power was his great strength, and it would become the engine of the coming war. The fatal flaw of the reformers, of men like Judge Markham and Ed Callahan, was the mirror image of Hargis's pride. It was a rigid, almost naive faith in the power of the law itself. They truly believed that the system, if followed correctly, was strong enough to protect them. They believed that a court order held more power than a Winchester rifle, and that a properly filed indictment could bring down a king. They saw the corruption of the Hargis machine and believed they could dismantle it piece by piece with the tools of their trade: legal arguments, witness testimony, and appeals to a higher authority. When the threats against them began, whispered in the street and delivered in unsigned notes, Their response was to seek injunctions and write letters to the governor in Frankfurt. They trusted in a process that Jim Hargis had spent a lifetime learning how to manipulate and control from the inside. They were honorable men trying to play by the rules in a game where their opponent had already burned the rulebook. This faith in paper and ink, in a world that still answered to lead and steel, would prove to be a fatal miscalculation. And so the stage was set. On one side, a man whose pride would not allow him to bend. On the other, men whose principles would not allow them to break. It was a collision of two opposing kinds of stubbornness, two incompatible definitions of justice. In the suffocating quiet of the Kentucky mountains, there was no longer any room for compromise. A single spark was all that was needed to make the whole valley burn. The spark finally landed in 1902. It wasn't a public argument or a contested election. It was the sharp, ugly crack of a rifle in the dark. The target was James Cockrell, the town marshal of Jackson. But Cockrell was more than just a lawman. He was Jim Hargis's right hand. He was the muscle that backed up the little Tsar's quiet orders, the walking, breathing symbol of the Hargis machine's control over the streets. When Cockrell walked by, people understood who was in charge. His authority flowed directly from the rocking chair in the Hargis Hotel. One evening, he was cut down from ambush. It was a classic feud-style killing, a shot from the shadows, with no warning and no chance to fight back. In the code of the mountains, this was more than murder. It was an act of profound disrespect. It was a message, written in gunpowder and blood, sent directly to Jim Hargis. It said, "Your man is not safe. Your power is not absolute. Your walls can be breached." For a man like Jim Hargis, whose entire world was built on a foundation of unshakable authority, this was the ultimate insult. His pride, the very core of his being, had been publicly challenged in the most brutal way imaginable. This wasn't a legal matter to be sorted out by investigators and juries. This was a personal attack on his house, his name, and his honor. The gears of the official law were too slow, too uncertain. The only justice that mattered now was the swift, terrible justice of the clan. The Hargis faction didn't wait for proof. In their minds, there was only one group with the motive and the audacity to carry out such an act: the Callahan-Markham reformers. The accusation was made instantly and publicly. The word went out through the hollers and across the ridges. The opposition had crossed a line from which there could be no return. They had spilled first blood. That single shot changed everything. It tore away the thin veil of civility that had covered the county's tensions. The conflict was no longer about politics or legal maneuvering. It had become a blood feud. The time for filing motions in court was over. The time for filing coffins had begun. The cycle of vengeance, that terrible grinding engine of mountain warfare, had been switched on. And once it starts, it doesn't stop until it runs out of bodies to consume. In the days that followed James Cockrell's murder, a heavy silence fell over Breathitt County. It was the silence of a held breath, the kind of quiet that comes before a lightning strike. The elders of the community, men who still carried the scars of the Civil War, saw the signs. They had seen this kind of storm gather before. Preachers took to their pulpits, pleading for peace. Respected old men, who owed allegiance to neither faction, went as intermediaries, their hats in their hands, begging for calm and reason. They warned that this was a fire that, once lit, would consume the innocent along with the guilty. These warnings fell on deaf ears. They went to the Hargis Hotel and spoke to the little Tsar himself. Jim Hargis would listen to them patiently, his face a mask of cold granite. He would offer them a drink, thank them for their concern, and then show them the door. In his mind, their pleas for peace were an insult. How could there be peace when his man lay in the ground, struck down from the dark? To compromise now, to let the matter be handled by a slow and corruptible legal system, would be a show of weakness. It would be an admission that his power, his very authority over the county, could be challenged with impunity. His response was not to de-escalate, but to tighten his grip. Known gunmen and loyalists, men like Curtis Jett and Tom White, began to appear more frequently on the streets of Jackson, their presence a silent promise of retribution. On the other side, the same desperate pleas were made to Judge Markham and Ed Callahan. Friends and family begged them to be careful, to leave town for a while and let the situation cool down. A living dog is better than a dead lion, they were told. But their own unbending principles made this impossible. Judge Markham saw it as his sworn duty to uphold the law, especially when it was under attack. To flee would be to surrender the courthouse and the very idea of justice to the forces of intimidation. He believed with every fiber of his being that the shield of the law was strong enough to protect him. Ed Callahan, a lawman to his core, refused to be intimidated. He continued his patrols, served his warrants, and walked the streets of Jackson as if nothing had changed. He rejected the idea of surrounding himself with a heavy guard, arguing that a sheriff who had to hide behind a wall of rifles was no sheriff at all. They put their faith in the system. They wrote letters to the governor detailing the threats. They tried to empanel a grand jury. They fought back not with guns, but with affidavits and legal motions, believing that the truth written on paper would ultimately prevail over the lies whispered in the shadows. Every attempt at peace became just another step towards war. When neutral citizens tried to form a committee for public safety, both sides accused it of being a front for the other. When the governor sent a tepid message urging a peaceful resolution, it was seen as a sign of weakness from the state, emboldening the hardliners. The town of Jackson was no longer a community. It was two armed camps staring at each other across a dusty main street. The path of compromise had vanished, overgrown with pride on one side and principle on the other. Every man in Breathitt County had to choose a side, and everyone knew that the talking was over. The air in Jackson had grown so thick with hate you could taste it. The threats against Judge Markham were no longer whispers. They were shouted in the street. His friends stopped visiting after dark. Notes were left on his doorstep, crude and clear in their meaning. The world was closing in on him, and everyone knew a final terrible line was about to be crossed. This was the moment for one last off-ramp, one final chance to turn back from the abyss. That chance came, as it so often does, in the quiet of his own home. The story goes that on the night before he died, his wife came to him, her face pale with a fear that was beyond tears. She begged him, not as a political figure, but as her husband and the father of her children. "James, let us leave this place," she pleaded. "Let's go somewhere the names Hargis and Callahan mean nothing. What good is the law if it leaves your children without a father?" It was the clearest choice a man could face. His duty on one hand, his life and family on the other. It was a direct plea to the man, not the judge. For a long moment, Markham was silent. He was not a fool. He knew the danger was not just real, it was imminent. He could see the logic in his wife's plea, could picture a life of peace far away from the blood-soaked soil of Breathitt County. He could have packed a bag, taken his family, and been gone by sunrise. No one would have called him a coward. They would have called him a sensible man who chose to live. This was the crossroads. He could choose to be a husband and father, or he could choose to be a symbol. But the judge's faith in the law was as unbending as a rod of iron. He looked at his wife, and with a heavy heart, he made his decision. If a circuit judge can be run out of his own courthouse by threats, he told her, then there is no law in these mountains. There is only the rule of the gun. And if that is the case, then our children have no future here anyway. I will not run. He believed to his very soul that to back down would be to hand a final victory to the forces of anarchy. He had to believe the system he served was worth dying for. In that moment, he consciously rejected the path of peace and fully committed to his tragic course. He sealed his own fate not with anger or pride, but with a quiet, resolute sense of duty. The conversation was over. The last chance for a different outcome had passed. He would go to the courthouse in the morning, as he had every other morning. He would stand on those steps and face whatever came. He had made his choice. The morning of May the 4th, 1903, dawned like any other. The sun cast long shadows across the dusty main street of Jackson. Inside the Breathitt County Courthouse, the air was thick with the familiar smell of old paper and stale tobacco. Judge James B. Markham presided over his cases, his voice calm and steady, a small island of order in an ocean of simmering chaos. When the day's business was done, he walked out onto the front steps, pausing for a moment to speak with a friend, the tension of the courtroom momentarily behind him. The world seemed to hold its breath. Then, a sound, sharp and violent, cracked the afternoon calm. It was not a firecracker. It was a single, deliberate report that echoed off the brick buildings and sent a flock of birds scattering into the sky. For a split second, there was only confusion. Judge Markham felt a tremendous, invisible force strike him in the chest, a blow so powerful it staggered him backward and stole the air from his lungs. He looked at his friend, a question in his eyes, his mind struggling to understand what had just happened. He looked down. On the crisp white fabric of his shirt, a dark stain was beginning to bloom, spreading like a fatal flower. The abstract threats, the whispered warnings, the pleas of his wife, it all became real in that single, horrific instant. The long, complex legal argument he had been making against the powers that ran Breathitt County was over. A final, brutal rebuttal had just been delivered from a window across the street. His instincts, the instincts of a man whose entire life revolved around that building, took over. He did not cry out. He did not fall to the ground. With the last of his strength, he turned and stumbled back through the courthouse doors. He was a man of the law, and in his final moments, he sought sanctuary in the house of the law. He made it a few feet into the main hall before his legs gave out. Judge James B. Markham collapsed onto the hard wooden floor, his life ending at the very heart of the institution he had died trying to defend. For a long moment, nobody moved. The echo of the shot faded, replaced by a silence that was heavier and more profound than any noise. The people on the street were frozen, their faces a mixture of shock and terror. They had just witnessed the unthinkable, the public execution of a circuit judge on the steps of his own courthouse. It was an act of such brazen contempt for the law that it felt like the end of the world. This was not just a murder, it was a coronation. It was a statement, clear and undeniable, about who truly held the power in bloody Breathitt. The assassins, identified as Curtis Jett and Tom White, were known Hargis men. And the message they sent was simple and terrifying. No one was safe. No office was high enough. No principle was strong enough to protect you. The little Tsar's reign was absolute, and the courthouse itself was no longer a symbol of justice, but a tombstone for the man who dared to believe in it. From the dusty window of the building across the street, Curtis Jett and Tom White watched their handiwork unfold. The sharp, acrid scent of spent gunpowder hung in the still air of the room, a smell of finality. They saw Judge Markham stagger, saw him disappear back into the courthouse he loved. There was no panic, no rush of adrenaline-fueled fear, only the cold, clean satisfaction of a job well done. They were soldiers who had just successfully completed a mission for their commanding officer. Their next move was a testament to their chilling confidence. They didn't scramble to escape into the mountains. They didn't have a fast horse waiting in a back alley. They simply broke down the rifle, wrapped it in a cloth, and walked down the back stairs. They emerged into the pandemonium of the street, not as panicked fugitives, but as silent observers. They melted into the very crowd that was gathering in horrified knots, their faces as blank and unreadable as any other bystander. They were hiding in plain sight, protected by a shield of terror so absolute that no one dared to even meet their gaze. In the hours that followed, a strange paralysis gripped the town of Jackson. The body of Judge Markham was carried from the courthouse. The local law enforcement made a great show of securing the scene, of asking questions they already knew the answers to. Everyone knew who had pulled the trigger. The motive was as plain as the hole in the judge's chest. But who would dare to make the arrest? The town's legal system had just been decapitated, and the message was clear. Any lawman who tried to bring in Jet and White would be the next one to lie on a cold slab. And so, the killers did not run. They didn't have to. Later that day, they were seen openly in a Jackson store buying tobacco. They walked the streets with a new kind of swagger, the swagger of men who had proven they were untouchable. They were not fugitives cowering in the woods. They were conquerors, and the town of Jackson was their occupied territory. Their freedom in those first hours and days was the ultimate demonstration of Jim Hargis's power. The law was dead, and its assassins were calmly walking over its grave. The end of the road had not come for them. It had come for the rule of law in Breathitt County. The bullet that struck down Judge Markham didn't stop in the courthouse hall. It traveled onward, a phantom projectile that tore through the fabric of his family. For his wife, the abstract fear she had voiced just the night before had become a brutal, life-altering reality. She was now a widow in a town ruled by her husband's killers. His children were now orphans, their name a mark of defiance that placed them in constant, unspoken danger. The very community they had lived in became a prison of watching eyes and silent whispers. Friends who once greeted them warmly now averted their gaze, not out of malice, but out of a primal fear of being associated with the losing side of a war. For the Reform faction, Markham's assassination was a catastrophic blow. He was their legal champion, the man who believed he could slay the dragon with a well-aimed lawsuit. His death was the brutal answer to that belief. It ripped the heart out of their movement, replacing their hope for a lawful victory with the cold, hard reality of terror. A cloud of fear, thick and suffocating as mountain fog, descended on his allies. Men who had spoken boldly of reform now fell silent. The choice they faced was stark and immediate. Flee Breathitt County, bend the knee to the little Tsar, or pick up a rifle and answer violence with violence. The murder's ripple effect spread through the entire community. The town of Jackson became a place of profound paranoia. Shutters were bolted earlier in the evening. The streets, once a place of commerce and conversation, grew quiet and empty after dusk. Business between factions ceased entirely. A man's last name became his uniform, and the simple act of walking down the street was a declaration of allegiance. The courthouse, once the center of civic life, was now viewed with dread, no longer a house of law, but a monument to a failed idea. The assassination didn't end the violence, it guaranteed its escalation. The scales of justice, or what passed for it in the mountains, were now grotesquely unbalanced. Such a public and high-profile killing demanded an answer. The cycle of vengeance now required a blood payment of its own, and the Callahan faction, robbed of their legal path, began to see the gun as their only remaining option. The murder of the judge directly led to the murders that followed, of the sitting sheriff, and then of his successor, Ed Callahan himself. The tragedy of Judge Markham's death was not just his own. The wreckage left behind wasn't just a grieving family and a dead lawman. It was a shattered community, a broken faith in the idea of civilization itself. Jim Hargis had not just eliminated a rival, he had murdered hope. And in its place, he had enthroned fear as the one true king of bloody Breathitt. The murder of a circuit judge was an act so audacious it could not be ignored, not even by the distant state government in Frankfurt. The carnage in Breathitt County had become a national embarrassment. In 1904, the governor declared the county to be in a state of insurrection and sent in the militia. This was not a small detachment of men. It was an invasion force. Hundreds of soldiers armed with modern rifles and Gatling guns arrived on the train, marching through the streets of Jackson with fixed bayonets. They were a foreign army, sent to impose a foreign law. Their primary mission was to ensure that Curtis Jett and Tom White could be tried without the jury being intimidated or the courthouse being burned to the ground. The trial became a spectacle. The courthouse was no longer a public building. It was a military fortress. There were soldiers on the roof, a guard with a bayonet at every door. The proceedings inside were a perfect illustration of the clash between two worlds. The prosecution came with law books, eyewitness testimony from terrified citizens, and the complex machinery of the state's legal system. And on the other side sat Jet and White. They did not carry themselves as common criminals racked with guilt. They sat with a quiet, defiant arrogance, like captured soldiers being tried by an enemy tribunal. In their minds, and in the minds of their supporters, they had broken no real law. They had acted according to the ancient mountain code, loyalty to their chief. They had eliminated a threat to their clan and its leader. Their defense was not one of innocence, but of justification. They were merely the instruments of a will greater than their own, soldiers in a war that the men in powdered wigs could never understand. Outside the courthouse walls, Breathitt County held its breath, deeply and bitterly divided. To the Hargis loyalists, Jet and White were martyrs, loyal men being sacrificed to appease the Flatlanders in Frankfurt. They were symbols of resistance against an outside force trying to change their way of life. To the friends of James Markham and the shattered Reform faction, they were simply assassins. The trial was the last, desperate hope that the rule of law might mean something after all, that a killer could be held to account, no matter who he worked for. After weeks of testimony that kept the entire nation spellbound, the jury, protected by a wall of state rifles, returned its verdict: guilty. Both Curtis Jett and Tom White were sentenced to life in prison. The newspapers declared it a victory for justice. But in the hollows of Breathitt County, the question lingered. Was it justice? The trigger men were going to prison, but the man who had almost certainly loaded the gun and given the order, the man whose power they were protecting, James Jim Hargis, was never even charged. The law had proven it could cage the wolves, but it seemed powerless to touch the man who owned the forest. With Jet and White behind bars, you might think justice had finally, imperfectly, triumphed. But the other side of the coin was still in play. James Jim Hargis, the little czar, the man at the center of the storm, remained. The state militia eventually packed up their Gatling guns and went home. The trials were over, and Jim Hargis was still the king of Breathitt County. For years, he walked the streets of Jackson, a living testament to a chilling truth. The law could punish the soldiers, but it couldn't touch the general. He had won. He had broken the reform movement, eliminated his chief rival, and survived the full might of the state's intervention. But the mountains have their own way of balancing the books. The justice that finally found Jim Hargis didn't come with a judge's order or from the rifle of a sworn enemy. It came from inside his own house, from his own blood. In February of 1908, 4 years after the Great Invasion, a bitter argument broke out between Hargis and his son, Beach. We don't know for certain what it was about: money, power, a personal slight. But it was a fire that could not be put out. The very culture of violence that Hargis had cultivated to maintain his power had taken root in his own family. On a cold winter day, on a public street in the town he ruled, the final act of the tragedy played out. Beach Hargis confronted his father, and the argument ended the only way such disputes seemed to end in bloody Breathitt. He pulled a gun and shot his father dead. The man who had orchestrated assassinations from the shadows, who had treated the county as his personal chessboard, was brought down not by the law or his political enemies, but by a simple, brutal family quarrel. There's a terrible poetic irony in his end. The state of Kentucky had failed to hold him accountable. The code of the mountains, which he had so expertly manipulated, was ultimately what destroyed him. He had lived by the sword of clan loyalty and died by the sword of a family feud. His death was not justice in the legal sense, but it was a grim and fitting final chapter for a man whose greatest legacy was the violence he left behind. With the little Tsar in his grave, put there by his own son, a strange and unfamiliar quiet settled over Breathitt County. The empire Jim Hargis had built through a lifetime of cunning and intimidation crumbled like a house of sand. There was no one to inherit his throne. The machine he had created was powered by his will alone, and without him, it ground to a halt. The name Hargis, once a word of power, became a whisper of shame, a cautionary tale of a man who ruled a kingdom and lost his own family. His descendants scattered, many leaving the county to escape the long, dark shadow of their name. On the other side of the ledger, the name Markham became something else entirely. It became a symbol of a lost cause, a ghost of what might have been. Judge Markham's family, seeking the peace he could not find for them in Jackson, eventually left the mountains. But they left his name behind, etched into the memory of the place. To this day, it stands for an honorable, if tragic, idea that the law should be something more than the will of the strongest man. But for the common folk of Breathitt, the years after were not about legacies. They were about survival. A profound and deliberate silence fell over the history of the feuds. It was a collective act of forgetting, a necessary amnesia. Fathers stopped telling their sons the stories. The names of the dead were still on the tombstones, but the reasons they were there were buried deep. To speak of the war was to risk reopening wounds that had barely begun to scar over, to reignite embers of hatred that still glowed in the dark. The community healed itself by cauterizing its own memory, choosing a future of silence over a past of pain. And into this silence, a new kind of power moved in. With the old patriarchs dead or disgraced, the county was left rudderless. The timber and coal companies from the outside no longer had to negotiate with a powerful little czar. They could now deal with a fractured, exhausted populace and a pliable local government. The great fight for Breathitt's soul did not end with the feuds. It had only entered a new phase. The rifle was put away, and the lawyer's briefcase took its place. The land and its wealth, which had been fought over with blood, would now be claimed with ink. The men who fought the Breathitt County War are long gone. Their rifles have turned to rust, their bodies to dust. But their story has not disappeared. It has seeped into the soil of the county itself, a permanent part of the landscape. And the most enduring echo of that bloody time is the name it earned, Bloody Breathitt. For more than a century, the people of this place have lived with that nickname. It clings to them like morning fog in the hollows, a ghost of a reputation they can never fully shake, a constant reminder of the time when their home was a battlefield. If you walk the streets of Jackson today, you can still touch the past. The old courthouse still stands, a silent brick-and-mortar witness to the murder that defined an era. And a persistent local legend says that the judge never truly left. On quiet nights, when the building is dark and empty, some people claim you can hear the faint sound of a man's footsteps, pacing the hall where Judge Markham fell. It's the ghost of a man who died for the law, still restlessly seeking the justice that was denied to him in life. Not far from there, in a quiet cemetery, you can find the weathered tombstones of Markham, of Hargis, of Callahan, their names worn by 100 years of rain and wind, the silent epilogue to a violent history. The story of the feuds is rarely found in official history books. It lives on in the way mountain people preserve their past, in stories told on a front porch, in hushed tones from one generation to the next. It has become a cautionary tale, a lesson taught to the young about the terrible price of pride and the destructive power of vengeance. The specific details may blur, the names may fade, but the core of the story remains, a warning about the darkness that can be unleashed when good men do nothing and powerful men do as they please. The spirits of the two main antagonists still haunt the county in their own ways. The ghost of Judge Markham is a sad one, a symbol of principle and sacrifice. But the ghost of Jim Hargis is something else entirely. It is the ghost of absolute power, of a time when one man's will could override all law and morality. He represents the old, untamed spirit of the mountains, both its strength and its terrifying brutality. Though the man is gone, his shadow, the memory of that kind of power, lingers as a reminder of what this place once was. So we come to the end of the trail and return to the question that started it all. Was this a land of savages or a place of honorable men locked in a desperate struggle? The truth is, it was both. There were no simple heroes or villains in the story of Bloody Breathitt. There were only men, forged by their time and place, and trapped by the very codes that gave them their strength. Jim Hargis was not a monster. He was a king from an older, fiercer world, a mountain patriarch who ruled by a law of loyalty and fear, and who defended his kingdom with savage brutality when it was threatened. And Judge James Markham was not a naive fool. He was a prophet of a new order, a man who believed that the rule of law could tame the wilderness and bring a just peace to the mountains. His tragedy was that he was a man ahead of his time, who fatally underestimated the violence with which the old world would resist its own death. They were two titans of two different ages, standing on the same small piece of earth, and there was simply not enough room for both of them. In the end, this is not just a story about a feud. It is the story of a painful, bloody transition. It's the story of what happens when the unwritten law of the mountains, a code of honor, clan, and vengeance, collides with the written law of the state. The gunshots that echoed through the hollows were the death rattle of an entire way of life, a brutal response to the encroaching forces of industry, money, and a government that the mountain people had never trusted. The blood that soaked the courthouse steps was the terrible price of that change. And that, my friends, is the Ballad of Bloody Breathitt. It is a grim and lasting reminder that a man's greatest strength can become his most profound weakness, and that when the old ways of a place are forced to die, they seldom die quietly. In the heart of Tennessee's mountains stands a stone beast the locals called the End of the Road, Brushy Mountain State Prison. They built it to hold the most dangerous men alive, but they say the real jailer wasn't the guards or the walls, but the ancient, unforgiving mountain itself. The official history tells of riots, brutality, and the escape of America's most hated man. But the old tales whisper of something darker, a curse born of blood and coal, one that traps souls within its stones long after their sentences have ended. Today, we'll peel back the layers of time and fear to ask, what really happened inside the prison that the mountain would never let go? Before the first stone of Brushy Mountain was laid, before its shadow fell across the valley, this was a different world. The Cumberland Mountains weren't a cage, they were a sanctuary. Life here moved to the rhythm of the seasons, dictated by the rising sun and the flow of the creeks. Families lived in cabins tucked into deep hollows, surrounded by forests so thick they seemed to swallow the sky. It was a hard life, to be sure, carved out of rock and stubborn soil, but it was a life of profound freedom. The men of this place were miners, but they were free men. Every morning, they'd walk into the dark mouths of the earth, not in chains, but with a lunch pail in one hand and a pickaxe in the other. This work was brutal, dangerous, and it stole the breath from their lungs, but it was honest. It was how they fed their children and kept a fire in the hearth. They were bound not by guards, but by a powerful, unspoken code of community. They looked out for one another because in the deep dark, your neighbor was the only law that mattered. They were a proud and independent people, descendants of Scots-Irish settlers who had come to these mountains seeking solitude and a life of their own making. They asked for little from the outside world and wanted even less from its governments. Their wealth wasn't measured in dollars, but in the yield of their gardens, the strength of their families, and the unshakable knowledge that this land, these hills, these creeks, belonged to them. They had everything they needed. But far away from these quiet hollows, in the halls of power, men with ledgers and contracts were drawing lines on maps. They saw the rich seams of coal not as a lifeline for mountain families, but as fuel for a new industrial age. And to get that fuel as cheaply as possible, they were willing to make a deal with the devil. A plan was being hatched, a monstrous idea that would turn the state's prisons into a source of cheap labor. A rumor began to snake through the mountains, a whisper of a new kind of miner coming to the creeks, a miner who worked in chains and who would take the very bread from their tables. The world they knew was about to be burned to the ground. The ground for this conflict had been fertile for generations. The people of the mountains had a long and bitter memory when it came to outsiders with promises and contracts. They remembered their grandfathers telling stories of timber barons who stripped the hills bare and left, and land agents who tricked men who couldn't read into signing away their mineral rights for a pittance. So when the coal companies arrived, they were viewed with a deep, ingrained suspicion. The company men, with their clean hands and city suits, were a different breed, and their promises of prosperity always seemed to come with a hidden cost. This new threat, the convict lease system, was an echo of those old grievances. It wasn't just about jobs, it was about dignity. The miners saw it as a deliberate slap in the face, a message from the state and the companies that their hard, dangerous labor was worth so little it could be replaced by the forced toil of prisoners. It was, in their eyes, a different kind of slavery being brought to their doorstep, designed to break their unions and grind them into submission. The old wound of being seen as backward and expendable by the outside world was torn open once again. The talk started in whispers, carried from one mining camp to the next. A man would come over the ridge from Coal Creek with news, his voice low and urgent as he shared what he'd heard. At first, it was just rumors. They're building a stockade up by the Briceville mine. Heard they signed a contract with the state for 100 men. At the company store, at church gatherings, around the fire at night, the whispers grew into a steady, angry murmur. Soon, the talk started to curdle. Fear and speculation twisted the facts into something monstrous. 100 convicts became 500. A plan to supplement the workforce became a plot to replace them all. Every word was like a piece of dry kindling, carefully stacked at the miners' doorsteps. The convicts themselves, men they had never seen, were no longer viewed as unfortunate souls. They became a faceless symbol of the miners' own impending starvation, the instrument of their destruction. The community, once bound by solidarity, was now bound by a shared and growing rage. The fuse that had been sputtering for months was finally lit in the summer of 1891. The Tennessee Coal Mining Company, emboldened by the state's backing, made its move. They fired their free miners at Briceville, evicted them from their company-owned homes, and marched in a new workforce, convicts in black and white stripes, shackled and under the watch of armed guards. This was no longer a threat whispered in the shadows. It was a reality, stark and brutal. Men who had spent their lives in the mines were now cast out, watching from the hills as prisoners took their place. The initial reaction was a wave of cold, silent fury. That night, in a secluded hollow, lit only by the flickering light of torches, hundreds of miners gathered. You could see the resolve hardening in their eyes. These were not men given to idle threats. They were men of action, pushed to the absolute edge. They didn't speak of protest or petitions. They spoke of taking back what was theirs. A decision was made, a pact sealed not with a handshake, but with the grim nodding of heads and the quiet cleaning of rifles. They would not stand by and starve. Before dawn on July 14th, 300 armed miners descended from the mountains, moving like ghosts through the morning mist. They surrounded the convict stockade at Briceville. There was no shouting, no chaotic mob. This was a disciplined, determined force. They presented their ultimatum to the guards: surrender the stockade and the prisoners, or face the consequences. The guards, looking out at the sea of determined faces and the barrels of hundreds of rifles glinting in the twilight, knew they stood no chance. They surrendered without a shot being fired. But what happened next stunned the authorities. The miners didn't harm the convicts. They saw them not as enemies, but as fellow victims of a corrupt system. They broke open the stockade, gave the prisoners food and civilian clothes, and marched them to the nearest train station. They put them on a train and sent them to Knoxville with a simple, defiant message for the governor. "We will not work alongside convicts, and we will not allow them to work here." They had committed an open act of insurrection. They had drawn a line in the coal dust, and in doing so had declared war on the state of Tennessee. There was no turning back now. The first move had been made, and the entire state held its breath, waiting for the violent reply that was sure to come. The state's answer to the rebellion wasn't a single battle, but a slow, grinding execution of the human spirit. They found their diabolical solution. They would build their own prison with their own mine, and the miners who had defied them would be its first inhabitants, and they would build it themselves. They brought them in chains, not to a finished building, but to the raw, untamed foot of Brushy Mountain. Their first order was to pick up a sledgehammer and attack the very cliffs that would become their tomb. This wasn't a slaughter of bullets and knives, it was a slaughter of exhaustion and despair. The days began before sunrise and ended long after sunset, a relentless rhythm of steel striking stone. The air, thick with grey dust, became a constant shroud, coating their skin, filling their lungs, and turning their desperate coughs into a rasping choir. The only sounds were the sharp crack of the guards' whips against the rock, the groans of men lifting stones beyond their strength, and the rhythmic, hollow clang of hammers that beat like a dying heart. From the nearby hollows, you couldn't see the faces of the men, only their silhouettes against the raw face of the mountain. You'd see them moving like specters in the dust, a long, broken line of humanity being slowly erased. Sometimes, a silhouette would simply falter and disappear, collapsing in a heap. There was no ceremony. The work wouldn't even pause. The others would just keep swinging, their eyes fixed on the stone in front of them, not daring to look at the man who had just been swallowed by the mountain. The mountain itself seemed to be a silent, hungry participant. The stones they quarried were cold and sharp, tearing at their hands until they were raw and bleeding. It was as if the mountain was demanding a price, and the mortar that would hold the walls together was a mixture of sand, water, and the sweat and blood of these men. Every stone they lifted was soaked in their misery. Every block they set in place was a monument to their stolen freedom. With their own bleeding hands, they built their tomb, stone by agonizing stone. They watched the walls rise around them, a grey tide of granite that blotted out the trees, the sky, and any last sliver of hope. They were building their own cage, and they knew it. The final act of this slaughter was not a gunshot, but a sound. The deafening clang of a massive iron gate swinging shut for the very first time. The lock turned, and the men who had built the fortress were now its first official prisoners. Their rebellion was over. Their world was gone, and the mountain had them. When the last stone was set and the great iron gate slammed shut, a new kind of silence fell over the valley. It was not the peaceful quiet of the mountains. It was a silence so deep it had weight, pressing down on the men inside and the hollows outside. The dust of construction settled, revealing the finished prison not as a building, but as a scar of grey stone carved into the green landscape. The Coal Creek War was over. The rebellion was crushed. And for the men who had fought for their freedom, the world had shrunk to the space between four stone walls. Inside, they were no longer miners or rebels. They were stripped of their names, their clothes, their pasts, and given a number and a striped uniform. The fight for justice was replaced by a grim, daily struggle for survival. And in the cruelest twist of fate, the state opened its own coal mine right on the prison grounds. The very thing they had fought against being forced to work in a mine to enrich the state, had become their life sentence. They now descended into the earth each day, not as free men, but as the state's property, digging the black heart out of the mountain that held them captive. For those who survived the mines, a new society began to form within the walls, governed by its own brutal laws. The guards were kings, their word absolute, and their fists the only justice. The slightest infraction could land a man in the hole, a pitch-black cell deep in the foundations, a place where the damp chill and total darkness were designed to strip away not just hope, but sanity itself. A hierarchy of violence took root among the inmates, and the men who had once stood shoulder to shoulder in rebellion now looked at each other with suspicion and fear. Outside, in the surrounding communities, the prison stood as a constant, terrifying monument to their defeat. The mountain had swallowed their husbands, their sons, their fathers. The spirit of defiance that had burned so brightly was extinguished, replaced by a pervasive fear. Families spoke of the men in Brushy Mountain in hushed whispers, as if the very walls had ears. The fortress had not only imprisoned the rebels, it had put a stranglehold on the spirit of the entire region. The authorities had won. Brushy Mountain became their grim trophy, a symbol of absolute power and a chilling warning to anyone who would dare to challenge the system again. The rumors that bled out from behind the walls, tales of brutality, of men lost in the mines, of souls broken in the dark, only served their purpose, cementing the prison's reputation as the end of the road. A new, dark chapter had begun, written in coal dust and human despair. The state's response was not to send lawmen, it was to send an army. The Tennessee State Militia, hundreds of them, descended upon the mountains by train. They were flatlanders, boys from the cities and farms, clad in uniforms that stood out starkly against the deep greens and browns of the forest. They came not to investigate a crime, but to put down an insurrection. Local sheriffs and deputies, men who had grown up with the miners, were brushed aside. This was no longer a local dispute. It was a military occupation. Their orders were simple: hunt down the leaders of the rebellion and make an example of them. But the miners had vanished. They melted back into the landscape that had birthed them, becoming ghosts in their own land. They knew every hidden hollow, every game trail, every forgotten cave and abandoned mine shaft. The mountains that had been their home now became their fortress, a vast, tangled labyrinth where they held every advantage. The militia, accustomed to open fields and city streets, were utterly lost here. The mountains themselves fought against them with steep ridges, sudden ravines, and a disorienting wilderness that seemed to change with the light. The hunt became a brutal, nerve-wracking game of cat and mouse. Patrols of soldiers would march up the creeks, their movements clumsy and loud, while the men they were hunting watched silently from the high ground. A snapping twig, a bird call that sounded just a little off, these were the signals that passed between the hidden men. A silent war was waged in the shadows, a war of fear and attrition. The militia, frustrated and angry, turned their attention to the families left behind. They raided cabins in the dead of night, tearing homes apart in search of fugitives, their bayonets a constant threat meant to break the mountain people's code of silence. But that code ran deeper than fear. Hiding a man on the run wasn't just an act of defiance, it was a sacred duty. A network of whispers and secret signs kept the fugitives fed and informed. A lantern left burning in a specific window, a quilt of a certain pattern hung on a clothesline. These were the messages the soldiers couldn't read. For months, the community held fast, a wall of silence and deception against the invaders. Eventually, though, the siege began to take its toll. A winter in the mountains is long, and hunger is a powerful persuader. The state posted bounties, turning the price of a man's freedom into a bag of flour and a few dollars, a fortune for a starving family. Slowly, agonizingly, the wall of silence began to crack. One by one, the leaders were found. They were discovered not in a blaze of gunfire, but huddled by a low fire in an abandoned prospecting cabin, their faces gaunt with hunger. They were cornered in the dark tunnels of a played-out mine, surrendering with the quiet exhaustion of men who know their road has come to an end. There was no fight left in them. In their eyes was not the fire of rebellion, but the cold ash of defeat. They were bound in chains and marched down from the hills, often past their own homes, where their wives and children watched in stoic silence. Their long, desperate hunt in the shadows was over, and they all knew where they were going next. They were being taken back to the stone monster they had built, this time to be fed into its belly. The trials, when they came, were not about discovering truth. They were a public ritual of humiliation, a final breaking of the miner's spirit. The leaders of the rebellion were marched in chains into county courthouses packed to the rafters. On one side sat their families, women and children with faces carved from stone, their eyes holding a silent, defiant grief. On the other side were the company men in their starched collars and the state officials, their expressions a mixture of triumph and contempt. The air was thick with a tension you could taste, held in check only by the armed militia who lined the walls, their presence a constant reminder of who held the power now. The miners themselves sat in the dock, not with the downcast eyes of criminals, but with a quiet, exhausted dignity. These were not men who understood the intricate language of the law. They understood the simple justice of the mountains. You don't let your family starve. They listened as slick city prosecutors, using words they barely recognized, painted them as anarchists and violent insurrectionists, a threat to civilization itself. They were accused of destroying property, but the property in question was the state's right to the labor of other human beings. The proceedings were a tragic farce. Witnesses were brought forth, men whose will had been broken or whose loyalty had been bought with a bounty. The defense was a token effort, a whisper against a hurricane of state power. The jury, often composed of merchants and landowners who benefited from the company's presence, listened with closed faces and closed hearts. The real verdict had been decided months before, not in a jury room, but in the governor's mansion and the coal company's boardroom. When the foreman finally stood to read the verdict, there was no gasp of surprise. Guilty. The word fell into the silent room like a stone into a deep well. There were no tears from the families, only a tightening of jaws. The company men exchanged quiet, satisfied nods. The defendants themselves simply stared ahead, their faces betraying nothing. They had known from the moment the chains were locked on their wrists that this was the only possible outcome. Their freedom was gavelled away, their fight officially declared a crime. But the final, cruelest blow was the sentence. The judge, a man who saw them not as desperate fathers, but as a disease to be cured, condemned them to years of hard labor. And in a moment of supreme, calculated irony, he sentenced them to serve that time at the new Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary. They were being sent back to the stone monster they had been forced to build, to work the state's coal mine under the very system they had risked their lives to destroy. Was it justice? Or was it merely the law of the powerful, a tool to crush the desperate and sanctify the cruel? The mountains had their own code of right and wrong, but on that day, the law of men had spoken, and its voice was the sound of a prison gate slamming shut. Today, you can drive right up to the gates of Brushy Mountain. It's a tourist attraction. You can take a guided tour, eat at a restaurant called the Warden's Table, and even buy moonshine legally distilled on the very grounds where men were once broken. Tourists smile for photos, posing in the cell that once held James Earl Ray, their laughter echoing in the same spaces that once held only despair. It is a strange, surreal carnival built on a foundation of forgotten pain. But if you look past the gift shop and the polished exhibits, the echoes of that first desperate fight are still there. Run your hand along the cold, grey stones of the outer wall. You're touching the very blocks that were quarried and hoisted into place by the exhausted, bleeding hands of the Coal Creek rebels. The prison itself is their truest, most terrible monument. Most of those men never saw the outside world again. They died in the prison mine, their lungs choked with coal dust, or they simply withered away in the hole. Their names are largely lost to history, etched only on the crumbling pages of forgotten ledgers. But their bloodlines still run through these hollows. Their great-grandchildren still live on the same land, and in their families, the story of the war is passed down not as history, but as a quiet, stubborn legend of defiance. The physical traces are scattered across the landscape like old bones. In the woods around the prison, there are patches of unmarked graves, simple field stones marking the final resting places of convicts the state didn't bother to send home. The old mine portals, the very ones the rebels worked, are still visible as dark, collapsed scars on the mountainside, sealed with concrete but still seeming to exhale a cold, dead air. A few miles away, near the town once called Coal Creek, a small metal plaque now stands, officially acknowledging the conflict. It's a quiet, understated nod to a war that once set these mountains on fire. Most people who drive past that sign have no idea what it means. The story has been paved over by new roads and drowned out by the noise of the modern world. But when the last tour bus leaves Brushy Mountain for the day and the sun sinks behind the ridge, the old silence returns. And in that silence, you can feel it. The wind whistling through the empty cell blocks sounds like a whisper. The chill that settles in the valley has nothing to do with the weather. The tourists may forget the story as soon as they drive away, but the stones of this prison have not. The mountain remembers everything. So we return to the question that hangs in the cold air of this valley. What is the real curse of Brushy Mountain? Is it the restless spirit of a long-dead inmate, or the shadows that flicker in empty cells? The truth, as it so often is in these mountains, is something far more human and therefore far more chilling. The curse of Brushy Mountain was not born of supernatural forces. It was forged in the fire of human greed and ratified by the cold hand of injustice. The prison wasn't just built on a foundation of stone. It was built on the ashes of a people's rebellion for the simple right to live with dignity. This is more than just the story of a building. It is a story about the indomitable Appalachian spirit. It's a testament to men who were told their hard lives and their families didn't matter, and who answered by shaking the very foundations of the state. They lost their war, yes. They were chained and broken, and many were buried in unmarked graves. But the memory of their defiance is now embedded in these hills, a lesson that must not be forgotten. That even when the fight seems hopeless, there is a profound power, a profound honor in standing your ground. So the next time you hear the name Brushy Mountain, don't just think of infamous escapees or tales of hauntings. Think of those first prisoners. Think of the free miners of Coal Creek who were forced to build their own tomb, stone by blood-soaked stone. Because their story is the prison's true foundation. It is the secret the mountain has held for over a century. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. I'm standing on a patch of grass just outside Marietta, Georgia. Today, it's nothing more than a roadside shoulder, where the sound of passing cars is the only thing that breaks the stillness. There's no monument here, no grand marker to tell you what happened. But this ground remembers. Over a century ago, in the pale light of a new day, this was a stage for a final, terrible act of what some called justice and others called murder. Right here, a man's life ended at the end of a rope, not by the hand of the state, but by the will of a disciplined, silent mob. The story of how he got here, dragged from a prison farm 100 miles away, is a dark journey into the heart of a city on edge, a courtroom ruled by fear, and a nation divided. Today, we're going to walk that path. We're going to sift through the ashes of a forgotten fire and listen to the whispers it left behind. Because the question isn't just what happened here, but why. And the answer is a story that Georgia and America has been trying to forget ever since. To understand the spark that lit that fire, we have to travel back, away from that lonely patch of grass, to the heart of Atlanta in 1913. This was the capital of the so-called New South, a city straining to build a future of smokestacks and industry on a foundation of Civil War ashes. Northern money was pouring in, and with it came Northern managers, bringing new ways that sat uneasily with the old. The air was thick with both coal smoke and resentment. It was a city holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Into this world walked two people, moving on a collision course they couldn't possibly see. The first was a girl named Mary Fagan. She was just 13 years old, a child who should have been in a schoolhouse or playing in a field. Instead, her family had been pushed by poverty from the quiet hills of Marietta into the city's grime, and she worked long, grinding hours at the National Pencil Company for 12 cents an hour. To the people of Atlanta, she was more than just a girl. She was a symbol of the innocent rural South they felt was being devoured by the machine of progress. The second was a man named Leo Frank. He was 29, the superintendent of that same pencil factory. And he was everything Mary Fagan was not. He was a northerner from Brooklyn, an engineer educated at Cornell University. He was Jewish in a world that was overwhelmingly and often fiercely Protestant. His speech was precise, his mannerisms different. He was the outsider, the face of the northern industrial power that gave girls like Mary a job, but at a cost that felt impossibly high. These two worlds met inside the brick walls of the National Pencil Company. Downstairs, the roar of machinery, the dust, and the sweat of hundreds of workers, many of them young girls from the countryside. Upstairs, the quiet order of the front office, a world of ledgers and calculations managed by Leo Frank. The two floors were separated by a staircase, but they might as well have been separated by an ocean of culture, class, and history. And the day it all came apart was no ordinary day. It was Saturday, April 26, 1913, Confederate Memorial Day. The streets of Atlanta were filled with parades, with the gray-haired veterans of a lost war marching under their faded battle flags. The city was wrapped in a defiant pride, a celebration of its past, even as it rushed toward a new future. It was on this day, with the echoes of old anthems in the air, that Mary Fagan made her way to the factory to collect her $1.20 pay from the man in the upstairs office. Him looking now at a digital copy of a photograph from the Georgia State Archives. The image is grainy, over a century old, but what it shows is chillingly clear. It's two small, crumpled pieces of paper covered in rough, almost childish pencil scrawls. These are the infamous murder notes found in the factory basement, just inches from Mary Fagan's head. They were the first and loudest voice to speak from that crime scene. Listen to what they say. The first one reads, "Ma'am, that Negro higher down here did this. I went to get water, and he pushed me down that hole, a long, tall Negro, black that who. It was long, slim, tall Negro, I write while play with me." The second is just as crude. He said he would love me and land down, play like the night witch did it, but that long, tall, black Negro did by hisself. On the surface, it's a deathbed accusation, a desperate attempt by a dying girl to name her attacker. But from the very beginning, these notes raised more questions than they answered. The police, the press, the public, they all looked at these words and saw a puzzle. The language was strange, the grammar almost nonsensical. Why would a killer, in the middle of such a brutal act, linger in the dark to carefully craft a frame-up? This wasn't just a clue, it was a performance, a piece of theater left on a dirt floor. These two scraps of paper were supposed to be a map pointing directly to the monster responsible. Instead, they became a labyrinth. The search for the hand that wrote these words would pull three men from the shadows, and in the fevered atmosphere of Atlanta, the city would have to decide which one of them was telling the truth and which one was the author of this vicious lie. The first man to be swallowed by the shadow of those notes was the night watchman, Newt Lee. Early the next morning, he made his rounds in the factory's silent, cavernous basement. His lantern cut a weak circle in the gloom, brushing over piles of coal dust and forgotten machine parts. He went to use the toilet, a crude setup in the back, and that's when his light fell upon it. A small body lying in the grime. He ran, terrified, and called the police. The discovery hit Atlanta like a lightning strike. The city's newspapers, locked in a bitter circulation war, descended on the story like vultures. They splashed lurid, sensational headlines across their front pages, painting a monstrous picture of the little factory girl's final moments. Public outrage was immediate, and it was white-hot. A villain was needed, and fast. The police, working under the immense pressure of that public fury, quickly rounded up their first suspects. There was Newt Lee, the man who found the body, the night witch seemingly named in the notes. There was Jim Conley, another black employee, a factory sweeper with a criminal record who was seen washing a stained shirt soon after the murder. And there was Leo Frank, the superintendent, the last person known to have seen Mary Fagan alive. His nervous, twitchy demeanor during questioning immediately put him on the police's radar. At first, suspicion swirled around all three, but those notes, they were the problem. They didn't feel right. To the detectives, and soon to the public, the idea that a black man would have the presence of mind to write such elaborate notes to frame another black man seemed unlikely. A new, more sinister theory began to take root in the city's mind, a theory whispered on street corners and then printed in the papers. What if the notes weren't a clumsy frame-up, but a brilliant one? What if they were a double bluff, written by an educated white man, trying to make it look like an uneducated black man had committed the crime? Suddenly, the net of suspicion began to tighten. The focus shifted away from the two black workers and toward the northern Jewish superintendent. The very things that made Leo Frank an outsider, his education, his precise way of speaking, now became evidence against him. He was the only one, they reasoned, clever enough to devise such a twisted scheme. The seeds of a narrative were being sown, one where the factory boss was not just a manager, but a monster in disguise. To find the next piece of this story, I didn't go to a crime scene or a graveyard. I went to a small, cluttered office at a local university, a room lined with books on Georgia history, each one a monument to a forgotten world. I met with a local historian, a man who has dedicated 40 years of his life to untangling the knots of the Leo Frank case. He didn't just study the documents, he'd spoken to the children and grandchildren of the people who were there, preserving the whispers that never made it into the official record. You have to understand, he told me, his voice quiet but intense. The trial of Leo Frank didn't really happen in that courtroom. It happened in print, for weeks beforehand, on the pages of a magazine called The Jeffersonian. He explained that its publisher, Tom Watson, was a titan of Georgia politics, a populist who spoke to the fears of the poor, rural whites who felt their world was being stolen from them by northern industrialists and city slickers. And in Leo Frank, Watson found the perfect villain. This historian showed me copies of those old papers, their pages yellow and brittle. The words printed on them were pure venom. They didn't just report on the case, they created a myth. Frank was painted as a monster, a lecherous Jew who preyed on the innocent Christian girls who worked for him. Rumors, many of them sourced from disgruntled former employees, were printed as fact. Stories of inappropriate behavior in his office, of a secret, depraved life, filled the columns, poisoning the minds of every potential juror in the state. He explained that this wasn't just about one man's crime. It was about all the simmering resentments of the New South boiling over. Frank was the symbol for everything the common man feared and hated. He was the northern boss, the wealthy intellectual, and the Jewish outsider. Tom Watson, with the power of his printing press, took these vague fears and gave them a face, a name, and a crime. The public wasn't just asked to believe Frank was a killer. They were taught to believe he was a demon, the embodiment of a corrupting evil that had invaded their land. As I left that office, I understood that the verdict wasn't decided by evidence. It was forged in the fire of this public hatred. The point of no return wasn't a single moment in a dark basement. It was a slow, deliberate campaign of character assassination that guaranteed Leo Frank would be a dead man long before he ever set foot in that courtroom. The air in the interrogation rooms of the Atlanta police station was stale with cigar smoke and frustration. For days, Jim Conley, the factory sweeper, had been a human puzzle the police couldn't solve. He'd given one rambling, contradictory statement after another. He couldn't read or write, he swore. Then, caught in a lie, he admitted he could. Each story he told was a dead end, and the investigators were ready to dismiss him as a chronic liar, a nobody caught in the blast radius of a bigger crime. But then, after nearly a week of relentless questioning, something shifted. Backed into a corner, his lies exhausted, Jim Conley didn't just confess to something, he offered the police a revelation. It was the story they and the city of Atlanta had been secretly hoping for. Yes, he admitted, he had written those murder notes, but he hadn't done it alone. He had written them at the direction and under the terrified orders of his boss, Leo Frank. Suddenly, the investigators leaned in. The frustrated scribbling stopped, and Conley, seeing he finally had their full attention, began to perform. He spun a tale that was both gruesome and cinematic. He claimed he was standing watch for Frank that Saturday afternoon, while Frank took Mary Fagan into his private office. He told them he heard a scream. A few minutes later, he said, a trembling Frank called him in and showed him the girl's lifeless body on the floor. In Conley's telling, Frank was a panicked, sweating mess, confessing the murder and begging for help. He claimed Frank dictated the notes to him, word for word, and then ordered him to help carry the body down the ladder to the basement, a detail later changed to a rickety elevator when the ladder proved impossible. He described the journey into the dark, the body slung over Frank's shoulder, and the final act of leaving the girl's body and the incriminating notes in the filth and coal dust. It was a story filled with holes, a narrative that would change and warp with each retelling. But it didn't matter. It was perfect. It had the villain the newspapers had already created, the cold, calculating Jewish mastermind. And it had the simple-minded accomplice, a black man too scared and too weak to do anything but follow orders. For the prosecutor, Hugh Dorsey, this was more than a breakthrough. It was a gift. He now had his star witness. From that moment on, the search for other truths ended. The investigation snapped shut like a steel trap around a single narrative. The path was now set in stone, leading from that interrogation room directly to a courthouse, a jury, and a hangman's noose. There would be no turning back. The machinery of justice now had its fuel, and it was roaring toward a single, preordained destination. I'm standing in downtown Atlanta now, at the corner of Forsyth and Marietta Street. It's a place of steel and glass, of corporate towers that scrape the sky. Businessmen and women with briefcases and coffee cups hurry past, their footsteps echoing on polished stone plazas. You won't find the National Pencil Company here anymore. There's no plaque, no historical marker, not even a trace of the old brick and mortar. The city has paved over its memory, burying the scene of the crime under the foundations of a new, gleaming skyline. But this is the place, right here, where this glass atrium catches the afternoon sun, once stood a 4-story brick factory, its windows clouded with a fine grey dust from the graphite within. It was a place of noise and labor, filled with the roar of machinery and the shouts of children earning a few cents an hour. And it was a building of stark contrasts. The loud, chaotic factory floors, the quiet, orderly superintendent's office on the 2nd story, and down below, a basement that was little more than a dirt-floored cave, dark, damp, and forgotten. This modern plaza is a scar, a smooth, clean surface hiding a wound that never truly healed. Because we know what this ground was used for. We can trace the path, in our minds, from that 2nd-floor office, down the narrow, creaking staircase to the absolute darkness of the cellar. This is the geography of the crime. And while the building is gone, the story remains, clinging to this very spot like a ghost. Right here, beneath all this progress, in the silence of a holiday afternoon, the machinery of industry stopped, and a far more brutal machine took over. If you believe the story told in that courtroom, the story that sealed Leo Frank's fate, then this is how the world ended for Mary Fagan. The great machines of the National Pencil Company were silent for the holiday. The only sounds in the cavernous building were the ticking of a clock in the office and the distant pop of celebratory firecrackers in the streets below. Sunlight, thick with floating dust, cut sharp angles through the tall, grimy windows of the second floor. It was in this strange, industrial quiet that the 13-year-old girl walked into her superintendent's office to collect her pay. The exchange, by all accounts, was brief. Leo Frank sat at his desk, a man of ledgers and figures. Mary stood before him, a child of the factory floor. He handed her the small pay envelope containing her $1.20. It was a transaction that had happened 100 times before, in this office, with 100 other girls. A routine moment. She would have turned to leave, her hand clutching the money, her mind already on the parade, the sunlight, the rest of her day. And then, according to the state of Georgia, the silence was broken. Not by a long, drawn-out struggle, but by a single, sharp sound. A cry, cut short. The sudden, ugly noise of a body striking wood, and then the floor. It was a sound that lasted only a second, but it was enough to shatter the afternoon. It was the sound of a line being crossed, of a life being erased in a flicker of brutal, incomprehensible violence. What followed was a terrible stillness. The dust motes continued their slow, silent dance in the sunbeams, but now they settled on a scene of irreversible horror. An overturned chair, a few scattered papers, and on the floor, near the leg of a heavy oak desk, a small pay envelope, its contents still neatly folded inside. The clock on the wall kept ticking, measuring out the seconds of a new, ghastly reality. The world outside, full of music and celebration, had no idea that in this quiet room, a tomb had just been created. This is the moment, Jim Conley swore, that he was called into the office. He claimed he saw a man not of cold, calculating evil, but of pure, animal panic. A man whose carefully constructed world had just been obliterated by his own hands. In the frantic, hushed whispers of that office, a desperate plan was born. The evidence had to be hidden. The body had to vanish. The target was the basement, a place no one ever went, a dark, forgotten hole at the bottom of the world. The journey down was a clumsy, scraping nightmare. The state claimed they used the narrow, hand-pulled elevator, a rickety cage barely large enough for one man, let alone two men and their terrible burden. The descent into the darkness was slow, the ropes groaning under the unfamiliar weight. They reached the bottom with a dull thud. The basement was pitch black, a cellar of damp earth and coal dust, where the only light came from a few frantic, flickering matches. There, in the oppressive dark, the final act was staged. The little body was left in a corner, amidst the filth. By the trembling light of a match, Conley said he scrawled out the clumsy accusatory notes, the pencil scratching against the paper. The words were meant to be a false trail, a clever misdirection. But they were more than that. They were the final, grotesque punctuation mark on the crime, a calculated lie left beside an unspeakable truth. Then, the match was extinguished, and two figures retreated into the gloom, leaving the basement to its profound and terrible silence. In a quiet room in the state archives, the entire tragedy is flattened, pressed, and bound into thousands of pages of brittle, yellowing paper. This is the official story, the one told in the language of law and procedure. Him looking at the trial transcript, a document thicker than a family Bible, and it feels like reading a ghost story. All the heat, the rage, and the terror of 1913 has been boiled down to a sterile series of questions and answers printed in neat black ink. You can read the coroner's report. It's a clinical inventory of a nightmare, It lists the cause of death as strangulation by ligature and notes the various wounds to the victim's body. The language is precise, medical, and utterly devoid of emotion. It reduces Mary Fagan to a collection of physical facts, a piece of evidence to be catalogued. It tells you how she died, but it cannot begin to tell you what it means for a child to be erased from the world in such a way. Then you turn to the testimony of Jim Conley. On the printed page, his story is a mess. It's a swamp of contradictions. The timeline he gives for the afternoon of the murder shifts and buckles under the slightest pressure. Key details of his story changed multiple times during his interrogations. Reading it now, in the silence of this archive, it seems almost impossible that a jury could have believed it. But this transcript, this cold collection of words, is a liar. It's a liar because it's incomplete. It cannot capture the sweat dripping from the jurors' faces in that sweltering, unair-conditioned courtroom. It cannot make you hear the roar of the mob in the streets outside, chanting for a hanging. And most importantly, it cannot show you the electrifying, charismatic performance that Jim Conley delivered on the witness stand. The jury wasn't reading a document. They were witnessing a confession, and to them, it felt like the raw, unvarnished truth. This is the great paradox of the official record. It preserves the facts, but loses the feeling. The words on these pages are the bones of the story, but the soul of it, the fever that gripped Atlanta and condemned Leo Frank, lived and died in the air of that courtroom. And that fever was about to be given the full force of the law. The trial of Leo Frank began in the suffocating heat of a Georgia July. But the real trial, the one that truly mattered, was happening on the streets outside. Every morning, the jury had to push its way through a massive, hostile crowd that thronged the courthouse square. The air was thick with sweat, tobacco smoke, and a low, guttural anger. The mob wasn't there to watch justice unfold. They were there to demand it on their terms. As the jurors passed, they were met with a chilling chant, a promise and a threat. "Hang the Jew, or we'll hang you." Inside, the courtroom was a pressure cooker. The prosecutor, Hugh Dorsey, a man with his eyes on the governor's mansion, put on a masterclass of theatrical outrage. His case rested almost entirely on the shoulders of one man, Jim Conley. For 3 days, Conley sat on the witness stand, and under Dorsey's careful guidance, he gave the performance of a lifetime. He was by turns frightened, remorseful, and defiant. He acted out the murder, mimicking Frank's voice, describing the girl's final moments in lurid, horrifying detail. The defense attorneys hammered at his inconsistencies, but it was like trying to punch smoke. Conley stuck to the core of his story, and the jury was mesmerized. When it was Leo Frank's turn, his lawyers, fearing the cross-examination would play into the public's perception of him as a smug intellectual, advised him to make an unsworn statement. For over 3 hours, he stood before the court and spoke. He calmly, logically, and methodically dissected the state's case, proclaiming his innocence. But in that superheated atmosphere of emotion and prejudice, his calm came across as coldness. His logic felt like arrogance. He was speaking the language of a Cornell classroom to a jury that was fluent in the language of the mob outside. He was trying to solve a math problem while the room was on fire. The jury was out for less than 4 hours. The members could hear the crowd roaring outside, a constant, menacing reminder of the city's will. When they returned, the verdict was a foregone conclusion. Guilty. The sentence, death by hanging. The moment the word was spoken, the city of Atlanta exploded, not in relief, but in wild, triumphant celebration. Justice had been done. The law had bent to the will of the people, and Hugh Dorsey had secured his political future on the life of Leo Frank. Walking through Oakland Cemetery in Atlanta now. It's one of the city's oldest, a sprawling city of the dead, where stone angels weep over the graves of Confederate generals and forgotten pioneers. This is where Mary Fagan was laid to rest. Her grave is easy to find. It's a site of pilgrimage, marked by a handsome stone, etched with a poem calling her a little factory girl whose innocence and faith were her shield and buckler. Flowers are often left here, even now, a century later. She remains a symbol, frozen in time as the eternal victim. To find Leo Frank's final resting place, you have to travel 1,000 miles north to Mount Carmel Cemetery in Queens, New York. His body was brought home, back to the Brooklyn he left behind. His grave is marked by a simple, dignified stone bearing his name, his dates, and the words, "Truth shall spring out of the earth." Unlike Mary's grave, his is a quiet place, far from the land that condemned him. It's a stone of exile. And what of the others? Hugh Dorsey, the prosecutor, rode the fame of the trial all the way to the governor's mansion, just as he'd planned. He is buried here in Atlanta as well, remembered as a statesman. Jim Conley, the star witness, served just 1 year in jail for his role as an accessory. He faded back into the obscurity from which he came, dying of drink and disease decades later, buried in an unmarked pauper's grave. But the most tragic figure in this story of endings might be Governor John Slayton. He's buried here in Oakland Cemetery too, under a grand monument befitting a man of his stature. The stone speaks of his service, his honor, but it doesn't tell the full story. It doesn't mention that for one act of incredible moral courage, commuting Leo Frank's sentence because he believed him to be innocent, his political career was annihilated, and he and his wife had to flee their home state under the threat of death. He now lies just a short walk from the girl at the center of the storm. Enemies and saviors, victims and villains, all of them neighbors now, equals under the silent, watchful gaze of the Georgia pines. The guilty verdict was not an end. It was the beginning of a new war, a 2-year struggle fought in the highest courts of the land. The case of Leo Frank became a national scandal, a raw nerve that exposed the deep divisions between the industrial North and the defiant South. Money poured in from Jewish communities across the country to fund Frank's appeals, a fact that Tom Watson's newspapers used as proof of a vast conspiracy to subvert Georgia justice. With every failed appeal, the public's rage grew hotter, more impatient. The final battlefield was not a courtroom, but the conscience of one man, Georgia's outgoing governor, John Slayton. Slayton was a popular, respected politician at the peak of his power. All he had to do was sign a piece of paper, let the execution proceed, and his future was secure. But he couldn't. He waded through a sea of paper, the 10,000 pages of the trial record, and the inconsistencies of Jim Conley's story screamed at him from every page. He even went to the factory himself and concluded that Conley's story of moving the body was physically impossible. On June 21, 1915, just days before his term ended, Governor Slayton made a choice that would define him forever. He chose his conscience over his career. Citing his grave doubts, he commuted Leo Frank's death sentence to life in prison. He knew what was coming when he said, "I can endure the rabble's fury, but I cannot endure the death of my own conscience." He had committed political suicide to save his own soul. The rabble's fury was instantaneous. An enraged mob of thousands swarmed his mansion, forcing Slayton to declare martial law. The state's highest office became a gilded cage. He and his wife were prisoners, eventually smuggled out of Georgia under armed guard. His political career, once so bright, had been turned to ash. For his own safety, Leo Frank was taken from Atlanta in the dead of night and moved to the remote Milledgeville State Prison farm. But the shadow of the verdict followed him. Soon after arriving, another inmate, a convicted murderer, slashed Frank's throat with a butcher knife, nearly killing him. He survived that attack, but it was a clear message. The state could not protect him. And in Marietta, Mary Fagan's hometown, a group of men decided that if the state would not deliver the justice they demanded, they would deliver it themselves. This was no disorganized rabble. This was a disciplined conspiracy of vengeance, organized by some of the most powerful men in Georgia, lawyers, judges, businessmen, and politicians. They called themselves the Knights of Mary Fagan, and they began to draw up a plan, a military-style operation to finish the job the governor had interrupted. The hanging of Leo Frank on that August morning didn't end the story. It broke it in two, and for over a century those two broken halves have been at war. The event didn't create closure. It created a schism in the memory of Georgia, a wound that to this day has never properly healed. The conflict is no longer about one man's guilt or innocence, but about which version of the past we choose to believe. For a long time, and even now in the quiet corners of this state, one version of the story was held as gospel. It's the story of a community's righteous anger, of good men forced to do a terrible thing because the system had failed them. In this telling, the men who drove to Milledgeville weren't a lynch mob. They were the final jury, delivering a verdict a corrupt, city-slicker governor had tried to steal. To them, Mary Fagan is the only victim that matters, and Leo Frank got the justice he deserved, just a little later than scheduled. It's a legacy of local honor, a grim fairy tale about protecting one's own. But then there is the other legacy, the one pieced together from the flawed trial transcripts, from the tireless work of investigators decades later, and from the gnawing conscience of the state itself. This is the story of a perfect storm of prejudice, where anti-Semitism, class warfare, and tabloid journalism converged on one man, an outsider who was the perfect scapegoat. It views Leo Frank not as a monster, but as a martyr, and the Knights of Mary Fagan not as patriots, but as a well-organized death squad whose members included the community's most powerful men. These two stories cannot both be true. Leo Frank cannot be both a depraved killer and an innocent victim. The lynching cannot be both an act of popular justice and a calculated act of murder. And so, the legacy of this case becomes a choice, and that choice often depends on who you ask and where you ask them. Do you trust the story whispered from one generation to the next, a story of local pride and swift retribution? Or do you trust the story pieced together from dusty archives and a deathbed confession, a story of a horrific, unforgivable mistake? The truth of what happened that day in Frey's Gin has been buried under a century of argument and anger. The case became a mirror, and what different people see in it has always said more about them than it does about Leo Frank. In the mountains and hollows of the South, the ugliest truths don't just get written down in books, they get sung. Before the ink was even dry on the newspapers, the tragedy of Mary Fagan had been smoothed into the verses of a folk ballad. The Ballad of Mary Fagan was soon played on fiddles and sung on front porches from Georgia to Tennessee. The song was simple, heartbreaking, and brutally effective. It told the story of a little girl, an angel of innocence, who went to the city and was murdered by a monster. There was no room for doubt or ambiguity in its verses. For generations of people who never read a single page of the trial transcript, this song was the truth. History had dissolved, and a legend as powerful and unshakable as a hymn had taken its place. But the story of Leo Frank didn't just curdle into a sad song, it mutated into something far more organized and far more dangerous. The disciplined, successful lynching by the Knights of Mary Fagan was seen by some not as a crime, but as an inspiration. 3 months later, on Thanksgiving night of 1915, a man named William J. Simmons took 15 followers to the top of Stone Mountain, a massive granite dome just outside Atlanta. There, under the cold stars, they lit a towering wooden cross, its fiery arms visible for miles around. This ceremony marked the official rebirth of the Ku Klux Klan. The story of Leo Frank was its founding myth, its genesis story. The Klan of the 1920s was no longer just an anti-black organization. It was now virulently anti-Jewish, anti-Catholic, and anti-immigrant. The tale of the innocent Christian girl murdered by the lecherous Jew boss became their single most powerful recruiting tool. The story was no longer a story, it was a weapon. The legend, born from the death of one girl and one man, would now be used to ignite a fire of hatred that would spread across the entire nation, casting a long, dark shadow that would take decades to fade. And so, here we are again, back where we started, on this quiet roadside shoulder just outside Marietta. The cars still rush past, their drivers oblivious, their tires humming on the asphalt. A century ago, the only sound here was the creak of a rope and the collective held breath of a crowd that had gathered to watch a man die. After our journey, this place looks different. It's no longer just a patch of anonymous ground. It's a wound in the earth, a final destination. We can almost see them now, the silent convoy of cars arriving in the pre-dawn light, the grim-faced men, the terrified figure pulled from the back seat. We have followed the whispers from this spot all the way back to their source. A dusty factory floor, a sweltering courtroom, a governor's mansion under siege. We've seen how a city's simmering anxieties about the future could be focused into a burning hatred for one man. We've seen how the power of a printing press could convict a man in the public mind long before a jury ever heard his name. And we've seen how a group of powerful men, convinced of their own righteousness, could take the law into their own hands and call it justice. This story serves as a chilling reminder. It shows us how fragile truth can be in the face of a story people want to believe. It took 70 years for a deathbed confession to surface, for a man named Alonzo Mann to finally break his silence. And it took even longer for the state of Georgia to issue a pardon, not for innocence, but for its own failure to protect a prisoner from the mob. A piece of paper issued decades too late to correct a wrong that could never be undone. So the next time you pass a forgotten spot on a lonely road, a place with no marker to tell its tale, listen. Listen for the echoes, because the oak tree they used is long gone, cut down by souvenir hunters and time. The factory has been demolished, replaced by the monuments of a new century. The people are all gone, turned to dust and memory. But the story remains.